So once again, chapter 3, agency brokerage and ethical considerations. And in this chapter, we're going to talk about the different types of fiduciary responsibilities, describe the broker business relationships and compensation issues, talking about disclosures to sellers and buyers relating to creating agency and providing material information. We're going to talk about the 3 different types of misrepresentation and Consumer Fraud Act and antitrust laws and all kinds of protections for the consumer, ethical considerations, disciplinary offenses as a form of a consumer protection. And so, what is brokerage? Brokerage is defined as the business of bringing buyers and sellers and landlords and tenants together in exchange for a fee for the services that we provide to them. And brokers are licensed. They have to be licensed in order to charge the public fees for the services they perform. And they're allowed to hire and supervise salespeople who will work under them and assist them. And those salespeople will get paid through their brokers. They cannot get paid directly on their own. And here are the players involved in the brokerage. We have the salesperson who is a licensee who works under a broker to assist them. We have the principal. A principal is the person we're working with. It is our client. An agent is a licensee. It could be a salesperson, broker salesperson. An agent is a licensee who owes fiduciary duties to someone else. They owe legal responsibilities to another. That's an agent. A subagent is an agent of an agent, both representing the same client. Buyer's agent only represents buyers. Seller's agent likewise only represents the seller. And a disclosed dual agent represents both parties in a transaction, but cannot place the interest of one over the other. You have to remain neutral. Transaction broker doesn't represent anybody in the transaction. A transaction broker is just acts as a manager of the transaction. And their principal in the transaction is known as a customer and not a client. So they don't owe fiduciary duties. They're not acting as an agent. They're acting as a transaction broker, a manager of the transaction. Commission is the compensation we're paid for the work that we perform. A client is anybody who we're representing as their agent, a buyer's agent, seller's agent, or a disclosed dual agent. A customer is someone that we don't have an agency relationship with yet, or it's another agent's client. Who are they to us? They're a customer. So we do not owe customers fiduciary duties. We only owe them fair and honest dealing. We can't lie to them. We got to treat them fairly and honestly, but we don't represent them. A customer to us would be if you're working with them as a transaction broker, or if it's another agent's client. Who are they to you? They're a customer. So let's turn to page 30 and let's do these highlights here, shall we? And we're going to write in here that we do not owe customers fiduciary duties. So a client is one who specific duties are owed. Customer is one whom we must only treat fairly and honestly. We don't owe customers fiduciary duties. We only owe that to clients. And the types of agencies have evolved over the years. In the past, every time you went in to a real estate company, even if you were a buyer, the agent that you'd be working with actually represented the seller. All agents represented the seller. But today we have different types of agency: buyer's agency, seller's agency, disclosed dual agency. So you can have somebody who only represents the buyer these days, but we still need to always look out for the seller's property. So, for example, if you're a buyer's agent, but you're you got an appointment to show the home and you got a lockbox key because nobody's going to be there or nobody lives there now. You still need to, shut off all the lights and lock up the doors. You have to care for their house still. You can't just abuse that privilege either for having the access. But there's nothing in the licensing law that says that you need to work with somebody as their agent. You could work with them as a transaction broker, and there's no agency relationship involved. You just need to treat everybody fairly and honestly. And you act as the manager of the transaction, but you don't owe fiduciary duties to the person you're working with, who is called a customer. So a client, someone the licensee is representing as their agent and owes fiduciary duties to them. Those are the legal obligations that we owe to clients, and we'll be going over in this chapter. So who's considered a client? Anybody, once again, that we're working with as a buyer's agent, seller's agent, disclosed dual agent. The word agent is there. So if you're working in the capacity of an agent, you owe fiduciary duties to the one that you're working with. Simple enough, pretty straightforward, right? Customer is someone you're working with as a transaction broker, or it's the other agent's client. Once again, to you, they are a customer. We cannot lie to them. We must treat them fairly and honestly. We only owe them fair and honest dealing, not fiduciary duties. So what are fiduciary duties? Those are the legal responsibilities that we owe to clients. And if we violate them, we could be held legally and financially liable to our clients if we do not do if we don't represent them how we're supposed to. So the role of a broker as an agent of the principal is a fiduciary one that falls within the requirements of the laws of agency. We owe fiduciary duties to our clients, and fiduciary relationship is one that is based on trust and confidence, in which the agent's responsible for the money and or property of others. It requires putting the client's interest above all others, including your own. I know the book says including the brokers, but that's assuming that you always have your broker's interest at heart because you're the representative of the broker. But I'm going to make it more personal. I'm going to say including your own. So let's highlight this definition for fiduciary relationship, what it is. Mine varies slightly from what the one is in the book because you're taking care for the client's money and or property. It requires putting your client's interest above all others, including your own as well as your broker's. And the person who owes fiduciary duties to someone else, they are known as a fiduciary. So, page 30, let's highlight, take notes. A universal agent, just think of somebody having a power of attorney, an unlimited power of attorney that could represent you legally on all matters possible. That's not too common. We're definitely not going to work that way. So that's a universal agent. Real estate agents usually work as general agents or special agents. We work as general agents usually when we're operating as property managers. We're representing our principal in a broad range of matters as defined within the scope of our employment agreement with our clients. That employment agreement would be the property management agreement. And the general agent could legally bind their clients to a contract within the scope of the authority that has been granted to us in that property management agreement by our clients. So if I ask you questions, is a property manager responsible for this or that? Your answer should be, well, it depends on what it says in the property management agreement. What have you agreed to? Now, most agents cannot legally bind their clients to a contract like a general agent could. Most agents operate as special agents. You're very special. Think of it that way, okay? Meaning that you could represent your principal in one capacity only. What does that statement mean? You could represent your principal in one capacity only. It doesn't mean you could only work as a buyer's agent or only work as a seller's agent. It means that you cannot legally bind your clients to a contract. You could only do what they hired you to do, which is to, if you're a buyer's agent, you are hired to help them find a home that meets their needs, guide them through the home buying process, help them obtain financing, explain things to them. But you cannot sign a contract on their behalf, submit an offer on their behalf without them signing it. If you're a seller's agent, you're hired to market the property to find a ready, willing, and able buyer. You cannot accept offers on your own that come in on the property. You have to present them to the owner. How soon do you need to present written offers to the owner?
Within 24 hours?
In 24 hours, correct. So a special agent, as a special agent, the broker is not authorized to buy or sell property or to legally bind your clients to a contract. Okay. You can work in one specific capacity only. That's the kind of wording they use on exam. And so what does that mean? It just simply means that you can't legally bind your client to a contract. So special agents are usually agents that are helping people buy or sell homes or even lease out their house. A general agent is typically a property manager, and they may have a broader range of authority that's granted to them, where the property owner doesn't want to know who the tenants are. They don't want to talk to them directly. They want you to deal with them. So they grant you the legal authority to sign leases on their behalf, perhaps, to hire and supervise maintenance personnel to maintain their property or do improvements to their property, things of that nature. Okay. Now, a power of attorney is a written authorization allowing one person who's called an attorney in fact to act on their behalf, who can legally bind them. Okay, you guys have these highlights and notes?
Yes.
Yeah. So here we go. Here's my definitions of these things written out. So the power of attorney is a document that grants someone the authority to legally act on someone else's behalf, as if they were standing in the room signing the documents themselves. And the person who is given that authority to act on someone else's behalf is known as an attorney in fact, when in fact you're not an attorney. Little brain teaser there. A universal agent is someone who has an unlimited power of attorney to act on your behalf on all matters. General agent would be typically property managers work as general agents. They can legally bind their clients to contracts, whereas special agents cannot. Special agent can work in one capacity only, meaning you cannot legally bind your client to a contract. So as a buyer's agent, you could help them find a property and guide them through the process. As a seller's agent, you can market their property to help them find a ready, willing, and able buyer. Any offers that come in, you cannot sign them and legally accept them on their behalf. You got to forward it to them within 24 hours. So what's the difference between general agent and special agent? General agent can legally bind their clients to a contract within the scope of their authority that was granted to them in their limited power of attorney, which is the property management agreement. And the special agent cannot legally bind their clients to contracts. It's that simple. Don't overthink it. You need to know general agent, special agent, and what a power of attorney is, and who generally works as a general agent. Property managers. Okay, let's learn about our fiduciary duties now. Cold. We heard about this the other day when we were going over chapter 2. COLD stands for care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, and disclosure. So it's COLD spelled COALD, COLD. Care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, which includes confidentiality. Anything your clients tell you in confidence, you must keep your mouth shut and keep it to yourself. And disclosure, which includes notice. If you discover anything that your client would want to know and consider important, you must notify them, go back to them and tell them. It's not an option for you to do it or not. If you discover something that could be helpful or useful to them, something that they may want to know, you have a duty of disclosure to notify them. So keep in mind, disclosed dual agents, you may be privileged to certain information, but you can't go back and blabbing it to the other side. You must remain neutral in those instances because you cannot place one party's interest above the other. Transaction brokers don't have these fiduciary duties, so they can go back and blab anything that they get if they think it's going to make any information that they learn, because if they think it's going to make the deal happen. So let's highlight COLD straight down there, COALD, COLD. Care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, which includes confidentiality and disclosure. And right next to that, notice, because it doesn't say that in the book, so you have to write that in there. Notice. What are your fiduciary duties? Care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, disclosure. You need to memorize them. You may get a question, and probably will, just on knowing what your fiduciary duties are. Care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, disclosure. Care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, disclosure. What are your fiduciary duties?
Care, obedience,
accounting, loyalty,
disclosure.
Acquire, you are not. You got to get yourselves in unison there. Care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, disclosure. Care, obedience, loyalty, disclosure. Care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, disclosure.
Loyalty.
Over and over again until you guys get it. I know this stuff already. You guys got to learn it. Care, accounting, loyalty, disclosure. You need to study this and just keep saying it over and over in your head until you remember it. You need to know what your fiduciary duties are. Just memorize them outright, what they are. You know, one of the main reasons why, other than stealing people's money or mishandling their funds, one of the main reasons that agents are always getting sued, if they get sued, is because they violated fiduciary duties to their client in one way, in one regard or another. Okay? So, wouldn't it be helpful to know what your fiduciary duties are so that you don't violate them? So, care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, and disclosure. Now, courts consider if any information is told to your agent that your client already knows it now. Why did they take that assumption? Because we have the fiduciary duty of disclosure. Anything that we learn, we have a fiduciary duty to report it back to our clients. That's why. So let's start off with care. Before I give you a chance to read that, don't read it. Don't read it in your book. Don't look in your book. Okay. Let me ask you questions right now. If your clients tell you, let me ask you a question. What is care? If your client, you know, you got a friend that they're looking to buy a house or sell a house, and they ask you a question. Hey, you're going to take care of me, right? You're going to take care of me, right? What does that mean to you? Because you're going to be like, yeah, I got you, I'll take care of you. What does that mean?
Ensure, like ensure to, you know, the well-being of the person is in good hands.
How?
You're gonna look
By
up.
you know, treating them as they want to be treated.
We do all due diligence.
Okay, everybody wants to be respected and treated right, but I mean, I know putting you on the spot here a little bit because it sounds like it's an easy question to answer, but when I put you on the spot, it's kind of, you're scratching your head a little bit like, yeah, I mean, we all know, yeah, I'll take care of you, but I mean, what exactly does that encompass? What does that mean? You know, it's not as easy of a question to answer as one may think when you're just thrown out there and you're put on the spot like that. You're going to care for your client. So let's get into it. Care is providing the best service possible to your client using the knowledge that you have acquired through education and experience. It's one thing to learn something, it's another to put it into effect and use it to help somebody. You can have a lot of knowledge in here, but if you don't actually put it in motion to help somebody, you're not caring for them. So you're guilty of carelessness or negligence. So courts will hold an agent to a higher standard of care with the more education and experience that they achieve over time. Breaching this duty would be carelessness or negligence in representing your client's best interest. So we're going to go over care probably a little bit more than the other fiduciary duties. We're going to go over them in a little more detail right now. And then the other ones we're kind of, I'll just give you explanations of them without reading word for word through it. All right, so your fiduciary duty of care. A real estate agent's expected to deliver the quality of service that a normal person would expect of a reasonably prudent agent. And actions breaching this obligation may be failure to present a written offer before it expires. Wait, do written offers expire? I mean, I know that we need to present an offer within 24 hours, but if you don't, does it expire? What are they talking about there? They're talking about, this is actually a negotiation tactic that you could do. You could actually, when you write up a contract to submit an offer, you could actually write in that contract that this offer is only good for 48 hours. We're submitting it now. This is the date and all, and we need you to respond back to us within 48 hours if the offer is going to be accepted or not. In other words, crap or get off the pot. We need an answer right now. We're not going to be sitting around for you to use our offer as negotiations with anybody else, waiting till the weekend comes, hoping you get an open house with interested parties who are then going to make offers that you're going to then pit us against each other. We're here now. We're a ready, willing, able buyer. We're here right now. We're making an offer. You either accept it or we're going to rescind that offer and we're moving on to the next home. Okay, so this is actually a tactic. This is you can make an exploding offer, so to speak. You know, it's here now. What's that?
It's like lawyers. That's the lawyers do.
You could do this. You write this in the contract.
No, but I know that's a lawyer's tactics. That's what they do when they make an offer. You have 24 hours, 12 hours to make a decision.
Mm-hmm. We could do the same stuff. So why not? Right? Neglecting to mention in the purchase contract any fixtures. What's a fixture? So this is something we're going to go over in this chapter or in the coming chapters. A fixture is an article that was once personal property that is now attached to and has become part of the real estate. You buy some wood and you turn it into a deck. You build a deck in the back. You know, you buy a chandelier, it's personal property. Now you bolt it to the ceiling, you wire it to the electrical, it's now part of the real estate. It's a fixture. Same thing with the toilet bowl in the sink, you know. So neglecting to mention in the purchase contract any fixtures or personal property desired by one of the parties. There's nothing wrong with asking if something can be included in the sale. So why not ask? If your clients ask you to ask and you don't ask, you're being careless, negligent. You didn't do a simple request. They're not asking you to do anything illegal. Neglecting property being managed for another or improperly handling escrow deposits. Well, your clients give you money. What do you do with it?
You hand over that to your broker right away.
Right away, because then your broker has how long to put it into the escrow account after they do their bookkeeping?
24 hours.
5 days,
5 days, yeah.
5 business days. Or failure to obtain all necessary signatures on a contract. Make sure you get all the buyers, all the sellers to sign the contract. And here's a little novel idea. Make sure that people are who they say they are. Check their IDs. You don't want to get in trouble for not doing that, guys. You know, I operated a lot of my career and I never checked somebody's ID until I came across an issue one time. And after that, I was like, oh my God, my whole career flashed before my eyes. I'm like, oh my God, imagine I went all these years and never did this. And this could have happened to me. And thank God it didn't. But oh my God, check people's IDs. Look, I went to get a listing one time. I will never forget this. I always tell this story in class. I went to get a listing one time in Springfield. I'll never forget it. And I'm meeting with a husband and wife. They invite me into the house, walk me over to the dining room table where we're going to do all the paperwork for listing their property for sale. But the second I walk in the door of that house, I had this nagging little voice in the back of my head saying, check their IDs, check their IDs. And I normally am not a person who hears voices in my head. Okay. But I had this nagging voice in my head. The second I walked in that door, that was telling me to check their ID. So as soon as I get over to the dining room table, you know, in a nonchalant way, I was like, okay, before we get started, before I sat down, I was like, before we get started here, I'm just going to need to see you guys' IDs really quick, you know, a driver's license or something. You know, I just need to see your ID real quick. Okay. And because I already checked and I already ran the tax records, so I know who the owners are. So I need to see their IDs. So the husband, he reaches in his wallet, pulls out his driver's license, shows it to me. I was like, okay, you know. And then the wife, she's like looking around for her pocketbook. She's like, where's my pocketbook? You know, she can't find her pocketbook. So she's like, you know, I think I left it in my car. She goes outside. And I'm inside BSing with the husband and BSing with the husband and BSing with the husband. And I start walking towards the doors, trying to see where she is there, you know. And the husband's walking with me and he's kind of like asking me questions, kind of like he's slowing me down, asking me like nonsense questions. And I'm like, she left. Where'd she go? I was like, what's going on here? And he's like, well, you know, that's not really my wife. It's my girlfriend. I'm getting a divorce. And she's just such a bitch. She doesn't want to do anything. She doesn't want to sign any paperwork. And I was like, dude, what are you trying to do here? You're trying to get a girlfriend to forge your wife's signature to sell a house that you both own? I was like, come on. I was like, I don't know what's going on here with you guys, but you know, you need to be the bigger person. I don't know if she's the problem or if it's you, but you need to be the bigger person. I knew it was him, obviously, with that stunt. You know, I was like, you need to be the bigger person here and have a conversation with her to deal with these issues so that you could have a clean break from her. But, you know, what are you going to do? You're going to get this other poor girl thrown in jail for forging documents like this? I was like, you can't do stuff like this. Imagine if I got that listing and I never checked their IDs and I put it up on the market for sale. And now you get buyers that come in, make an offer. And then it goes to attorney review. Now they're spending money. Then they get pay for appraisals and home inspections. I'm getting sued. The other agent's getting sued. The owners are getting sued. People throw lawsuits at the wall and they see what sticks. You know, and my license will definitely get affected by that as well. The real estate commission can take action by me getting a listing from somebody who is not the owner. You didn't bother to check to see if they were the owner before you got a listing. You know, think about it for a second. You know, so after that, I was like, holy crap. You know, nobody ever taught me that I was supposed to do that. And I never even thought about it. Well, I'm telling you guys now, before you ever get your licenses, always check IDs. Okay. Improperly handling us. Okay, we already did that. Signatures on contract. Okay, so the duty of care requires the seller's agent To, among other things, be knowledgeable about all aspects of the property. To arrive at a reasonable listing price. How do you become knowledgeable about all aspects of the property?
Inspection.
Walk around. Yeah, at the time you're getting a listing, you walk around the house, check it out, look it over. You know, walk around the exterior, go inside, walk around all the rooms. You take notes on stuff. You know, you note the different features and things that they have. We go to properties when we get listings with a listing input sheet. In the property listing input sheet, we make notes. What type of flooring is it? Is it hardwood? Is it tile? Is it carpeting? You know, what kind of cooling system is it? Is there ceiling fans, air conditioning units? Are they through the wall, through the window, or ductless, or central air? Or, you know, you have to make notes of all these different things. What type of heating fuel is being used? Is it gas? Is it oil? Is it propane? Is it wood? You have to find out what kind of all the details about the house. What kind of roof is it? You know, is it a flat roof, pitched roof? Is it asphalt shingle? Is it some sort of tile? Is it, you know, you need to find out what sort of all the details of the property. And you could also have the seller fill out a seller's property condition disclosure report, and then go over that report to ascertain that all that information is accurate before you go sharing it with any potential buyers. And by doing this, you're not only disclosing all the information about the property, the material facts that we're required to by law, we're also helping save our client in the event of a potential lawsuit later on down the road. Here, let me show you this. Here's a seller property condition disclosure report. Okay. Can you guys see it?
Yes.
Okay. Basically, we don't help the owner fill this out. Usually when I'm filling out the listing paperwork at their house, I stick this in front of them. So it's kind of like sticking some crayons in a kid's hand with some papers. But you have them fill out all this. It keeps them out of your hair while you're doing your paperwork. It gives them plenty of time to fill this out. Just tell them to be honest and truthful and fill it out to the best of their knowledge. The answer options are yes, no, or unknown. If it's yes, sometimes there's additional questions like age of house. Do you know how old it is? We'll put the age here. Do you know when it was built, the year, or just how many years old it is? Write it down here. There's questions about occupancy, the roof, attics, basements, and crawl spaces, wood destroying insects, termites, insects, dry rots, and pests. Structural questions, questions about additions and remodels, and plumbing and water and sewage questions, heating and air conditioning questions, wood burning stoves and fireplaces, questions about electrical systems and the land and boundary lines, environmental hazards, questions about deed restrictions and homeowners associations, so a bunch of miscellaneous questions, questions about radon gas, major appliances that may be included or excluded, questions about solar panel systems, lead plumbing, and then the seller signs off on it. If the seller is dead, you have the administrator or executor fill it out. And then, to the best of your knowledge, you walk around that property, make sure everything there is accurate. Potential buyers, you supply this to them, you have them sign it, and then you have the other, both agents sign off on this. Okay, this is how we investigate and disclose material information about a property, by filling out that seller's property condition disclosure report or having the owner do it. And make sure you tell them, the reason why I'm having you fill this report out is because we're required to disclose certain information to the public, but be truthful and honest. By having you fill this out, if you're truthful and honest and disclose known problems, in the event somebody should try to sue you later on, I'm limiting your liability in the event of a lawsuit to actual damages. Because if you lie on this, or you simply don't disclose something that later on becomes apparent, and somebody sues you over it, you could be held liable for triple the cost of the damages. So by having you fill this out, I'm just trying to help limit your liability here. So once again, I'm trying to educate my clients. Remember, I told you the way to be a good agent is to educate your clients and teach them about the whole process. The more you educate them and explain to them why you're having them filling out all these forms instead of just sticking forms in their face, the more they could see that you're doing for them to try to help them. Better agent you appear. Okay, so the duty of care requires seller's agent, among other things, be knowledgeable of all aspects of the property and to arrive at a reasonable listing price. And how do you arrive at a reasonable listing price? What do you do for that?
Market analysis from CMS, from
Yeah, we
CPM.
do a CMA, comparative market analysis. That's how we come up with a reasonable listing price. To discover and investigate material facts, assist the owner in negotiating offers that meet the seller's needs, and advise the seller on ways to best affect the sale. Maybe helping offer, depending on the type of market and that you're in, maybe offering a seller's concession to buyers to help them pay their closing costs, or offering bonuses to the listing agency who brings an offer within a certain period of time. Examples of breach of duty of care include failure to inform the seller about how their property's condition could affect its value, and failure to effectively navigate the transaction through to closing. A buyer's agent is expected to inform a client about whatever problems can be discovered in a property. Advise on probable market value. Right? How do you find out the problems? Well, you ask to see the seller's property condition disclosure report, and you walk around the property just like the listing agent would. And then eventually later, you get a home inspection. Advise on probable market value. How do you do that for a buyer? Same way, you do a CMA. Advise on financing options. Help negotiate the lowest possible purchase price, but not at the detriment of getting them the house. Do not prioritize the lowball offers stuff. Okay, remember, your client wants to get the property. So your job is to get them that property. Now, it is to get it for them at the lowest possible price, not the most ridiculous lowball offer we're going to possibly try to make, because that could backfire on you. Make sure that when you're doing this, be reasonable. Remember, this has to be amicable for everybody. You know, the seller's not going to be stupid. They did a CMA just like you did. So you making a ridiculously lowball offer is not going to go anywhere. As a matter of fact, some sellers get insulted by it, and then they don't even reply to you. You won't even get an answer. They'll just ignore you. Or worse yet, they'll reply with a higher than asking price or full asking price. And then now anything that you offer below that, they're like, screw them. You're already starting off on a bad note. Now they don't even want to negotiate with you at all. You know, so be careful when doing that. And monitoring the progress of the purchase until the transfer of the title. A breach of duty of care might include failure to advise a buyer to closely consider issues that may be found in the seller's property disclosure report, or the buyer to closely consider issues found in the property disclosure report, or improperly handling escrow deposits. You know, our clients give us money, give it to your broker takes their escrow notes, and then they put it in the bank account. Or failure to obtain all necessary signatures on a contract from the buyers as well. All the buyers need to sign, not just the one with good credit. Okay, all buyers. You know, if you got a married couple, they both need to sign off on that. Check your IDs too. And courts set different standards of care for brokers or salespersons. The more experience you have, courts will hold you to a higher degree, a higher standard of care, with the more education and more experience, right? And never try to play off like you have knowledge about something that you have zero knowledge about. Okay, this is not a business where you fake it till you make it. Because if it costs somebody money in some way, shape, or form, you're getting sued. All right, so here's a scenario that we often get a question about. And where is this? This is somewhere here under standard of care. I think it's on the next page, 32, at the top. Often you get an exam question about this scenario. That a rookie residential agent confronted with the opportunity to list a shopping plaza should probably approach an experienced commercial broker with a request they work together to list and sell the property. Otherwise, if you have zero experience in this and you don't seek out help from another agent within your office or your broker who maybe has experience with it, you're not providing the appropriate standard of care for your clients. So first, seek out with your broker. Is there an agent in our office that has commercial real estate experience that I could work with together on this listing? And then you work together and you learn, and then next time you can do it on your own. Or if nobody in your office has commercial experience, send it as a referral to another outside brokerage firm with a further agreement that you work together and they show you how to do it. Doesn't hurt to ask, right? All right, let's talk about violating fiduciary duties. Before we go any further learning about the other fiduciary duties, check this out. I got a video for you here from Inside Edition about these two New Jersey real estate agents. You tell me if you think that they violated their fiduciary duties in any way, shape, or form. Now, I'm not picking on anybody. I'm just putting this up here as a learning experience. Hell, it was on TV. Come on.
There's new video tonight of a pair of real estate agents accused of using a client's home to hide a steamy affair. Well, now the tables are turning in a counter lawsuit. The realtors claim the video was part of an extortion plot. CBS 2's Hazel Sanchez has more.
The proof is in the pictures. Newly released surveillance video obtained by Inside Edition reveals veteran real estate agent Robert Lindsay locking lips with fellow agent Jean Marie Phelan in the foyer of a home Lindsay was hired to sell. The homeowners, Richard and Sandra Weiner, are suing Lindsay, along with Phelan and Coldwell Banker Real Estate, for allegedly using their Wayne, New Jersey home as their play pad to have sexual relations while the couple was at work. The owners say a surveillance system captured the agents making repeated afternoon visits to the home. Video from inside the master bedroom shows Lindsay and Phelan getting dressed after an alleged lovemaking session inside the Weiners' home. The Weiners say Lindsay intentionally listed the house at above market value so that there would be little traffic in the home. This still picture from one surveillance camera shows when Lindsay and Phelan realized their acts were caught on video. Now realtor Robert Lindsay is countersuing the Weiners, claiming they attempted to extort money from him in exchange for not releasing the telling surveillance tapes.
Robert Lindsay alleges the Weiners asked for $990,000 in exchange for keeping the surveillance tape secret. The Weiners could not be reached for comment this afternoon. Christine? All right, Hazel, thank you.
What do you think? Did they violate their fiduciary duties? I mean, one of them was the listing agent. They both work for different agencies. All right. So one of them had the listing, the Robert, he had the listing, and the female, she did not. Did either one of them violate any fiduciary duties to the seller?
Of course.
Yes.
Yes.
I say so.
Look, remember I told you that even if you're not the listing agent, you have a duty to safeguard and look out for the seller's property. And by using their property as your own private hotel room for your liaisons is not safeguarding or looking out for their property. Plus, it's quite of an embarrassing thing to see that on the Channel 2 News and Inside Edition, you know, having your face plastered across TV that you're having an affair. Both of them, I think, were married and cheating on their spouses and having this affair. Now it's on TV, you know, not good.
That's crazy.
There's new video.
Yeah.
Now, are you curious what happened to them?
Yes, of course.
Yes, let's hear it.
Dangle the carrot in front of you, all of a sudden. See, I told you drama's good for something. TV.
Spill the tea.
But not, if that was you, you'd be like, no. But so drama is not good for our personal lives, definitely, and it's definitely not good for our business. But for TV or something for the outside person looking in, that's a different matter. All of a sudden, you're all interested. So we have the disciplinary actions page on the Real Estate Commission's website where you can locate this. And then I have these links, remember, where you could search the current status of the real estate agent's license. You could put in their names. I already did the work for you. So here's just those resources. I put in the work for you and I looked it up already. Now, here are those consent orders, which actually tell you the details about what actually happened. If you were ever to click on these consent orders, this is what it looks like. It shows you the docket number, the court case, and all the juicy details about what happened in the matter. Okay, for as far as the court goes. But let's we're not going to be reading that. Instead, we're just going to look at what the outcome is here. So let's start off with Jean Marie Felon, the woman here. She admitted to violating the administrative code, the rules of the Real Estate Commission, as well as the law, by failure to protect and promote the interest of the property owners, in that the aforementioned demonstrated unworthiness. Her license was suspended for 6 months, and she had to complete a 30-hour broker course on agency and ethics in order to get her license back, and she had to pay a $5,000 fine. Robert Lindsay, he admitted to violating those same rules, and his license was revoked for 1 year, and he also had to complete a 30-hour broker course on agency and ethics, and is required before he could get his real estate professional license back in New Jersey. Now, he was a broker salesperson to begin with. Phelan, she was a salesperson. Lindsay was a broker salesperson. So should he wish to obtain a New Jersey real estate broker's license again following his suspension, he's required to requalify by retaking the entire 150-hour pre-licensing broker course exam, everything. So basically, they revoked his license for a year. They removed him from having a broker's license, and they knocked him down to having a salesperson's license if he retook that 30-hour broker's class on ethics and agency law. He could get a salesperson's license back. But if he wants to get the broker salesperson's license back, he has to retake the whole 150-hour course, pass the state exam again, etc. And he got a $10,000 fine on top of that. So you want to see if they got their licenses back or if they just called it quits?
I would like to see.
Yeah.
Of course, we want to see everything.
Look, they're both actively licensed. So they both got their licenses back. But Robert Lindsay, he never went back to get his broker's license. So he's still a salesperson now. They knocked it.
I'm surprised the broker actually took him.
Yeah, well, either one of them after a scandal like that, right? Okay, well,
Yeah.
they both work for the same company still. She still works for Weichert, and he still works for Coldwell Banker. That's listed here as Axioma Properties, Inc. That's actually a Coldwell Banker. That's what the name of the brokerage is, though. There, how they're incorporated. Huh. Interesting, huh?
Very much.
All right, see, I bring a little interesting things here, try to break up the monotony of me just barking at you, the rules and the regulations and all that. I try to bring a little storyline to it, make it interesting. Bring a little drama to it. All right, obedience. You're not a dog, but you must obey your client's lawful instructions. If they tell you no showings without a 24-hour notice, then don't go calling up your client saying, hey, an agent just called me. They want to show the house in an hour. What are you doing? They already told you. No showings without 24 hours notice. So you don't just put that in the MLS. It actually means something. You tell people, we need a 24-hour notice. Maybe they have reasons for that. Maybe they have to board their dogs or something like that. And they have some kind of a reasoning behind why they want to do that. Just respect it. No showings unless the buyers produced a mortgage pre-approval letter first. You guys know the difference between a pre-qualification letter and a pre-approval letter?
No.
Eh,
A mortgage, in order to get a mortgage pre-qualification letter, let's start off there. You need to get the buyer on the phone with a mortgage rep who will give them their social security number so that they could do their credit check on them, their background check. They'll run a credit report. And then they tell them how much money they make, and they tell them what their approximate long-term debts are. And the mortgage rep runs the numbers, and based on the numbers, sees how much they could be qualified for. And then they issue them a letter, which is their mortgage pre-qualification letter. Okay. Now, so far, none of that information has been verified, though. A mortgage pre-approval letter, they do all the same stuff. But then they also show that they also give the lender a copy of their bank statements, their tax returns, and all that information is then verified. And once it's verified, they give them a mortgage pre-approval letter. So which is better, pre-qualification or pre-approval?
The approval.
Pre-approval. Which one do you think most people come to the table with?
qualify.
Pre-qualification. So that's when they're making offers. So if somebody doesn't want you to show the property to someone who doesn't have a pre-approval letter, are you limiting who you're showing the properties to? Yes, definitely, without a doubt. But is there anything wrong with that? No. You're limiting it to people who are qualified, who you know can get it. Because that pre-qualification letter, you don't know if they could get it. The pre-approval letter, they're approved. You know that they could get the loan. So they just don't want everybody, every Tom, Dick, and Harry walking through the house. You know, they want to make sure somebody who can actually get the loan to buy that house will be allowed to come in. This is especially normal when you see it's higher end homes and stuff. You know, you got people, they don't want famous people or people who have expensive mansions. You know, they don't want everybody just coming in. Let me see. Oh yeah, I want to see that house. I want to see what a mansion looks like on the inside. You know, well, you got to show that you could afford it. You know, we don't want we're not just opening it to anyone to come in here. And agents must advertise the property at the agreed upon asking price and not encourage any offers less than that asking price. Okay. Because remember, what are you hired to do as a listing agent? To get the most money possible. So you shouldn't be encouraging anybody to make offers less. I know you just want to get an offer, but you shouldn't be encouraging any offers less than what they agreed upon to ask for it. So an agent must disobey any unlawful instructions. Like if the seller tells you don't disclose that there's a problem with the house, or if they tell you to discriminate, we have to ignore any unlawful instructions like that. You have to obey their lawful instructions. Disobey unlawful. Yeah.
I have a question. When they ask, for example, part of the obedience is if I have a client that says, I want to sell my house, but the people that I want in my house had to be a family. I don't want a single person. I want people with kids, or I don't want people with kids.
That's a protected class. Familial status is a protected class. So okay. That's against federal law.
Okay.
So that's why I said that you can't discriminate against any protected classes. Okay. There are, under federal law, there's 7 protected classes. Under New Jersey law, there's a lot more. New Jersey, the way New Jersey law is written, if you think somebody's a protected class, they just became a protected class. New Jersey has a lot more protected classes than even federal law. You know, under federal law, it's race, nationality, color, religion, the familial status, things of that nature. Okay, so there's a lot more protected classes in handicap. There's a lot more in New Jersey. So, but either way, you cannot discriminate against any protected class. This is why when we get a listing, we have to give the New Jersey Attorney General's memorandum about the laws of against discrimination to the owners at the time we get a listing, which tells them that they cannot discriminate, that they have to follow the federal and state laws. All right, so here's a screenshot that just talks about what I just had on the previous slide. So you shouldn't be encouraging anybody to make any offers less than the agreed upon, like just try it around this number, like even encouraging them and giving them a number, because you're supposed to be trying to get them the most money possible. Accounting, you have to account for your client's money and or property. So the agent's responsible for safeguarding a client's money and property. It must be placed in the escrow account, any money they give us, within 5 business days. Keeping attendance records at for showings. So an agent calls up to set up an appointment to show a property. Our office has to maintain the records for that. The open house sign-in sheets. We have to have sign-in sheets at open house, so we keep track of everybody who's come in. And remember, check their IDs. Now, why do we have sign-in sheets at open houses? Anybody here been to an open house before?
Yes, I have.
So you want to know who all came, who are the potential buyers.
Okay, so maybe for follow-up reasons, right? To see if you're interested in making an offer, right? You have the sign-in sheet there, and then you could follow up with those people that were there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, but we're required to have sign-in sheets. So it's not just for marketing and trying to get these people to find out, to get feedback, or maybe to get them as clients to maybe buy something else if they're not interested in this property. It's also for security reasons. What if something gets stolen from that house? Now we have a report of everybody who is there. We could turn it over to the police. Now, when you went to an open house, did an agent ask for your ID, or did they just tell you to sign in on the sign-in sheet before you went into the open house?
Mm-hmm. So they just
Sign in.
Sign in.
They just ask you to sign in, right? Yeah. I'm going to show you how you can differentiate yourself from more experienced agents that have been working out in the business now for years and years and years and years. And you can elevate yourself to seem more professional than those agents that have already been out there. Look, because there's a lot of licensees here in New Jersey, right? So how do you differentiate yourself from other agents, being a brand spanking new agent? Just do that other agents aren't, return calls promptly, check for IDs, so even at an open house. Now, you may get a little pushback from people that come into an open house. Whoa, nobody ever asked me to see ID before. I mean, you guys just said nobody asked you to see ID before at an open house, right? So what would you do if you walked into my open house and I asked to see your driver's license, your ID? Would you have any questions for me? Would you push back on that at all, or would you just show it?
I probably would have.
I wouldn't have any problem because we go into a private property. So it wouldn't be a problem. Just to make sure.
You're a good buyer. You're a good buyer. There's a lot of people out there that'll give you pushback, and why do I got to show you my ID? You're gonna get all kinds of attitude with the rubberneck thing going on and everything, And
everything on the attitude. They had you ask the people, hey, can I, kindly wait, and also you can put a sign. Please sign here as your ID.
Well, you know what? I don't even want people to sign in. I want to sign you in.
Okay.
I'm going to say, can I check your ID? Because listen, have you ever looked at people's signatures and how they wrote on the sign-in sheet? A lot of them are illegible. People got such horrible handwriting and chicken scratch, especially when they really don't want to write it.
I want to.
I mean, when people write on the sign-in sheet, sometimes they're putting down false information too. It asks for a phone number or an email. They change one digit. They change something on there because they don't want to be harassed or whatever. You know, so I ask people when they come, I have the sign-in sheet there, and then I just ask them, okay, I'm just going to need to see your ID before I sign you in. Okay, and so I'll look at your ID and I'll start writing the information down from your ID on the sign-in sheet, and then I'm gonna be like, can I get your cell phone number and your email address just for follow-up? Promise I'm not going to harass you or at all or anything. It's just for follow-up, for feedback from the owner. I may reach out to you one time. Okay. So your number. You know, people are less likely to lie about their number when you put them on the spot like that. I mean, they still could, but they're less likely to. Plus, you also have, you can even do it where it's not using pen and paper. There's apps out there now, too, that you could subscribe to services that you type in their information. And when they give you a phone number, it should send them a text and their phone should buzz right there in front of you. And you'd be like, you sure that was your number? Because you should have gotten a text right now and I didn't hear it beep. All right. But either way, so there's little things like that. But if somebody gives me any pushback when I ask for their IDs, and they're big, why you need my ID? You know, because sometimes you get a little bit of attitude, a little pushback sometimes. Okay, whatever the reason is, okay. This is my response. Okay, pay attention closely. Watch how I do this. Okay, this is exactly how I do this when somebody comes into an open house and I ask for their ID. I ask for their ID and they're like, why do you need to see my ID? Nobody ever asked for ID before I just sign in. I'm like, really? You never had an agent ask for your ID before at an open house? Well, I don't know how other agents out there conduct their business, but when an owner hires me to do an open house and open their house to the public, I have to keep track of everybody who comes into this open house. What if something goes missing from the open house? Does something get stolen? We need to have some kind of a checklist here of who was here so that we could turn it over to the police and then the insurance company so that they could file a claim. I mean, really? You never had an agent that asked you for an ID at an open house? I figured that would be a standard thing that every agent does. I mean, how do they confirm who you are? I mean, you could write down Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck for all I know on here. And, you know, what good does that do? Really? You never had an agent ask you for your ID? Wow. Well, anyway, I don't know how other agents conduct their business, but when somebody hires me, I look out for their best interest. Which, by the way, are you working with an agent right now to help you shop for a home? Because if you're not, I can provide that same service to you, that same level of service to you. Ooh. See what I just did?
That's a good flip.
It's nuts, right? How much did that cost me?
Nothing.
Nothing, you know?
What did they walk out?
Commissioner? Or was that just a thumb?
Very good. What an act, Victor. Very good.
Well, I overacted it on purpose. I want to over exaggerate it to make sure I'm making the point that they're getting it. Really? No other agent ever asked you for your ID before? Well, I don't know how other agents out there conduct their business, but if a homeowner hires us, I look out for my client's best interest. So I don't know how other agents are doing their business out there, but I look out for my client's best interest. And if they're not doing the basic things like this, I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, if you want to come into this open house, I need to see your ID. And by the way, are you working with an agent? Because if you're not, I can provide that same level of service to you. You know, so right off the bat, I'm showing you that I'm doing stuff that other agents aren't doing. I seem more professional. You know, I'm turning on the drama a little bit with my overacting, but I'm doing it on purpose to try to prove a point to these people. And it often is very effective. And I've been teaching this to my classes now to do this. You know, I teach them little tips and tricks and like this. And it actually works. It actually is very effective in getting people to understand the difference by you making a point and pointing out those differences. And it's simple and it costs you no money. And you seem more professional than the agent who got their feet up, that's playing on their cell phone while they tell you to sign in and just go. And if look around, and if you got any questions, just ask me. Which one seems more professional to you? You know. Plus, what I do is I don't just let people walk around the open house. I will follow them through the open house. Make sure they're not stealing anything or answer any questions that they have, and to possibly probe a little bit and see if I could get them to be my client. Because if they're not interested in buying this house, maybe I could help them find something else. And if I get a bunch of people that come to an open house at once, this is what I do. You guys need to be in control of that open house. I don't just let many groups go through the open house at once. I asked them if they could wait here, either at the entrance for me. And I say, I'm showing the house right now to a couple. Once I'm done showing them the house, I'll take the next group in, okay? So if you could just be patient and wait right here for me, I'll take you through the house next, okay? So please bear with me. And if you ask people like that, usually they'll respect it, okay?
And it is nice also because that means that they know that they're gonna be answered all the questions that they have. They will know that you're gonna be there to answer.
Yeah,
Because when you go to
you're-
an open house and nobody answer any question that you have because you're looking around. Oh, which one is the person? So
yeah, you're giving them that you're being attentive to their to them. You know, you're their personal guide. You're not just like, oh yeah, walk around. You know, and then this way, if they have any comments or questions, you could address them. You know, it comes across more professional too. And this is something, unfortunately, most agents don't even do.
So, Victor, so that means that doing that open house walk around, only you walk around with one family or one buyer at a time.
Correct. That's what I do. That's what I do. You know, other agents, they just let multiple people sign in and walk around. You got all these groups of people walking around. But you know what? Even when I'm walking around with people, you know, imagine what they're doing when you're not walking around with them. Because, you know, I walk people around and, you know, they open up the closets and they see the size of the closet and stuff. But can you explain to me why somebody would open up a dresser drawer? The dresser's furniture. That's not going with the house. Why you open up a dresser drawer? I bet people do that where I'm showing them a room and they open up a dresser. I'm like, the dresser's not going with that. That's their property there. If you could, you know, just leave it be. Yeah, that's their personal property. I mean, imagine if you're not in that room what they're rummaging through, you know? So it just shows you need to do that. And I'm going to show you a little video on this in a moment, this topic too. So let's keep it going. All right, so we have to look out for our clients' money and or property. And one way to do that is to check their IDs and have a sign-in sheet at those open houses to solicit for security reasons, to solicit feedback for the owner, as well as to try to convert those looky-loos into buyers. And never allow an unlicensed person unaccompanied access to a property by giving them a key to a house or a lockbox code or anything like that. The Real Estate Commission here has a little notice about that, and they make sure that they tell people lock the doors, rearm the security system if there was a security code and all that. Agents are getting in trouble because they're not locking up the house and putting the keys back in the lockbox. Simple task, you would think. All right. All right, loyalty. You have to be loyal to your client's interest, and loyalty includes confidentiality. Your clients tell you something in confidence, like they're willing to pay more or accept less. You got to keep your mouth shut about that. So the agent must be loyal to their client's interest, or if there's a priority, a need for them to sell quickly or buy quickly, putting their interest above others, including their own. Confidentiality is the agent must not disclose any information that their client shared with them in confidence. like a need to sell quickly or a willingness to accept the lower price, or they got to buy the house. They need to buy that house quickly because they need to get their kids in the school system, and there's all kinds of priorities and things that they're in a rush to do. Our lease is ending. We need to get into someplace else quick. You're showing your desperation, and now they may take advantage of that. So you need to keep that stuff to yourself. You can't show your poker face. You got to keep that poker face on. You know what I'm saying? Licensees must disclose any personal interest that the agent has in the transaction, including any relationship with the parties that you're helping sell or buy a house. Like if you're helping your mother buy or sell a home, or if you're a member of the Boy Scouts organization and you're helping them find a new campsite. You have to disclose the fact that you are a member of that organization. Or if you're buying a property for yourself as an investment, you have to put on the contract, first of all, that you are a real estate broker, salesperson, or salesperson, that you hold those licenses. Okay. And loyalty. Okay, so you have to be loyal to your client's interest there. Let's see. And then disclosure includes notice. Any information the agent gains knowledge about must be reported back to their client, and they can decide what they want to do with that information. But we cannot keep it to ourselves. Any information we find out about, we have to report it back to our client. Like if we discover any problems in the property, or that we learn that the other party is willing to pay more or accept less because they couldn't keep their mouth shut. That's their problem. We have a fiduciary obligation now to report it back to our clients. So if a listing agent, for example, let the cat out of the bag and said, yeah, I think they're a little flexible. I think they'll, as long as you keep it above a certain amount, well, now you have an obligation to report that back to your buyer. You have to say, hey, listen, interesting conversation I had with the seller's agent. I asked them if the seller was willing to accept less, and they said as long as you keep it above this amount, that they should accept it. So what do you want to do? Make a full price offer? Come on, it's ridiculous that they would do that now, knowing that the seller will accept less. But we have that obligation to report it back. Whether they accept it or not is another story. But we have to report back to them the information that we learn. So remember, though, when you're acting as a dual agent, you're always privileged to certain kinds of information that you should have kept to yourself and had loyalty to the client about. But you can't put one client's interest above the other. So when acting as a dual agent, remember, you can't disclose any information. Okay. If you do, you could be held liable for damages or the loss in value or money that somebody did not get as a seller, perhaps, or that the buyer had to pay more for if they knew about. All right, let's watch this little video about videos at open houses. People have security systems more and more these days, especially with the prices of them going down. More and more people, as technology becomes more and more popular, we're seeing these security systems in the house. So when showing homes, it's important to let your clients know not to talk about the property while we're in the property. Wait till we reserve your questions until we leave the house, and not by the front door, because sometimes people got the video doorbells too that they could spy on you. So always assume that somebody is looking at you and listening to you, even though the listening part may be illegal. And you need to let your clients know that too. If you have a seller as a client, you need to let them know they got a security system in that house, that they're not supposed to be eavesdropping in and listening on the conversations. And if they plan on doing that, they should at least put a sign by the entrance that says audio and video surveillance in effect. So this way they won't be considered breaking the law, because that's a felony. Much.
Over the past week, we've reported in depth on the local housing market, and we found out about a real estate warning regarding home cameras.
Now, this doesn't just affect people who are buying or even selling a house. It could very well change how you protect your home. Our Michael Wooten talks with the experts tonight in this Two on Your Side original investigation.
Whether it's driving down the street, buying something in a store, or just walking through a neighborhood, so much of what we do is now captured on camera.
It's a whole new world. Oh, there's no doubt about that. And somebody's listening always, and somebody is watching always.
There are about 770 million surveillance cameras worldwide. By the end of next year, that will pass 1 billion. And a lot of the new ones are going inside homes, with this type of technology becoming more and more mainstream. That's prompted a relatively new warning for house hunters.
We're telling buyers, be cautious.
Because your reaction could be recorded. Local real estate agent Barry Chubb now advises his clients to keep quiet while perusing a property.
Don't show all of your emotions because you might lose some leverage. You might lose some leverage and they may see these guys want.
A nationwide Harris poll commissioned for NerdWallet found among people who had sold a home, 15% said they used security cameras. That's a pretty high number.
That is a high number, and I expect it to keep going up as home security cameras become more mainstream.
Not everyone uses the footage to spy on potential buyers, but some do.
Eavesdropping one.
And noted constitutional expert Paul Cambria says that raises serious legal questions. For video, it all comes down to the expectation of privacy, meaning someone installing a camera in a living room would be very different than recording in a restroom.
I can video you without your consent as long as it's not a restroom or a changing room. And that's not a violation of the law.
But that's just for the video. Audio is very different. Just like with a phone call, here in New York State, you can only secretly record someone if you're part of the conversation.
This is also the case here in New Jersey.
It's known as one-party consent.
Any way that you overhear someone's conversation without their knowledge in a private setting is against the law.
If you violate the law in terms of recording someone's audio, it's a serious crime.
It's a felony. It's a 4-year felony, felony. So it's a very serious thing.
If someone wants to not break the law and they're selling their house and they have these cameras, your advice to them would be turn the audio off?
Well, that's one of the ways. The other thing is you could put up a sign that said video and audio recording in progress, that there would be implied consent.
Keep in mind, this goes beyond just people buying and selling homes. If you own one of the popular Ring doorbell cameras, for instance, you could be violating the law and not even know it.
So someone comes up to your house and they might be on the phone with someone or having a conversation with someone else. If you're listening to that and you don't have their permission to listen to it, it's felony.
With that said, it is a difficult crime to catch and prove. So Barry stresses to buyers,
keep your poker face while you're viewing the property.
And sellers should remember, a lot of buyers will be turned off if they see they're being surveilled.
In our survey, 25% of the buyers said that they would lose interest in buying the home if they found out that the seller was spying on them. So seller beware.
Using technology to get an edge, but potentially breaking the law in the process. So the Cliffs Notes version of this, typically video is legal unless it's in a bathroom or a changing room or something. Typically audio is going to be illegal unless you are party to the conversation or unless you make it very clear to someone, I'm recording this conversation.
So you make that clear by a sign or by telling them?
You can do a sign. You can tell them if you're selling your house, it's a good idea to tell your real estate agent to tell the buyer's agents, have cameras installed, put up the sign, or turn off the audio because audio really is the problem.
And a lot of these home security systems not only have video, but they have the audio as well.
And the chances of someone getting arrested and charged with this is very slim.
Right.
Yes.
But you could be breaking the law. And as he said, it's a felony.
It's a surprise because people think, hey, if it's happening in my home,
I can do what I want.
But
so don't show your emotions when you're looking at a home. Don't say, honey, I love this house. Let's buy it and overpay for it.
Keep it to yourself.
And don't say, what awful decor either.
Yeah, right.
The price might just skyrocket then. Interesting. Great report.
Thank you,
Michael.
So that is interesting. Here's one thing that a little tip I'll tell you. When showing properties, it's a good idea to print out the MLS printout for all the information of the property. Can you guys hear me? Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, my video froze there for a second, so I just want to make sure. Okay, yeah, so it's a good idea to do the MLS printout for the property. You carry the full printout and you give your clients the client version of the printout that has a little bit less information on there. But then as you're showing them each property, have them make notes as they're going through the property, make notes on that piece of paper. So then when we go outside or whatever, they have questions about it, we could answer them later. And then when you ask them about the property, you could say, okay, so is this a no? Absolutely not. Or are we going to still consider making an offer on this one? Because if you're not going to consider it, then let's just put an X through it now and let's draw an X through this property. It's once again a little bit overacting here on this part here, but this actually is very useful in making your clients come to a decision right up there on the spot. Is this property a consideration, or should we just exit off as an option? It really gets them thinking now because it puts them there on the spot to make a decision. Otherwise, you're going to be willy-nilly showing them a million properties and they're not going to make a decision on anything. You got to hammer them down and nail them down on what they like about it, what they don't like about it, and is this one that we're just going to cross off the list, or are we going to keep it on the list? It sounds kind of primitive the way that we just do it, just by putting a line through it on the paper. But things like that, this is how you deal with human emotions and such to get people to make a decision right then and there. It's actually quite effective way that I found that works. All right. Now let's talk a little bit. We got a couple videos here about realtor safety because I care about your safety too. So other than just teaching about this courses and how to get your license and how to make money, let's also keep an eye on our safety and well-being. So let's watch a couple of these videos as well.
You train for something like that and you pray that you never ever have to do it, and then you find yourself in that situation, and it's very surreal.
Well, she's grateful for that training and the quick response she got from Commerce City Police. A realtor sharing her frightening run-in with a man who pulled a knife on her during an open house.
9 News reporter Noel Brennan sat down with her this morning.
How strange it must feel sitting in this chair, sharing a story Donna Hetzler never expected to tell.
If I did not have my firearm, I would not be here today to talk to you.
Here inside the Commerce City Police Department, the realtor spoke about Sunday morning.
So I was setting up for an open house. I went into the place and turned on lights. And not too long after I got lights on, somebody knocked on the door.
A man who seemed interested in the place.
He was asking the right questions about how long it had been on the market. We talked about loans and what he might qualify for.
Nothing unusual, but he wanted to see the rooms upstairs.
We got into the master bedroom and he pulled a knife out. And I could not believe it was happening.
He showed the knife and a can of bear spray.
He asked me to take off my ring and to get in the closet.
Donna says she felt her life was in danger.
I have a license to conceal carry and I had a firearm, and I drew my weapon. As I drew my firearm and he saw that I had that, he doused me with bear spray. So at that point I could not see, barely see, and my skin was burning, my eyes were on fire. And so I fired.
Donna and police can't say if the man was hit, but he ran off and is still missing.
I want to believe the best in people. I don't want to think that there's terrible people out there that want to harm somebody. And so the initial thought was disbelief that this is not happening.
Donna was prepared for the day she trained for, but never expected.
I don't expect people coming to look at homes to have bad intentions, but you prepare for any situation.
So Commerce City Police, they're working to release a sketch of the suspect right now.
Yeah, they're not going to find him. But you get the idea over here. Always have your sixth sense on. And, you know, even though it's New Jersey, and New Jersey is one of these anti-personal rights, anti-Second Amendment states, you know, anti-gun states, whatever. There have been huge gains in recent years with the gun grabbers trying to take away people's Second Amendment rights. They're trying to chip away at the block too much, and it's backfiring on them. And so there's huge gains that have happened in the Second Amendment arena, even here in New Jersey and New York and these anti-gun states. So it is possible for you to get your gun easier if you wanted to get a gun permit to protect yourselves. You know, just like any job, when you deal a lot with the public, you never know with whom you're dealing with. So there is a possible danger, especially if you're dealing. I mean, you could be a pizza delivery person. You know, they get robbed all the time, right? You're dealing with a lot of people in the public. So you got to be aware of your sixth sense of who's around you and where you are. Otherwise, you could find yourself in a bad way. You know, thank God I was able to avoid any kinds of situations like this throughout my career. I've had a couple of close instances, but then I listened to my sixth sense, and then I was able to avert them very easily. Same thing for you. So I just want you guys just to be aware of your surroundings, because it doesn't matter what your job is when you're dealing with the public, and real estate is one of those jobs where you deal with the public a lot. You can find yourselves in these situations. All right, here's another one.
Next tonight, closing the open house. There's a growing danger to real estate agents. One broker in Iowa received calls so threatening, her company pulled employees off the streets. ABC's Lindsay Davis reveals the big risk to agents who often work alone.
Realtors on high alert tonight after an agent in Des Moines received a terrifying threat.
There's no commission check that's worth putting yourself in a dangerous position.
Managers of this firm say someone called one of their agents from a blocked number. The caller telling her that her name was picked at random out of a hat as part of a gang initiation, reportedly telling the agent they intended to bring harm to her and that they'd see her later that day. After hanging up, that agent called police. Her company shut down all scheduled open houses and pulled their agents off the street. That call is being taken very seriously in light of recent events. Just last year, Arkansas realtor Beverly Carter was found dead after being kidnapped from an open house she was hosting.
I'm a realtor. I was showing home and someone just robbed me.
And in Florida, 2 realtors robbed at gunpoint while showing homes to a burglar.
Is there something that you're in the back of your mind thinking, if something happens, this is what I'm going to do?
I always have my cell phone with me, and I generally have my hand always on the emergency button.
Okay, there was a lot that just went on right there. You said you heard that 2 agents in Florida were robbed at gunpoint after showing homes to a burglar. Okay. Yeah. Get people. It sounds like they just met somebody at a property and opened up the door to let them in. Don't do that. Always, at least for your first meeting with somebody, have them meet you at the office. You check their IDs. You could do background checks on them, or have them at least get a credit check done and let people know whom you're going to be with. You know, so this way there's less of a threat, and there's more of a knowledge that everybody knows who you're going to be with. There's less of a chance of something happening to you. Always meet somebody in the office. Don't just run out to the property to meet somebody there who you've never met before. That's a danger waiting to happen right there. You ask that person to at least come into the office for the first time. Go ahead. Somebody had a question?
I have a question. Yeah. So when you show open houses, are, the salesperson supposed to always go alone, or?
You could have somebody there with you as an assistant, or even just have a friend there who doesn't have a license that's there with you at the open house. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay. And then what else did they unpack? This other agent, she said, usually when I'm showing houses, I have my cell phone out and I have my finger on the emergency button. Okay. Well, we have an app for that opens up the lockbox, and there's an emergency button there for you could have contacts that are pre-programmed in there, and it'll automatically dial them. Or here's a feature in your cell phones that's built in. A lot of people are unaware of it. You don't pay anything extra for it, and Android phones and the iPhones have them built into them. It's called SOS. If you just drag down and then you search in the advanced features, you have to turn it on though. It's called SOS, the feature. And basically, the way it works is you set it up, you run through the settings, and if you tap your power button a couple of times, it depends on which device you have. With the Android, I think you could set how many times you need to tap it. But you tap your power button a couple of times in quick succession, it'll automatically use the GPS that's in your phone to send out a map of where you're at, exactly where you're at, along with a pre-typed emergency notification to people who you select on your emergency contact list. It could be multiple people that you select. It'll send out your GPS coordinates, your message, as well as record 5 seconds of video and audio and snap a couple of pictures using both cameras on your phone. So make sure it's not pointing at the ground, make sure it's pointing at whoever it is that you're there with, if you're tapping that and you have it there. So at least that person will get caught and you have some kind of a record of them. Okay. But but you got to understand the limitations of those things too. The person can still beat your butt, you know? So this is just in the area of, this is not going to protect you or prevent you from getting robbed or beaten or anything. This is only to help get them caught and to have some sort of a record on there and to send out an emergency notification for help, you know? So you got to be aware of those types of limitations that these types of devices have too. It's not like having a gun on you to carry to be able to protect yourself, you know, or, you know, even if you have a set of keys in your pocket, have your keys in your hand, you know, you can punch somebody in the face with it if you need to protect yourself. Okay. There's no rules in fighting for your life, right? So.
Realtors agree. In this business known for its open door policy, safety is key. Lindsay Davis, ABC News, New York.
And then there's tonight clip. And then there's another I got two more videos of this one instance, and then there's another one with Barbara Cochran. You know her? Barbara Cochran from Shark Tank, that the short blonde lady. She goes over some safety tips and things for realtors, and then we have some information there and tips for you.
What happened? A California realtor is recovering tonight after being attacked during an open house Sunday. Her attacker is still on the loose. And tonight, Fox 4's Rochelle Aline is live in the newsroom with why one realtor says this is a risk realtors face every day.
And Jen, as you're going to see pretty soon, it's tough video to watch, but that realtor tells me that this serves as an important reminder of those dangers that you said that they face every single day. Blood-curdling screams that are hard to hear, and video that's even harder to watch. A realtor in Los Angeles attacked at an open house earlier this week, and it's all caught on camera. We showed the video to a local realtor, Sandra Wall, who says the dangers are all too real.
My very first open house was a vacant house. And one of the things that they warn you is if somebody shows up at the very end of an open house and wants to see it, that's a red flag.
Hold on one second. We just saw the one, remember, where the lady got a knife point and she pulled out her gun? That was at the beginning of the open house. So it's not necessarily at the end of an open house in the beginning. You always need to keep your senses, your sixth sense open and attention to your surroundings and who you're around. You always got to look out for your safety. You know, some people tell you it's at the end of an open house. Listen, usually for me, in my experiences, a lot of the open houses were dead for the first half of the open house, and towards the end, that's when they get busy, you know. So you can't really go by that. You always just got to pay attention to what's going on around you and follow basic safety procedures.
Okay, someone did show up and used his car to block hers in the driveway of that home.
I didn't go into the house. I didn't go in. I stood at the foyer. And he did call from the back room, said he didn't like the view. And I said, that's okay. The view is actually out on the lanai.
Thankfully, that man left shortly after. Wall says she learned some safety tips like creating distance between you and a potential attacker in a realtor orientation. Here's a few more tips she says she still uses to this day.
Put the client in front of you, not behind you. Be really aware of your surroundings. Try to go with your instincts. Your instincts are usually right. If you feel like there's some kind of danger, there probably is, and better be safe than sorry.
And coming up at 11 o'clock, you'll hear from a martial arts expert who shares some safety tips we should all keep in mind. What happened?
Which comes up to the next one. This is the final video on this with Barbara Cochran.
Hard to believe, but even in this cold snap, people are already getting.
And in this video, we also go over open houses and why it's important to follow people around in those open houses when you're doing showing tours, some tips. So pay attention to this video a little more.
Ready for it, putting their houses on the market. As I mentioned, March is the most popular month to do it. But along with it come those open houses. But here's the question tonight. Are you opening your home to someone looking for something else? Here's Rebecca Jarvis.
Real estate agents are starting to salivate. Home sales are up, interest rates are low, and the economy is improving. You'd think they'd all be out there staging homes and pushing listings, right? So why is this room full of agents in New Jersey learning how to stab someone in the eye?
My son is in your eye socket.
They're taking a self-defense course specifically tailored for real estate agents because their job can be downright dangerous.
Being in the real estate business is one of the most high-risk businesses in the nation, and yet people don't know about it.
Real estate mogul and Shark Tank star Barbara Corcoran says you never know who exactly will be coming to check out that listing, and they may be walking away with more than the property fact sheet. There's been a recent rash of open house ripoffs, like this woman caught pilfering prescription pills from an open house and charged with felony drug possession. So what's a homeowner to do?
Medication so valuable, the wrong person is going to take it. Of course they're going to take it, so you must lock it up.
Now check out this guy facing multiple burglary charges for sauntering out of open houses with high-end jewelry. His lawyer told ABC News his client is innocent until proven guilty.
There's nothing wrong with leaving out a jewelry box, but make sure you have junk jewelry inside, not the real deal.
Why junk jewelry?
Because if you empty out the whole jewelry box, someone sees it, oh, there's the jewelry, oh, it's not here, they'll start looking to find out where the jewelry is.
But the danger isn't limited to homeowners.
Police say the realtor who was kidnapped was traumatized.
The agent you've hired to help you buy or sell your house could easily end up on the 5 o'clock news.
A local real estate agent says he did not think he would live to see his family again.
And it's not just dangerous, it can be deadly. In the last decade, more than 20 real estate agents were murdered, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Take the case of Beverly Carter, an experienced real estate agent who disappeared from a Little Rock area house she was showing last October while allegedly meeting a potential cash buyer. After a days-long search, her body was found in a shallow grave. The man accused of her murder giving a perp statement and later pleading not guilty to capital murder.
Bye, Beverly.
It's broken.
Now, they said that he was a potential cash buyer. Maybe that's an excuse that he gave to try to get her to come out and not go to the office. But either way, even cash buyers, you get them to come to the office with that. They should have that proof of funds letter from their lender then. And then you could also say, we could also look up a couple of other properties here in the office and the computer and see, maybe we could show you this house and maybe set up a couple other appointments in case you don't like that one as well. This way you have some sort of layers of security. Don't just rush out and meet somebody because they say, oh, I don't need to get approved for a loan, I'm buying cash. You know, don't get duped by somebody like that, okay?
Are real estate agents sitting ducks? They are. Nothing is more essential to the real estate business than a new customer.
Sorry about that.
And a new customer could be a good customer, or it could be the wrong customer.
And it's mostly female agents who are meeting Mr. Wrong Customer. Women make up 60% of the real estate agent population. And it is a requirement of the job to market yourself relentlessly to perfect strangers.
They know more about you than you would ever know about them when they show up at your home. Their cell number is on the business card. It's online. They blog about particular open houses. They talk about their children. And being open like that, of course, makes them a lot more vulnerable. Hey, morning, Trace.
San Antonio real estate agent Janice Tisdale had always been cautious, but a few years ago, she found herself in a perilous situation with a client and barely escaped with her life. It was a few days before Christmas, and Tisdale had arranged to meet this man, Emilio Maldonado, and his banker in a remote subdivision.
As soon as I called up, I said, "Where's your banker?" And he goes, "Oh, he couldn't come today." And I thought, oh, this is weird.
I think it's weird to expect a banker to come with you to an open house or to a showing. That's weird.
Tisdale did a lot of things right that day. She took off her diamond jewelry and made sure she had an escape route, just like Barbara Corcoran recommends.
I make sure foremost that I have an exit strategy. I open the gates on the back of the house. I open the back door. So if you were showing me this home, I would say, have a look at the bedroom. And you would make sure you're there. I keep my eye on you, but I want to stay by the door.
Corcoran says agents should realize they're already armed for combat.
You should have a cell phone in one hand, and in your other hand, you should carry your car keys. This doesn't look like it's a bad weapon, but cut someone in the face with it, you buy a few seconds to make your runaway.
As Tisdale and her client toured the vacant house, Tisdale's instincts were telling her to bolt.
And finally I said, "We really need to go." And I reached down to pick up with a lockbox. That's when he struck me over the head.
Maldonado was wielding a tire thumper used by long-haul truckers to check tire pressure, and now blood was gushing from the back of Tisdale's head. Maldonado held the 64-year-old grandmother hostage for 45 minutes until she was finally able to use her remaining strength to break away.
I was screaming. I just thought, "You're dead, Janice. You are dead."
In the distance, Tisdale spotted some teenagers driving a banged-up Honda Civic.
And here come those kids, and their window was down. So I just screamed, "Help me, help me. He's trying to kill me." And they slammed on their brakes, and 5 teenagers bounded.
Maldonado was arrested soon after. Now he's serving 60 years for aggravated robbery. And as for the teens who came to Janice Tisdale's rescue,
I have 5 more children now. So instead of 4, I have 9. Well, could a mother...
Well, actually, this mother wants one more protective friend. These days, when she shows properties, she brings along a Beretta Tomcat.
I'm so happy you're alive. Amazing. You. Yeah, just wonderful.
The shark and the survivor spoke via Skype.
I hear you teach all the new realtors what to be careful about. I bet one of the big lessons you're teaching is trust your gut.
That is the thing I end with, is trust your gut, because if you don't, you could end up dead, or you could have staples in your head like you did.
Get off! And that's why it may be good to get this kind of training.
Wow.
In case you have to take matters into your own hands.
It's like much more comforting to have this knowledge and to know I'm not helpless and how to get away.
And Barbara Corcoran has a lot more safety tips for selling your house safely. You can find them.
Yeah, that's funny. If you notice, a lot of these places where people are anti-gun, then all of a sudden, when something happens to them, all of a sudden they're pro-Second Amendment. But hey, do what you got to do to protect yourselves. All right, here's a more generic video about realtor safety that you guys could actually use this in your presentations when dealing with buyers and or sellers. This was actually pretty well put together, this one. I got this one from the NAR's Safety Tips videos site. So if you go to nar.realtor/safety, you could see a lot of resources and a lot of these things like windows to the law. You could see their safety videos, all kinds of software and applications and devices and things like that that are useful to you in the real estate industry too. That's where I get a lot of these things from. As you could see, they're based on this the root thing of nar.realtor. Let's see.
Real estate professionals are in a unique position that most working professionals never face. They often share their contact information openly with others, meet unknown clients, and walk through vacant properties, to name a few. It's because of the unique nature of this business that it's critical for all real estate professionals to have a personal safety protocol in place that they follow every day, with every client, every time. And that includes with you. So, what kind of safety protocols might your real estate agent take? When meeting you for the first time, your agent might not meet you at the property right away without first having an initial meeting at the office, regardless of you or your agent's gender. You wouldn't want to meet a stranger at an unknown location, would you? You do. No. During the initial meeting, your agent may make copies of your driver's license and pre-approval letter for their records. This precaution allows the agent to keep a record at the office of who his or her clients are and a calendar of appointments. When first meeting with your agent, we'll also discuss the types of real estate you're interested in and walk you through the process. Now your agent can arrange showings, meet you at properties, and schedule open houses to help you through the biggest financial decision of your life. When viewing a property, your agent may ask that you drive separately. Please don't be offended. This is a safety precaution for you as much as it is for your agent.
It's more than a safety precaution. I have found through my little people experiments that I do, you show far less properties to buyers when they have to spend money on their own gas, have to fight the traffic and drive from home to home to see the showings and to find parking and do all that stuff. They look at far less homes before they make a decision to purchase than when you're chauffeuring them around all over the place. You know, you can have somebody that wants you to chauffeur them around. You're showing them 60 homes. You know, when they're driving around following you, you could cut that in at least a third.
Not to mention, you may both have appointments to go to afterward.
Hey, this is cute.
When viewing a property, you may need to sign in with your name and phone number or show a photo ID. This is so the seller's agent knows who entered the house. If you were opening your home to strangers, you'd want to know who was there too. As you tour a property, your agent may walk behind you. This is not only a routine safety measure, it also allows you to see the room first and make your own impressions. And many agents won't go into attics, garages, or basements, but feel free to look around and let your agent know what you thought. If you want to see a property that's vacant,
Got potential.
your agent may only show it during daylight hours. Vacant properties should be seen during the day when you can see what safety hazards may exist, like a loose floorboard or any defects the house may have, like mold. When showing your property or hosting an open house, before opening your home to potential buyers, your agent may ask you to record your pets and remove jewelry, family photos, credit card receipts, artwork, prescription drugs, and valued possessions from the home. This is just one way your agent is looking out for you to keep your property and belongings secure. Your agent may bring a colleague to host your open house. If there are several potential buyers walking through the home, even better to have two agents on hand to answer questions and keep an eye on things. Safety is an important part of real estate, and we appreciate you respecting the protocols and processes that have been put into place to keep you and your agent safe.
So that's a pretty good video as a primer to send off to your clients before you ever meet with them too. You know, it goes over all of those basics that we've seen from those previous videos with Barbara Corcoran and whatnot, right? Everything from the worrying about from the seller's perspective, putting away the jewelry, the drugs, the medication, the belongings, things like that, or dealing with buyers and dealing with the showings, you know. So this is actually a pretty good video. All right, and here's one from one of NAR's attorneys about using things like mace and stuff like that.
Hi, I'm Deanna Romarowitz, Associate Counsel at NAR. Realtor safety is a top concern. According to the 2020 NAR Member Safety Report, 1/3 of NAR members felt unsafe at a showing or an open house. By taking proper precautions, such as the ones I'll highlight in this video, real estate professionals can stay safe while they work. First, create a personal safety plan that addresses common scenarios that can place real estate professionals in potentially risky situations, such as meeting new clients, showing properties, or hosting an open house. For example, the safety plan could include practices like driving separately from clients, arriving early to unlock doors and no escape routes, avoiding accompanying clients into basements, garages, and attics, and letting someone know where you are and who you're with at all times. Include any office safety protocols in your safety plan and be familiar with available safety tools and education provided by your brokerage. If you choose to include self-defense spray, such as pepper spray or mace, in your safety plan, be familiar with and comply with all applicable regulations for the purchase, registration, and use of such sprays. These regulations can vary widely. For example, Hawaii requires a license for pepper spray and limits the container size to a ½ ounce. Wisconsin limits the active ingredient in pepper spray to a 10% concentration and a 2-ounce container. Second, consider using available technology solutions to help keep you safe. At the touch of a button, web tools and smartphone apps can confirm a stranger's identity, conduct instant background checks, and even send your GPS coordinates and alert contacts if you are in distress. Be aware of the terms and conditions and limitations on the tools and apps that you use. For example, an instant background check cannot be used for any discriminatory purpose or to make decisions based on credit, tenant screening, or for any other purpose that would require compliance with.
Yeah, you'd only be doing that for your own safety, by the way. New Jersey is one of these weird states that passed laws that basically made ex-convicts a protected class. So you can't even do background checks for, like, if you wanted to do a rental, if you have a multifamily house or a house with an apartment you wanted to rent out, it's actually very rare circumstance where you could even do a background check, a criminal background check on somebody. Yeah. And anytime you deny anybody because of their credit, we have to follow the Fair Credit Reporting Act, which basically says that if you deny somebody for credit for any reason, whether they're buying a car, a house, or whatever, what have you, or a rental, that they can't. If you deny them, you have to supply them with a free copy of their credit report and the reason why they were denied.
Sorry. Third, be sure to apply your safety practices evenly and never use any information obtained in a discriminatory manner. Consistently applying safety protocols with client interactions will help avoid legal liability, including under the fair housing laws, which protect individuals from discrimination in connection with the purchase or rental of housing. Finally, immediately report incidents to local law enforcement and keep up to date on safety alerts through the Realtor Safety Network. The Realtor Safety Network issues alerts via social media about incidents of safety concern and emergencies warranting national attention, including physical threats to a realtor's safety or when a realtor or their immediate family member goes missing. You can report incidents online using the Realtor Safety Alert submission form to help keep your colleagues informed about safety incidents. Incorporating these practices into your daily business can help keep you and your fellow real estate professionals safe on the job. Learn about the Realtor Safety Program and explore the resources available to you at nar.realtor/safety. Thanks for.
They got some pretty good tools too, where you could do unlimited background searches on people, criminal history searches and things like that for like $20 a month. You know, keep in mind, all this stuff is tax deductible too. They are business expenses, right? So here's some of these tips and videos that I've given for you. You know, the NAR safety tips video, the how to set up your phone for that SOS feature with Android or iPhone. I got a couple of videos here for that. Here's only one of many tools called where you could do those unlimited background checks on people called Forewarn for about $20 a month. And I located this one through the Chicago Association of Realtors. It's called Forewarn. Then let's see, you got the NAR Realtor Safety page and network. But that Realtor SOS is pretty good. You can activate that one right now on your cell phones, and it's free. Now on my text message, what I do for my immediate one, because when you tap the power button quickly in succession, it'll send out that emergency notification. I put in there, please call the police, let them know where I am, I'm in danger. But before you do, first call me to make sure I did not butt dial you, okay? Because sometimes, you press the power button on your phone and it may not react right away because it has a brain fart or something, and you press it again. And you don't want to send out those accidental notifications where people are now calling the police because they think that you're in danger and you're really not. I've had I ride a motorcycle, and sometimes I go on these charity rides and such, and I put the cell phone on a mount, and I got this rubber elastic band that goes where the power button is, and I was putting it in place, and it hit the power button a couple of times, and later on, after the ride, I noticed I got a bunch of text messages from family members. They're like, "What's going on? Are you okay?" and everything. And I'm like, "Yeah, why?" I was just on a motorcycle ride. And they're like, "Oh, we're getting all these text messages. You're in danger and stuff." And then I looked at the text messages, and it shows you a copy of what the messages that you sent with your GPS locations, but also your pictures in that short little video clip. And you see me like this with a big smile on my face riding a motorcycle. It's like, come on, you can see I'm not in danger.
I have a quick question about the background checks.
Yeah.
So, this whole thing with the equal housing, the fair thing, whatever it is.
Yeah.
So when you rent, a property, a house or apartment or whatever, we're the ones who do the background checks on people, or?
We would.
Okay. Because I've seen on some applications when I've applied, for like apartments and stuff, that it says that you can't be denied the housing that you're looking for if such background appears, or
okay. Yeah. There were recent changes in the laws here in New Jersey. It's called the Fair Chance in Housing Act. It basically, I'm simplifying what it actually says, because I'm getting straight to the point of what this law does, because in recent years, all we hear about is everything is racist and everything is systematic racism and all that. So apparently, if you do a criminal background check on somebody and you turn them down because of their criminal record, because they were found guilty by a jury of doing something and they were in prison for a while, now they got out. You can't use that against them because the system is racist and they were probably in jail because of a racist system. It's listen, they were found guilty by a jury of their peers. It's not just a matter of they got arrested by a racist cop. It's not like it's not like that. There's more to it. And just assuming that everybody who's in jail doesn't belong there because of systematic racism is a ridiculous notion. I don't care what your color is, what your race is. When we get people in this class, I ask you, would you want to know if somebody has a criminal history before you rent to them a spare room in your house or an apartment in your other unit if you got a multifamily house? And they're like, hell yeah, especially if I got kids, So, I mean, race has nothing to do with that. It's about your safety. You would like to know if somebody was in prison for murder or rape or some kind of serious instance, right?
I have a question, so that I'm sorry that I interrupt you. So, from my understanding, when you are a rapist or like have all those type of not robbery or all that, but you have to register. So it has to be public knowledge that they, for example, in my house, if I search around here, if I have any convict or rapist or or something that had to do with kids or women, it should be reported, it should be shown, like that person needs to report.
I'm going to show you the database and the tools on that. That's for Megan's Law. You're talking about the Megan's Law Registry for sex offenders. So you could, we actually can't do searches of the Megan's Law Registry, but we could supply that information and give the link to our clients. So if it's of interest to them, they can search it and look at it. Okay, so
for example, if I own a house and I want to rent it, I can use that?
Sure. But if you're going to turn them down because of that, consult an attorney. Be careful. Be careful. There's very few and very rare circumstances where you can turn someone down. Only if they're subject to a lifetime sex offender registry thing because of the severity and degree of their crime and when it was done. And if you could demonstrate that there's a possibility that they may do it again. I don't know how you would demonstrate that. I mean, your acts of your past would pretty much tell me that you're a danger, right? That's the whole purpose of background checks, right? And doing those criminal checks. But listen, we are a very blue state, Democrat, Republican, and all that. But the meaning of what a liberal is today is way different than what it was in the past. We've got some extremes that we've gone to in recent years. And in New Jersey, Illinois, some of these states, we have passed some weird laws that seem to protect criminals more than they do the law-abiding citizens. And so there is very few and rare circumstances where you could actually deny somebody a rental. Look, you can't even call them. They're trying to be the language police now, that to the point that they changed the vocabulary. They used somebody who was in prison, we call them ex-convicts because you were convicted of a crime, you were sentenced, you were in jail. You're now an ex-convict because you're out of jail. You're no longer a convict, you're an ex-con or an ex-convict. But that has a negative sound to it. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to change the language. They actually now call them system-involved persons.
That's bullshit.
We're gonna you can't make it. It's like we're living in an alternate reality right now. It's so weird. We're going to go over this stuff in detail in chapter 4. Chapter 4 is all going to be about discrimination and protected classes and what you can't do, all about anti-discriminatory laws and stuff. And this is all actually classified under discrimination. It pretty much makes a mockery of people who actually have been discriminated against legitimately because of their skin color or race or religion or other things, because it's like lumping everybody in there now. Hey, you are a hardcore criminal, and now you're getting excused of that because the system is racist. I mean, it's really nonsense. But hey, it's the law now. So I've got my views. I don't qualm about them. I'll tell you what they are outright. And then you have your own opinion. Everybody's got an opinion. You know what it's good for. I'm gonna state the facts here for you. You guys render what you think about it yourself. But either way, I'm going to teach you the law and what you need to know and how you need to carry out your business because of these laws that were passed by these politicians that were elected by people who, whatever. You'll see how politics plays a big role in real estate. Everything from rentals to sales to zoning to there's a lot of aspects of it, to taxes. to where bus stops go, to where regulations on property owners before they could sell a home, what they need to do. Politics plays a huge role in real estate in all aspects of it. So it doesn't matter what spectrum of real estate or from the political spectrum that you come from, left, right, in between, or outer space, you just need to be aware how it affects real estate. This is why I talk about it in this class, okay? I don't care where you come from or what your beliefs are or whatever. You just need to be aware of the realities of how it affects people, all right? So the salesperson, let's look at the broker-salesperson relationship. Let's carry on with this now. We'll get to that stuff in chapter 4. Salespersons are responsible to the broker under which you're licensed because you're a representative of that broker. And salespeople have no authority to make contracts or receive compensation on their own. You do so through your affiliation with the broker under which you are employed. So you're an agent of an agent. You are therefore a sub-agent of your broker. An independent contractor, and you're most likely going to be an independent contractor, not an employee. So coming up, we're going to go over independent contractors versus employees. Do you guys know what the difference is between an independent contractor and an employee? What's the major difference?
I guess the W-2 versus, all the payroll processing and all that is under the employee, not under the independent contractor.
So to break that down, you're on the right track there, but I wanted a little a little simpler explained to me. I like things simple, stupid. So explain it to me like I'm an idiot.
You're not a W-2.
So what does that mean?
What?
So what does that mean, though, to me?
Isn't that like your
you pay your own tax? Like you have to do your own taxes.
Somebody just said it.
Like you're your own boss.
Well, they said about taxes.
That's what I said. You have to
taxes. Yes. You got your own expenses. You're responsible for paying your own taxes, your own insurance, etc. Whereas an employee, your employer takes out the taxes. You get paid the net after they take out the expenses. When you're an independent contractor, you're going to get paid the gross. You have to remember to pay the taxes at the end of the year. So set aside some money. Don't spend all that money that you're paid because you're going to have to pay taxes at the end of the year. But in order
you also have to track everything, like every expense and everything.
Yeah, because you want to minimize that expense of paying taxes, right? I mean, we hear all the time people who hate the rich, eat the rich, kill the rich, tax the rich to death. Okay, well, why? You could take advantage of the same loopholes that they got, until they fix the laws and simplify the tax code and stuff, you could take advantage of these same things. So basically, if you want to minimize how much you pay in taxes, then minimize your taxable income. How do you do that? Keep track of your expenses, your business expenses. You could write them off and lower your taxes lower your income that you're going to have to pay taxes on. So if you have business expenses like this class, you subtract this class expense from your income, and then whatever's left over, you pay taxes on. So basically, you subtract all of your expenses from your income, and whatever's left over, that's what you pay taxes on. Not the total income, but after all your expenses. You guys need a cell phone to do your real estate business? You need a new cell phone? Is it time for an upgrade? What about a laptop or a tablet? You need one of those? You're going to use that for business purposes? So therefore, it's going to be a write-off on your taxes.
Even your clothes, you can write up on your taxes. If you
let me say one thing first. I am not a tax professional. I know you used to be able to do that. I'm not sure if you still can. So consult with a tax professional on that one.
No, I'm saying it because I used to. So because my old job required me to some type of clothes. Yeah. So they have, I have a paper say that, they require this type of clothes. So, and every time, I had the receipts and, they pay taxes for that.
Well, it's one thing with uniforms. It's another thing when you have fancy dresses and suits. Okay. So I'm not sure where you're coming from. If it was like a required, like a uniform, that's one thing. If a job requires a uniform, it's another thing. If you're a salesperson and you just like nice suits and stuff to have that presentation come across, because you really need that for your business, right? To seem more professional. So can you still write that off? I know we used to be able to. I'm not sure if we still can on that though, because they did some changes to some tax laws. So I'm not 100% on that. Is all I'm saying. I know we used to. Can we still? I'm not sure. If it's a uniform and stuff, absolutely. But fancy clothes and dress, I'm shaky on that. I couldn't tell you for certain.
I know it's limited. Like
Yeah.
I know you still can because I have other businesses, but it's limited. They have a max.
Yeah. Your car, your vehicle. You know why rich people always ride around in SUVs? You know those big.
Because they it's a tax deduction.
Well, how come they do that instead of a Mercedes-Benz? How come they're driving around in these big, expensive, gas-guzzling SUVs?
It has to be over 6,000 pounds.
I was just gonna say it has to be over 6,300 pounds.
There's a loophole in the tax law. It's basically goes under the farm equipment type loophole, where basically if the vehicle is over a certain weight, you could write off that vehicle. So you really should have a tax professional helping you with doing your taxes, because also the fee that you pay that tax professional to do your taxes is a tax write-off. So keep track of all your expenses is all I'm saying. Your MLS fees, your testing fees, your school fees, your real estate licensing fees, any business cards or marketing or real estate websites or anything that you do for the business. It's a business expense. It's a tax write-off. You need a new laptop, buy that laptop. It's a business expense. It's a tax write-off. You need the vehicle, you could write it off, provided that you may have more than one vehicle. Otherwise, you have to track how much of that vehicle you're using for personal time versus business time, and it gets a little more complicated. So you could write off the cost of the vehicle. You could write off the insurance, the maintenance, the gas, all that stuff. But don't try to write it all off unless you have another vehicle for getting around doing your grocery shopping and stuff, because the IRS isn't stupid either. They realize you could be using it for personal reasons too. So if you have two vehicles, you could have one for business and one for personal. If you only have one, you have to keep track how much of the time you're using it for one or the other. And there's real easy ways to do this. Like if you get QuickBooks Self-Employed, they are QuickBooks Independent Contractor or QuickBooks Self-Employed version. They actually have something built into the cell phone that when you start moving faster than a human can walk, a message pops up on the screen. We notice you're going on a trip. Is this a business trip? And you select yes or no. And then if it says you say yes, then it says, would you like to enter the details now or later? And you can put in there later and then just fill it in later. And it keeps track of your mileage to meet the IRS's requirements. So when you file the taxes at the end of the year. So it makes it a lot easier than the old paperwork method of doing it.
What is that? The name of the?
It's QuickBooks Self-Employed or QuickBooks Independent Contractor. I'm going to have a link for it in this chapter. I'll have a link for it in this chapter coming up. There's also FreshBooks too. They do the same thing. It's just another version of that from a different company. So your internet connection, do you need a high-speed internet connection at home so that you could do a lot of research for clients when you're at home? You're going to use it for that high-speed internet connection for business purposes, aren't you? Write-off. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? You can link a lot of things to have tax write-offs to reduce your taxable income. Same thing the rich folks do. Don't hate the rich, learn from them. Right? Use the same things that they do. Remember Trump? He wasn't apologetic about it when he was accused. Don't you use all of these loopholes and everything? He's like, yep, I do. And he kind of shocked everybody. And he's like, hey, I don't make the rules, but as long as those rules are there, I'm going to take advantage of them. You'd be stupid not to. It's true, right? I mean, you would be stupid not to take advantage of these things. So take advantage of them while they're there. You know, until they change the law, use it to your advantage. Hell, the rich are, right? So that's the difference between independent contractor and employee. Okay, so here's the stuff that we just went over on the previous slides. These are just the screenshots for it. Okay, so independent contractor is basically self-employed. Here we go. Here's the answer that you were asking for. An independent contractor is self-employed and responsible for providing or paying for some of the expenses which may be tax deductible. So keep track of those expenses in a program like QuickBooks Self-Employed version or FreshBooks. So here's those two right here, okay? Now let me see if I could copy those links and give it to you right now. I do have it in the share, in that class links Word document, in that shared Google Drive. Let me see if I could get to this. Where are we here? There we go.
With a quick switch and also switch shared Google Drive, will that be available to us even after the training, or do you want us to download?
No, you guys can download these at any time. Every day after class, after each chapter that we go over, I usually upload the latest slideshow to the drive. So you guys will have access to them always. I'm not revoking your access to them. Okay. That was your question, right?
Yeah.
All right, so keep track of your income taxes, licensing fees, errors and omissions insurance, any membership fees or dues, any educational classes you take to learn how to do a CMA, for example, or your CE to renew your licenses, obtaining health insurance if such coverage is desired, any tools, equipment, or services you need. These are business expenses. By the way, if you take a real estate class, whether it's a CE class or not offering CE credits, it could just be a professional development class. You know, you don't have to take those only in New Jersey. So if you're on vacation somewhere like in Florida or Vegas or something, take a class while you're there. That just became a business trip. Your airfare, hotel, meals, it's a tax write-off now. Not your liquor bill. You cannot deduct your liquor bill, though. Just keep or the portion of the trip, the airfare and stuff for any significant other that may be going with you or family members that are going with you. You can only deduct your portion of that. Okay.
How would they know it's per se a business trip?
Because you're going to keep a receipt of that class that you went to.
Oh, you have to show proof that you.
If they audit you, have it ready. Keep it on file.
About to say, I'm about to, every trip I make, I'm gonna just write off the ticket.
Right? I mean, well, like I said, don't hate the rich, learn from them. This is what they do, right?
Is that true for international trip also?
What's that?
Can we do an international trip also, take extra course, say suppose in India? And I go because I'm going to India, I take a course in India.
Well, could you have taken that course here though? Huh? You know, that could be a question. They could start questioning that a bit. But what you could do is say, yeah, that you went to India to actually teach a course on something to some people, to try to get people who are coming here to the United States that you would then be using to try to sell them real estate. So it was kind of a business venture for you. I've seen people do that. I know a lady that actually started up the Asian Association of Realtors, and she's actually based in Edison. And when she started that up, she actually did these trips to the Asian countries, and she was doing now communications with them, and they had trips here and she had trips there, and other people within that Asian Association to try to build up business because you had a lot of foreigners coming and buying land and real estate here in the United States. So that's a business venture thing. So even though you could only do real estate in New Jersey within the United States, you're doing these foreign trips and stuff as business expenses trying to get people to move here. And if you can make that connection somehow, then yeah, you could write it off as a business trip. So employee works for someone else and their employer pay for all the tools that they need to perform their job and do their function, and they deduct the taxes from their income before they pay them. But an independent contractor, they basically have to do that themselves. So that's the difference between the two. Okay.
Sure.
Yes.
E&O insurance. How do we get that, or what's the process?
You get it through your broker. Your broker already has an errors and omissions insurance policy for the office for X amount of agents. Once they exceed that X amount of agents, they add on another agent. Now they have to go to a higher tier and they pay a different amount of insurance. But either way, your broker will bill the agents within their office and just add them to their policy.
Okay. So even though you're an independent contractor, that particular line item, your broker will afford that.
Well, the broker buys the policy, but they bill you as an agent. You will get a bill for that.
Okay. But they okay, got it.
So they pass on a portion of the expense to you. Okay. And that usually ranges anywhere from $400 to $600 a year. Now, it could be paid out a couple of ways. Some brokerages, they say you need to pay that up front before you step your foot in our front door to start working. Other ones, they say, we'll take it out of your first commission check, or we'll take a little bit out of each commission check. It also depends on how that broker is billed by the insurance company, because there's different types of insurance billing processes that they have. Some of them, they get a bill, they got to pay it up front every year. Other ones, they pay per transaction. Now, that's cheaper up front at the beginning, but the more business you do, it's a lot more expensive. So that's not really the ideal one that you really want. When starting out, it could seem attractive, but as you do more business, it's not. All right, so independent contractor versus employee. Let's do these highlights on page 34. Independent contractors assume responsibility for paying their own income and Social Security taxes. You see here, the broker could also require an employee to adhere to regulations like working certain hours and have certain dress standards and certain office routines, mandatory meetings and mandatory things that they have to offer or require of their employees. And if you're an independent contractor, there is no mandatory meetings, mandatory hours that you need to work. You're self-employed. As an independent contractor, the only difference is your broker is supervising you, but they cannot pay any insurance or any tools for you that you're using. Otherwise, you got to, in order to be considered an independent contractor, you got to follow the IRS's safe harbor rules, which dictate if somebody's an independent contractor or an employee. And if your employer requires you to work certain hours and do work certain policies or mandatory meetings, and they tell you how to do your job specifically, other than within the framework of the law, it is you're not an independent contractor, you're an employee. So your broker is not going to pay your E&O insurance. If you ever get a brokerage that the broker says, well, you're not going to ever get an E&O bill, we pay for that. They're green, meaning they don't know what they're doing yet, and they're going to end up getting themselves in trouble, and one day they're going to get sued. I've seen real estate brokerages that have been in operation for years, and then later on they got sued millions of dollars by their former independent contractor agents because they were actually should have been considered employees according to the IRS safe harbor rules, which now they were fine with it when they were working at that brokerage firm, but afterwards they got all bent out of shape and they got a little bug up their butt, and now they're suing their former broker. They got together, did class action lawsuits, and they sued brokerages for millions of dollars. I've seen this happen out on the West Coast. That this happened where the agencies provided all these tools and paid for all these expenses for their agents, but they were independent contractors. So they didn't take out the taxes and they didn't provide certain insurances and stuff for the for their agents, but for the things that they did provide that did not make them an employee, an independent contractor, they were able to get money out of them later on for that. So not good. Independent contractors don't pay salary. They get paid per hour. They could get paid per contract, per work, or per hour, but they don't get a salary. Salary, you're an employee. All right, so you may risk that relationship, and it could be construed an employer-employee with significant tax and regulatory consequences if you don't follow these IRS safe harbor rules that specify whether you're an independent contractor or not. So if you are an independent contractor, your broker cannot require you to work certain hours or have mandatory floor time or attend mandatory office meetings, etc. Here's a basic breakdown of independent contractor versus employee. If you're a salesperson, you work for the broker. Now, if you're an employee, you must have income tax, Social Security, unemployment tax withheld from your wages. You could receive employee benefits, and you must adhere to your office regulations. If you're an independent contractor, you assume responsibility for paying your own income tax and Social Security. You cannot receive any employee benefits whatsoever from your broker. And you can be told what the company expectations are, but they can't tell you specifically how to do your job. So broker's compensation can be a percentage or a flat fee, not a salary. Commission is considered earned when you produced a ready, willing, and able buyer, and the clients were under contract. So sometimes even when deals fall apart, you still may be owed a commission. Brokers may be entitled to a commission even if the transaction, there we go, that's what that means, that the transaction is not consummated and the deals fall apart due to somebody's breach of contract. These are all things that are coming up on the next slides. Procuring cause, even though we discussed that in the last chapter, we're going to discuss it again here. Procuring, what is and who is the procuring cause? What is a meeting of the minds? Commissions between the broker and licensee is established at the time of your employment with that brokerage firm, and it should be specified in your independent contractor agreement. So here we go. Let's just highlight all these notes, and then we move on to the next slide, like per my note here that says copy and notes and highlights, and then go to next slides for explanation. So let's just do that, and when you're ready, let me know. Anybody still writing, or you guys got it, or?
Need more time.
Okay.
Okay.
Done.
Good.
All right, everybody got it, or does anybody need some time still?
No, done.
Okay. So a ready, willing, and able buyer is one who is prepared to purchase on the seller's terms. They're financially capable, and they're ready to take positive steps towards consummation of the transaction. We usually don't get paid until the actual closing takes place and the transfer of title, the ownership. However, if the transaction falls through when you're under contract due to one party's breach of contract, we could still be entitled to our commission, although we'll probably have to sue somebody to get it. Is it generally a good idea to sue people that are your clients because the deal falls apart or they broke the terms of the contract? Well, I guess it may depend. So here's some examples of where that could occur. The owner simply changes their mind and they refuse to sell. So you get all the way down to the closing table and seller's like, you know what? I changed my mind. I don't want to sell. I think values are going to go up more. I'm going to get more for it later down the road. Would you sue them to get your commission?
I would have.
It'll probably be more expensive to go through this process of suing someone else.
Well, you can be pretty sure that if they waited till the closing to occur for that to happen, the buyer's going to sue them. And the buyer's agent probably will too. But as far as would I sue them? How do I measure all my decisions by? What was that saying that I said earlier? You guys recall that?
Oh.
Is the juice worth the squeeze? I mean, how much is this property? What's the commission going to be? Versus my legal costs, you know, and my reputation. Because, you know, you don't get a good reputation suing your clients because they change their mind, right? But what if it's a $10 million property? Sue? There's defects in the title, the owner refuses to cure them. Like there may be outstanding liens on the property, but they're refusing to pay for some reason, even though they promised to deliver this property free and clear of any liens and encumbrances. The owner commits fraud with respect to the transaction. Oh, I don't know. Maybe they got their girlfriend to pose as the wife and sign, you know, I don't know. There's a lot of ways fraud can occur. Owner is unable to deliver possession within a reasonable time. I don't know. I guess you collect a lot of junk over the years and getting your stuff out. And, you know, if the deal falls apart because of these things, the owner insists on terms not in the listing. For example, adding restrictions to the deed on how the property can be used. That's an interesting one. The fact that you could even do that. Did you guys know that when you sell your property, you could put a restriction in the deed as to how the next owner can or cannot use the property? I mean, it's pretty straightforward when it's residential property, although there are restrictions you could still put in on that. But this is more common in commercial, although you may see it in residential too. For example, Shell gas station may be selling one of their old properties they don't need anymore. They could put a restriction in the deed that says that the property can never be used as a gas station again. And now all future owners of that property, even if that person they sold it to sells it to someone else, all future owners are bound by that restriction. It can never be used as a gas station again. And what if somebody violates that? Well, if Shell finds out about it, they could take you to court and require you to turn the property back over to them because you violated the terms of the sale. Interesting. Those are called deed restrictions or restrictive covenants that are placed in deeds. A covenant is a legal promise, as long as they're not illegal restrictions.
Question, would that work with, let's say, a property that has, I don't know, a tree of some sort of fruit, let's say, and the person sells the house with that tree and wants that tree to be there. And if the new owner just knocks it down.
Sure, that's a bit of a wacky one, but yeah, there's nothing illegal about it, right? You could say, we're going to put a restriction in the deed that that old apple tree cannot be knocked down. If it falls down on its own, it's one thing, but it cannot be cut down, knocked down, or abused in any way that would cause it to die or fall down. Okay, yeah, you could put a restriction like that in the deed.
Would the old owner still have
a restriction in the deed that says no alcohol can be present or consumed on the property?
Oh, they can do that too?
Sure. But the buyer would have to agree to accept that restriction in order for it to be created. And then all future owners are bound by it. Now, is that going to limit the value of that property now? And the desirability of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes it harder to sell in the future. Some people may like to enjoy a glass of wine or a drink every now and then, you know? So yeah, you're going to definitely limit the audience of people who are willing to buy that property if there's a restriction that says they're not allowed to drink in their own house. And if you do, you could lose your house.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Can you put a restriction to where the property cannot be ever sold after the person has purchased the property?
No, that's an illegal restriction. It's too restrictive. What if somebody falls on hard times or whatever? You know, you can't also place a restriction in the deed that says that you could only sell it to family members because you want to keep it in the family. You know, a better option for that would be to create like a family trust and to put the real estate in a family trust, you know. But this is, yeah, that's too restrictive. That would be an illegal restriction. You know, same thing as like if you said, well, this property can never be sold to a Muslim or to a person of color, or, you know, you can't put in illegal restrictions like that. That would be discriminatory either. Okay, both parties mutually agree to cancel the contract. Okay, well, where does that leave us? Out of our commission, but we could sue them to get it. But generally, it's not a good practice to sue them. But like I said, what if it's a $10 million house or $10 million commission? Sue. Unless those are the regular types of clients that you deal with. And then you may not want to do that because then they may not want to deal with you anymore. All right, so this is not a bad slide. See what I did? I took a picture of it with my eyes. Okay, what is a procuring cause? It's when two buyer's agents are in dispute as to who is owed the commission. The one who could prove they did the most work leading up to the sale, therefore being the cause of the sale, will be the one who is owed the commission, although this may be difficult to prove. It's not always determined by the person who had an exclusive buyer's agency agreement signed. It could be maybe it's the agent who did the most work leading up to the sale, not just having an exclusive buyer agency agreement and showing them a property. If somebody else puts in a contract now, then it goes through attorney review, then they do the inspections, and then they move. The more work that the other agent does, the more they become the procuring cause. So it's difficult, and it could be difficult to prove. But what is a procuring cause? It's the agent who is owed the commission because they did the most work to effectuate and be the cause of that sale. They procured the sale. Now, if you have an exclusive buyer agency agreement in place, you can at least help establish your evidence that at one point you were the only agent involved in there, and when exactly did the other agent get involved? A procuring cause complaint would not be filed with the real estate commission, though. That gets filed with your local realtors association.
I have a question.
Shoot.
That can happen working with the same broker. Like, for example, if I have other sales associates, we both working on the same property, and for some reason they have a client and I have a client. So if I work more, so that the commission goes to me, but because he's there.
What are you talking about, between two agents at the same brokerage firm?
Yes.
Well, whose client is it?
Well, let's say the one has the sign and the other one is doing the work. So they both working on the same
Okay, wait, hold on a second. I'm trying to make a point here. Whose client is it?
The broker.
The brokers. You got it right. So it doesn't matter which agent of that broker it is, it's still the broker's client. So this is actually disputes between agents from different agencies. Disputes within agents within the same agency, your broker should have a policy on how they're going to handle disputes among their agents. And ultimately, it would be up to the broker to decide. Brokers handle their own company and their own employees. Okay, so that would be up to the broker. When it comes to agents from competing firms, that's when you file those procuring cause complaints.
Okay.
Okay. Now, when you have two parties to a contract and they come to agreement on all the terms of that contract, it is said that they've come to a meeting of the minds. We're here, we're on the same wavelength. You know what I'm saying? We've come to a meeting of the minds. So a meeting of the minds is when all the parties are aware of and in agreement on all the terms and details of the contract. Now, the school exam focuses more on the aspects of the financials. So the school exam definition of the meeting of the minds is when the parties are in agreement on price, down payment, and how you coming up with the rest of the money, the financing method. But for state exam, it's the broader definition. When the parties are in agreement on all the aspects of the contract, all the details of the contract, and agreement on all those terms. A kickback is illegally giving anything of value to a friend in exchange for a lead, or anything of value to any unlicensed person, or back to the seller, because sellers can't get rebates legally. So kickback is giving anything of value to an unlicensed person, basically. So that's a kickback. First of all, who can you pay? Nobody. Right? Now, buyers of a primary residence can receive rebates, those buyer rebates. Therefore, it's not a kickback. But be sure to follow the laws and rules regarding paying buyers' rebates. The broker needs to allow it. The broker needs to allow it for you to offer one. What? That doesn't even make sense. I need to retype this a little bit, don't I? Where is that? There we go. So rebates, and the broker needs to allow it for you to offer one. Okay. Here, let's word this a different way. You cannot offer a buyer's rebate unless your broker allows them. Comma, or period. The agreement must be in writing from the onset of the relationship with the buyer that you're offering a rebate, how much it is, and it can only be paid as a direct deduction from our commission at closing in the form of a credit or check. This is usually done by the closing agent, not licensees. Buyers must also be informed to consult a tax professional about getting the rebate, because there may be tax consequences pertaining to that. All right. You guys may want to snap a picture of this. We talk about meeting of the minds definitions and kickbacks and buyer's rebates, which all are on exam. And the book is not so clear in their definition of these things. All right, so a kickback is illegally giving anything of value to a friend in exchange for a lead, or to an unlicensed person, or back to the seller who can't get rebates. Buyers of a primary residence can receive rebates legally, therefore it is not a kickback. Closing gifts to buyers should be limited in value. Keep it below $25 or not too much above it. So it can in no way be interpreted as being a kickback. So if you're going to give some sort of a closing gift to your buyers, you get some people, they give a bottle of wine or something. Yeah, I really don't like that, because that's maybe they don't drink, maybe they don't like wine, or what are they going to remember you for? A headache, that the splitting headache they got after they finished that bottle? You know, I like to give gifts that are more business related, that I could also write off on my taxes, that also can be used to prospect to get more business. Like branded cutting boards, or maybe getting them a nice portrait made up in a form of like a caricature of them and their family in front of the house. And then it has your company logo and your information down there in the bottom right, discreetly on the picture somewhere. But it's still there, so that when it's got that wow factor and they got it hanging in their living room, people say, "Where did you get that?" Oh, I think that the agent's info is there in the bottom corner somewhere. You know, it's really sharp looking and it's not that expensive. You know, the branded cutting boards, these nice high quality, you know, like branded with the burnt in logo on one side of your company and information, or your contact information. And on the other side, they got their family name burnt in on it, you know, and put into the thing, you know. It looks really nice. Those are pretty sharp. Or you could get a customized magazine subscription. I don't like the email magazines, because they could just be going to spam. You don't know if they ever get it. Those customized magazine subscriptions are pretty sharp from a company like Reminder Media. Now, let me show you what that looks like. Oh, we got a lot going on here. All right. So here is a company called Reminder Media. And you can see here's one of their magazines. I think they got like 3 different types of magazines. And you see it's got the real estate agent's picture on there, her company logo, her contact information, compliments of her name, you know. And it looks like it's a custom magazine that she created, right? That it's basically branded to you, the real estate agent. And your clients will get this quarterly for, you put them up on a couple of year subscription, and it's got all kinds of things like professional stories and photography and things about like how to do repairs or decorate or, you know, have a planter box and start a garden or this and that and the other thing. You how to do decorations during certain holidays. You know, a lot of people really, really like this magazine that you set them up on. I've had clients in the past that I set them up on a couple of year subscription. They call me up and they said, you know, they said who they are, and I was just like, I didn't even remember them, to tell you the truth. And they were like, yeah, you know, can you, I stopped getting that magazine that you were sending me, you know, your magazine. Can you put me back on the list to get that? She's like, I really love that magazine. And, you know, I haven't gotten it from you in a while. And I was like, oh, yeah, sure. Who are you again? What's the name so I could put you back on there? You know, and then I just re-up them again on that. But it's pretty good because it keeps you in front of them. And it's not a bad idea that if you got people on these lists like this and you're giving them these things, follow up with them, give them a call, see if they're still getting the magazine and if they like it or not. You know, see how the new house is going now that they've been living there for a couple of years. Maybe they're ready to sell, or maybe they know someone else who's looking to buy or sell. It's a good way to prospect for business. You could do follow up with your past clients. You know, and by the way, if you ever do follow up with past buyers and sellers as clients, you may want to reach out to them and just see, you know, how they're doing, how's the family, all that stuff. You get the small talk out of the way and then say, you know, I hope you are happy with my services that I provided for you, you know, and as you know, in real estate, our business relies heavily on referrals. So I was just doing a follow-up call, seeing how you're doing. And then to ask you a question, if you don't mind, out of everybody you know, friends, family, coworkers, who do you think would be next to make a move, to buy a house or to sell? Who do you think would be next to make a move? I'm not asking, do you know anybody looking to buy or sell? That's a closed-end question. The answer is yes or no. I'm instead asking them to scan their minds. I said, out of everybody you know, friends, family, coworkers, I'm giving them hints. Who do you think would be next to make a move? So now it's causing them to think, and then by nature, people try to be helpful. So they'll scan their brains and they'll see if they know anybody. Oh yeah, I think there's this one girl at work. Okay, would you mind introducing me to her? Let her know that I was your agent and how helpful I was and how you appreciated and liked my services, so that you could give me an introduction. You know, and you know, usually people wouldn't mind doing that. And when that happens, let me ask you a question. If you're looking to buy a house and you're getting a recommendation by somebody who actually used a real estate agent, versus a real estate agent, if she were just to give me that number of that person and I just reached out to them, which would probably work better? Somebody introducing you to their agent, or just some agent calling you out random and saying that they know somebody that you do?
Somebody referring.
Yeah, so I mean, with that introduction, so it's actually not a bad way to try to prospect for business too from your past clients, even clients that you may have just closed on a deal with. You could just say, well, I hope you're happy with the home, and I hope everything goes well for you. I'll keep in touch if you don't mind. But as you know, our business relies a lot on referrals. So out of everybody you know, friends, family, and coworkers, do you know anybody else that's next to make a move? Out of everybody you know, friends, family, coworkers, who do you think is next to make a move? Okay. Make sure you phrase it in a way that it's not just for a yes, no answer, though. Okay. Otherwise, that's a closed-end question. We want to have an open-ended question. So let's see, you guys can sign people up for a lot of these different magazines that they got. What do they got here? Branded magazines. I think they got several different kinds. You can even get samples from this place. It's pretty cool. Very professional writers, photographs, but it's all branded to you. It looks like it's a custom magazine that you make, that you publish. It's pretty neat. So once again, that's Reminder Media for real estate agents. I'll put, even though this is in our shared Google Drive, this is in that class links Word document. I'm going to also put it here in the chat window for you. All right. All right. So did everybody get these highlights here? Page 36.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
All right, so buyers of a primary residence can receive rebates legally, therefore it's not a kickback. The rebate must be in writing and signed at the beginning of the business relationship, explaining that the broker is offering a rebate, how much the rebate is, and that the rebate will be paid in the form of a creditor check at closing. An agent cannot offer rebates unless their broker allows it, and all parties to the transaction must be made aware that there is a rebate. The buyer must be advised to consult with a tax professional about receiving that rebate and the possible tax consequences of receiving it, especially in advertisements. Here's a real estate agent who did not do this. Instead, he paid out a rebate in cash out of his own commission, and he got a fine for that of $7,500 because he didn't follow the rules. How messed up is that? You give your client, how did they even find out? Who filed the complaint on this? That's crazy. He had to complete an additional 3 hours of CE and paid out $7,500 fine because he paid a rebate to a buyer out of his own commission, out of his pocket, and gave him cash. It has to be a direct reduction from your commission in the form of a creditor check at closing. All right, sales compensation. We're going to go over this and we'll pick up here after lunch. So the salesperson's compensation is determined by your independent contractor agreement that you have with your broker that you sign when you signed up with them. It's usually going to be a commission split. Those commission splits can be set up in many, many, many different ways. You could have them, the split just set up based on a commission schedule with your broker, and commission schedules are usually based on your income. So you start off at one amount, and as you achieve different income goals, then the commission split automatically changes to a different amount. There's many different commission schemes out there. You have some that are tiered like this. You have some that charge desk fees. You have some that don't. You have some that have franchise fees or technology fees. You have ones that have 12-month rolling schedules, or you have those that reset every year. You got to know the devil's in the details for those commission splits. I think I'm going to put together some kind of a video about all these different kinds of commission splits, because this could be a long conversation. If you guys want me to ever look at any for you, I could look at them and go over them with you when interviewing with your brokers or to be. But there's many commission schemes, and this is really not the place because there's so many different ways that could be set up. But keep in mind, if you're a member of a franchise, those franchise fees also get taken off the top before you're split with your brokers for the privilege of using big names. So your commission split is determined by your employment agreement there. Make sure you ask your brokers, what are all the fees that you have to pay? What fees will be deducted per transaction, franchise fees, etc. And salesperson's share of the commission must be paid by the broker to the agent within 10 days or as soon as the check is cleared. We learned that as part of your employment agreement as well. And you can see that here. Within 10 days of receipt by the broker or as soon as the check is cleared. So, creation of agency with the seller and the buyers is created by that written employment agreement, that independent contractor agreement. It creates a special agency relationship, and it should be in writing. The CIS form is the consumer information statement that discloses to the consumer how our agency can work with them. Between a broker and the seller, we have exclusive listing agreements, I'm sorry, which that is your listing contract that determines your commission that's going to get paid to your company. How much are they going to pay us when we sell their home or lease it out? Between a broker and a buyer, we have the exclusive buyer agency agreements. We've gone over these things before and explained them in chapter 2. I went over that with you, right? So the exclusive buyer's agency agreement. And then we have, let's see, the CIS form, page 45, needs to be the first document we give to anyone we intend to do business with. First document we give to anyone we intend to do business with. It's only required for residential real estate. So they tell you if the first discussion takes place by telephone or in a social setting, the seller or buyer must still be verbally informed about the different agency relationships. And then at your next first in-person meeting, give them that CIS form. That's the commission's recommendation. And these CIS forms are to be retained by the broker for 6 years. Just like all of our record keeping. We keep all records for 6 years, except for 2 things: expired listings and unaccepted offers, which we keep for how long?
6 months.
6 months. There you go. So CIS form, we give that to people before we even talk to them about their finances or their motivation. So here's that. Here's another form here about the CIS. Another slide, rather, about the CIS form. CIS, Consumer Information Statement. Safe to give to anyone you intend to do business with, even if it's only required to be given to owners and buyers, renters of residential transactions. It's not required for short-term rentals or for commercial buildings or multi-unit apartments, more than 4 units. CIS is a disclosure of business relationships. It says how your agency intends to work with or represent somebody. The first document you give to anyone you intend to do business with. If working as a disclosed dual agent, you have to inform that person that you're going to be working as a dual agent and get their implicit permission by having them sign an informed consent to dual agency agreement. Now, there's 4 versions of this form: one for a seller, one for a buyer, one for a tenant, and one for a landlord. We went over this when I explained that in that video yesterday. I showed you of me fully explaining the CIS and the informed consent to dual agency. It's required before any discussion of the consumer's motivation or financial situations initiated. And it's the first thing, once again, it's the first thing you give to anyone you intend to do business with. And if you're going to modify this and put it on legal paper and fold it up as a brochure, don't change the font size. The law specifically says it has to be a minimum 12-point font size. Can't shrink it down. Anybody need to snap a picture of this slide before I change it or no? No. No. Okay. So the disclosure of agency, we do that with the CIS form. This is the first page of it. It's on page 46 and 47 of this book. We have the CIS form. And you should highlight on this form, that it is a disclosure. It's not a contract. It's basically, so you could tell people when you're showing this to them, you may obtain legal advice about these business relationships from your own lawyer. This statement is not a contract and is provided for informational purposes only. And by asking them to sign this form, you're just asking them to acknowledge receipt of it, that you've given it and provided it to them as you're required to by law. Don't make a big deal about it. So how do we terminate agency relationships? Well, let's put a highlighted box around this on page 48. The different ways we could terminate an agency relationship, same way we terminate listings. Death or incompetency of either party. Incompetency means you're not of sound mind. You go insane, you get Alzheimer's, dementia. You can't be in contract with somebody who's not of sound mind, right? Or dead. Destruction or condemnation of the property. It's unsafe to enter. Or condemnation could also have an alternate meaning. That is, the condemnation is could also be dealing with eminent domain, which is the power of the government and certain quasi-governmental bodies to take the property from a private citizen with just compensation if it's needed for greater public good. Condemnation is the court proceeding to take that property. But so if the property is being taken by eminent domain, but in this instance here, they're talking about destruction or condemnation of the property if it's unsafe to enter. That could terminate your agency relationship. You can get a new listing on that, though. Expiration of the term of the agency. Renew it. Mutual agreement to terminate the agency. Renunciation by the agent or revocation by the principal. Your client can cancel your listing there or your agency relationship. But if they cancel the agency relationship, it doesn't necessarily cancel the contract. So if they try to relist that property or sell it on their own, they still may be owing us a commission. We need to inform them of that if we're in this situation. So if the owner tries to cancel that listing, that agency relationship, we need to inform them that if they still sell the property on their own or then try to relist it with another agency, we're still entitled to a commission because that does not relieve them of their contractual obligation to pay us a commission if the property sells before the expiration of the listing term. Bankruptcy of either party. The purpose of bankruptcy is to get people out of contractual obligations, not to enter into new ones. Usually if somebody's in bankruptcy, you're not going to be able to sell their property. So that being said, you think it may be important to ask when going in to get a listing, is your property distressed? Meaning, are you going through divorce, bankruptcy, foreclosure, etc.? If the property's in bankruptcy, you're probably not going to be able to sell it. Not unless it's been discharged as an asset of the bankruptcy by the court. And that is so super rare. Completion or fulfillment for the purpose for which the agency was created. You sold the property. Congratulations. Get on with your life. You don't need an agency relationship with them anymore. Okay. Now, having the buyer as a principal, we usually should have an exclusive buyer agency agreement in place with them. The payment of the fee does not create the agency because you could be doing the same thing as an agent does if you're working as a transaction broker. So agency is not created by the payment of a fee. It's done by some sort of an agreement or contract that's signed. The CIS form, the disclosed dual agency agreement, exclusive buyer agency agreement, or listing agreement. Payment options are retainer, flat fee, commission splits, or pay per showing, although some of these are not common in New Jersey. So many agents just show properties without any fees, and we usually don't get paid until we actually sell something.
Victor?
Yeah.
On the previous slide, the CIS form is an acknowledgement form. Does that constitute a contract?
No, but we check off on that how we intend to be representing somebody as of now.
Okay, so that portion would support it being an agency contract.
Correct. Agency agreement of how we intend to be working with you as of now. That's why it's always a good idea to enter into an exclusive buyer agency agreement or listing contract with them as well, and sign the disclosed dual agency agreement with them. But always give that CIS form and check off how you intend to work with them as of now. A buyer and disclose dual agent if the opportunity arises. A seller agent and disclose dual agent if the opportunity arises. Or exclusive if you're going to work one way or the other. Now, dual agency would be when either one agent is representing both parties in the transaction, or if you have two different agents from within the same company that are representing both parties in the transaction, it's still dual agency because you both are working under the same broker, under the same roof, the same agency umbrella, so to speak. Okay, so dual agency is not necessarily you as an individual working with both parties in the transaction. It could be you're working with one, another agent from your brokerage is working with the other, but your agency is representing both parties in the transaction, so it's still dual agency. And there's nothing wrong with dual agency as long as it's properly disclosed. Undisclosed dual agency, however, is illegal. You can't place, when working as a dual agent, can't place one client's interest above the other. Salespeople must remain neutral in these situations when acting as a dual agent. So therefore, an agent cannot provide the highest level of loyalty and disclosure to their clients when working as a dual agent, because you may be privy to certain information from the other party, but you can't blab it to the other. Okay. Now, in most situations, that should not be an occurrence anyway, because the agent on the other side should not be letting privileged information out to begin with. But you can provide more loyalty and disclosure to your client in the event that they do say something they're not supposed to. Then you have to report it back to your client. So the informed consent to dual agency, there's one on page 51 for the seller. While dual agency itself is not illegal, undisclosed dual agency is. Now, sometimes you could be hosting an open house. Somebody walks in that front door, you start asking them all kinds of questions, and you start giving them all kinds of advice, encouragement, and pretty soon they get the impression that you're representing them because you're so helpful. But they just walked into an open house. Who is your company really representing? The seller. So because of that, and how easy it is for some people to get that misinterpretation that you're representing them because you've been so helpful now and you're working with them, it's important that we give them that CIS form and go over the informed consent to dual agency before we start diving into their finances and motivation. Now, if you don't do that and you just enter into a contract with somebody, if later on that contract falls apart due to no fault of your own, you could still be held liable. Why? Because you didn't do something you were supposed to. Disclose your agency relationships, right? I mean, if it gets to the point that it goes to court and somebody sues you, you know, it's easy for an attorney to paint a picture that, didn't you take a real estate 101 class that taught you the basics about agency and representation? And weren't you supposed to disclose to every person that you work with who your agency is representing in the transaction? Aren't you required to give a document called a consumer information statement that also educates your client about that? then how come you intentionally did not inform the client that you were representing both parties in the transaction? Why did you intentionally hold that information and keep that to yourself and not tell them about that? Wasn't it true you were trying to take advantage of them? Yeah, you see how the dramas go on TV. Works kind of the same way. So that's where that conflict of interest come into play. And surveys consistently reveal that a large majority of buying public thinks they're being represented by a selling broker. Even worse, some brokers have that same impression because they don't know. New Jersey license law forbids an agent to represent both parties except with the informed written consent of both parties, and they do that by getting them to sign that informed consent to dual agency. The Administrative Code requires it, Title 11, Chapter 5, for which requirements on how disclosures are to be made. And a common situation is one in which a seller's agent comes to identify with that buyer, furnishing them that encouragement and advice, like when they walk in at an open house, and pretty soon they think that they're representing them. And if they are, then they're representing both parties without disclosing it and getting their implicit permission. It's even worse. It's undisclosed dual agency. It's now illegal. Don't break the law. Disclose, disclose, disclose. You're not taking advantage of anybody by disclosing who your agency is representing. So here's a sample of that informed consent to dual agency agreement. There's 4 different versions of it. This is the one for the seller. You see it says the seller on top. And we went over this yesterday. I went over the video for you about the CIS form and how I linked it all together in a storyline, how the CIS, and then you get them to sign the informed consent to dual agency. You're working as a dual agent, what the pitfalls are and all that stuff of it. So that's basically it. So undisclosed dual agency and conflict of interest, like I said, I gave an example already where somebody walks into the open house and whatnot. And if you fail to ever disclose the fact that who you're representing, and now you're working as a dual agent, you get into a contract, the deal falls apart, you could end up finding yourself in a lawsuit like that. So they say claims of damages when transactions fall through could occur only if you fail to disclose the fact that you were operating as a dual agent. Now, you should be able to prove this because you should have the paperwork. Brokers are required to have that paperwork on file for 6 years. So even though you didn't, whether you enter into a contract with somebody or not, you should keep that paperwork for at least 6 months. And then if you enter into a contract with them, 6 years, you put that CIS form, informed consent to dual agency, have it all in that transaction folder. Agent purchasing seller's property without disclosing that they're an agent, that could be a problem. You have to disclose the fact that you're a licensee. Or if you're helping someone else, you have to disclose the relationship of the parties, right? So that's with that indirect interest in the transaction, like you're helping your relative, like your mother, find a home without disclosing the fact that your client is also your relative, your mother. Or if you're a member of the Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts and you're helping them find a new campsite, you have to disclose the fact of the relationship that I am a real estate salesperson or broker salesperson or broker with ABC Realty, and my client is my mother. Boom. And I is the Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts, which I am a member. You have to disclose that relationship. Nobody's getting disadvantaged by you disclosing that, so why not disclose it? Right? Law requires it. Do it.
Victor?
Yes.
Previous slide, the question, the third bullet from the bottom, agent purchasing seller's property without disclosing they're an agent. So if I'm an agent and I'm buying an investment property for my own sake, I still fall under this category?
Yes, agent purchasing seller's property without disclosing the fact that they're an agent. You have to disclose that you're a licensed salesperson with ABC Realty. That's it. Well, is that going to disadvantage you in some way?
No. I most people, I mean, not an agent yet, but it might not come to my, I'm thinking I'm a common man. I'm buying a property. I may not realize I have my agent hat on.
Well, you know what? In the past, we have to just remember to put that in the contract and write it in. But the contracts have been changed a bit so that here, I'm going to pull one up for you. Here, I'm going to pull up a sales contract for you, and you can take a look. Here's a sales contract. It starts with the opinion 26 notice being the cover sheet. You guys can see it, the real estate sales contract?
Yes.
Okay. Now it's actually integrated into the contract itself. Let me see, disclosure that buyer or seller is a real estate licensee. So that's in section 32. So now you don't have to remember to write it in. When you're using these standard sales contracts, we go down, see there's each section has a number here. There's line numbers and then there's section numbers. We got to go down to section 32. Getting close. This is what it looks like. Disclosure that buyer or seller is a real estate licensee. Applicable or not applicable. If you're buying it, applicable, you write your name and check off what license type. And that's it.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Now, if you're using one of our standard sales contracts, that's one thing. If you're using a custom sales contract, purchase contract, that's a different story. Okay. But it's built into the contracts now, so you don't forget. Because like you were thinking, a lot of agents may forget to enter that in there. So here's that example where I was saying that if you're a member of a Boy Scout, or if you're helping your mother buy a property, or if you're buying a property for yourself. But here's an interesting one with the conflict of interest, though. This is on page 50, by the way. This one's pretty interesting. Let's read this part. It says, conflict of interest could occur when an agent's called to a listing interview. You're planning on getting a listing. You're meeting with a client, potential client. And then you find out that that seller is ready to let the property go at a ridiculously low price. Courts have held that even though the property is not yet listed by you, the seller is relying on your expertise and may become your principal. So the licensee who decides to buy that property immediately without notifying the seller of its true value is operating under a conflict of interest of your own interest versus theirs. So basically, you don't just say, yeah, I'm here to get the listing. How much do you think your home is worth? And then they tell you a ridiculously low price, and you know it's worth like way more than that. And you'd be like, you know what? Forget about the listing. I think I like this property. I think I may be interested in buying it. It's in my price range. You're taking advantage of them. You're not actually disclosing to them what the true market value is, because you were there with that full intent of getting a listing. And now you're there with the intent of ripping them off. You see how the conflict just changed right there. And I've seen agents do this, and even years later, they could end up getting sued and they could be held responsible for paying the difference of what they actually bought it for and what the true market value of it was. I know somebody down the street from me, there was a property that sold a couple of years ago. And when that property was listed, I looked for it because I seen the sign up there, and I was like, wait a minute, it was listed and sold the same day. Huh, what happened here? And then I look and I see the agent is the one who bought it. And I was like, oh, how much did this sell for? It didn't show yet. I had to wait for it to actually reflect in the records. And I seen how much it sold for. And I was like, damn, they got ripped off. There was a little old lady there. She was living there all her life. She probably bought the property for a couple of $1,000s, like $8,000 or $10,000 or whatever it was back in the day when it was built in the 50s. And now she knows the property values went up tremendously over the years. So she sold it for $150,000 and probably thought she was making out like a bandit. In the meantime, that property was worth double that. She got screwed by that real estate agent, and that was wrong. Now, is the family filing a complaint? Does she have a family? If she finds out later that she got screwed over, she could sue, but will she even know to? You know, if that happens, that agent deserves to get their license yanked and sued, and they sued and screwed because the way that they treated people, you know. I noticed that was an agent that wasn't even from this area, so I was really looking and really curious about that. And now today, about 2-3 years later, it's worth about double that. So properties over here now going for 600,000. You know, it's crazy how the values are have gone through the roof. All right. So that's the conflict of interest. Nothing really to study here, but you guys may want to put a little bracket around that as an interesting factoid there for your interest and to know on page 50. That's the last 2 paragraphs on page 50. All right, so now let's get into material information. Turn to page 52. I will have some stuff to highlight. Like I will show you, like on the next slide, things to highlight, the explanations and such. But let's start off with the explanation in this case. What is material information? It's any information, usually about the physical condition of the property, that could affect the buyer's decision in purchasing. Or it could be a buyer's ability to get the financing. That could also be considered material information, even though it's not physical. It could be also material, because wouldn't the seller want to know if the buyer can actually go through with the purchase? I would suggest, yeah, this definition of material information I have up here is much better than what the book has. So I would suggest you guys maybe snap a picture of this or write it down or do whatever. But material information is not necessarily something negative about the property. It could be like the architectural style of the house, how many bedrooms and bathrooms it has. Does it have a garage? Is that garage attached or detached? What type of heating system is it? What type of heating fuel is being used? Could that make a decision, a difference in your decision of purchasing? If it's oil or gas heat, could that affect your decision of purchasing?
Yes.
That's not necessarily a problem, but yeah, that could make your decision of purchasing. What about the number of bedrooms and bathrooms?
Yes.
Yeah, that's not a problem, but it could affect people's decision in purchasing. So therefore, it's considered material information. And we as real estate licensees, we are required to investigate and disclose all material information about a property's physical condition that could affect the buyer's purchasing. So we look up all these features and we make lists of them when we go get a listing. The type of heating and cooling systems, type of flooring, type of roofs, the type of siding on the house. Is it brick? Is it brick? Is it aluminum? Is it vinyl? Is it stucco? You know, you name it. You know, we have to look up all these things. What kind of driveway is it? Is it a paved driveway? Is it a gravel driveway? Does it have a driveway? Is it concrete? Is it blacktop? You know, what kind of driveway? Is it 1 car? Or 2 car? What's the width of it? You know, is the house on public utilities for water and sewage, or do they have their own private well and septic systems on the property? These are material questions of material information about the physical condition of that property that could affect the buyer's decisions in purchasing. So the seller must disclose material information as well as material defects. So both improvements and defects must be disclosed. What's included or excluded from the sale, and usually disclosed at the time of listing on the seller's property condition disclosure report, which I showed you guys once before already. Licensees have to investigate and disclose all material information and defects, even those that may not be readily apparent. Hidden defects that the seller is aware of, they're supposed to disclose them. We as real estate agents, how are we going to disclose them if we're not aware? If we're aware, we have to disclose them, but we're not home inspectors. But if you walk around and you see a water stain on the ceiling, that's a defect. That's an indication of a problem. There's a leak somewhere, or there was one at some point. Either way, there's a stain on the ceiling. You need to point that out to people. So let's do these highlights here about material information on page 52. Material information is defined as a physical condition that a reasonable person would attach importance to, or information the agent knows or suspects a particular buyer would want to know and would consider important before proceeding. And then write material defect here. Licensees must disclose defects that would be discoverable by inquiries to the seller and by a reasonable inspection. These defects would include such things as water seepage, unused oil tanks in the basement, and sloping floors. You walk from one side of the room to the other and you're going downhill, that's an indication there may be a problem. It's not supposed to be like that. You know, sometimes people, they watch too much of that HGTV stuff and they try doing their own home improvements. And hey, let's open up the floor plan. Yeah, that was a load-bearing wall. So it's now sagging on the second floor. So you put a marble on the floor, it starts rolling downhill. You know, that's an indication that you may have screwed up the structural integrity of that house. Sellers should be aware, however, courts have ruled that they are responsible for revealing any latent defects. A latent defect, latent means hidden. So a latent defect is a hidden defect. A latent defect is one that is not discoverable by an ordinary inspection. So for exams, you need to know what is material information, and that we are required to investigate and disclose material information. What is a material defect? It's one that's readily apparent. If you bother to look around, you'd see it. And a latent defect is a hidden defect, one that is not discoverable by an ordinary visual inspection by looking around. Could be an oil tank in the ground. It could be radon gas. You can't test that. You got to do an air sample to test that. You know, these types of things. All right. You want to find out if there was ever an insurance claim on a house because maybe there was a fire or somebody drove a car through the front of the house, or and there was an insurance claim filed, or there was a flood or something. Then get a clue. I'm not being a wise guy. There's actually something called a clue report. That's why I say get a clue. It's kind of like a Carfax for a house. When you're buying a house, the only difference is the seller provides the clue report. They're the only one that can get access to it, or the buyer's insurance company can. So a good way to get a copy of this clue report real easy is you as the real estate agent, you should advise the buyer that you're working with. If you're interested in this house, call up your insurance company, find out how much it would cost to get homeowners insurance for this. And they're going to do a little background checking. They're going to run a clue report on that property before they give you a price quote. See if they can give you a copy of that clue report. They may be shocked that you even know what it is, but they're going to run it anyway, and they're going to get this report. So you might as well see if they can give you a copy of it and share it with you. I've done that, and I've had buyers find out that a house had a fire in it. So now we had to find out if those repairs that were done to the house were done properly, or if the homeowner was doing them and they did a half-assed job. Because if there's a fire in a house, you don't just replace the sheetrock and cover it up with nice paint. What about all the electrical wiring? Was it replaced? Because that insulated sheathing on the wiring could have been melted, and there could be a fire hazard still, again, behind that wall's looming there. So it's important to get these clue reports. Most people don't do it, by the way. Most agents don't even know about it because they took these classes, and this may not have been pointed out because it's not an exam question usually. But it is helpful, and it will make you a better agent if you could inform your clients about such things, right? Be knowledgeable about it. Get a clue. So this says buyer's material defect here, by the way. And this says stigmatizing factors. I should type that in there so you don't have to try to figure out what my chicken scratch says, right? Let me see if I can type that in there for you. Let's insert a text box. How about that? Ooh.
We had a quick question about the seller property condition disclosure report.
Say what? You're very
about
muffled. I'm sorry. When I ask you to repeat, for some reason your microphone's very muffled. I don't know if you're far from it or if it just sounds muffled.
Okay. About the seller property condition disclosure report.
Uh-huh.
How much they are liable to that if they don't have one, or if they don't.
Well, there are some brokers out there that refuse to have their clients fill one out because there's no standard one that all brokers need to use. So some brokers have this chip on their shoulder. Well, until they make it a law that there's a standard one that they all have to use the same one that asks all the same questions, we're not going to use it. All right. I don't do that because we're looking out for our clients' best interest, because if they don't have that, then they are putting their clients at risk in the event that there is a lawsuit. They could be held liable for triple the damages. So I still like to use it anyway, even though there's no standard one. I use the one that the Realtors Association uses that they created, that most agents use.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because I remember a buyer, I was about to buy a house. Later on, I found out in inspection that it was defect. The seller did not disclose it.
Yeah, the seller didn't disclose it to you. Mm-hmm. Well, sometimes sellers lie too, and sometimes sellers don't tell the truth or disclose everything like we advise them to, like they should be, right? Unfortunately, sometimes they don't. And some things are beyond our control, But we got to the best of our ability, when they fill out that seller property disclosure report, we have to make sure that all that information there was accurate, if they filled one out.
Okay.
All right. So everybody got these notes there highlighted?
Yep.
All right. So now I created this slide with probably better definitions than what you highlighted there on the previous page. Than this stuff, what they explain and those notes that they give. My definitions here, my explanations, I believe are better and clearer. So this is actually a good slide to take a picture of if you're going to take pictures of slides. Material information is any information about the physical condition about the property that could affect a buyer's decision in purchasing. It could be defects, but it could also be things that are not. For example, how many bedrooms and baths, type of heating system and fuel used, type of roof, size of lot, architectural style. Is there a garage, a basement, public utilities or private like septic systems and well water? Or a buyer's ability to obtain financing could also be considered material information. Now, material defect is any problems that could be discovered by a normal, ordinary visual inspection. If you bother to look around, you could discover it, like cracks in the foundation or beams, water sitting on the floor, mold on the walls, water stains on the ceiling, sloping floors, or an unused heating oil tank in the basement. Those are defects. Those are problems. Those need to be fixed. A latent defect, the word latent means hidden. So a hidden defect is a problem not discoverable by a normal, ordinary visual inspection, requires further investigation to uncover these problems. Like EIFS stucco, that you may have a bad EIFS stucco job. Let me not write just EIFS stucco. Let me correct that a little bit. Let me write a bad EIFS stucco job. Bad EIFS stucco. When EIFS stands for External Insulation Finishing System, and stucco can be shaped to look like bricks or rocks or boulders or whatever. And when it gets put on with a trowel, it's kind of like a liquid stone, kind of like a cement, and it over insulation. And then over foam. There's multiple layers. So it's usually a pretty good insulator. However, it is anything but maintenance free. It requires maintenance and inspections because a little crack in EIFS stucco could allow water penetration behind it into the walls. And then the wood that's behind it can start to rot and bulge out. And then you've got all kinds of problems that could occur. I'm going to show you a little video on this in a second that's going to explain that EIFS and a bad EIFS stucco job can look like. In-ground oil tanks, water leaks that may not be easily apparent, rotted sheathing behind walls, termite mud tubes that may not be visible, radon gas, contaminated water. Sellers are required to disclose latent defects as well as material ones. You could get a clue report that's available to insurance companies. Have buyers ask their insurance company for a copy of the clue report, which would show the history of any paid out insurance claims for damages on a property. Or a seller can request them too. A stigmatizing factor is this. You need to understand, because the book has nowhere in it a stigmatizing factor. On the previous slide, let me go back to the previous slide for a second. I wrote stigmatizing factor here, and I highlighted this, but in nowhere in this book does it use the term stigmatizing factor. You will get questions on exam about stigmatizing factor, and you need to know what a stigmatizing factor is. So, stigmatizing factors could affect the value and saleability of a property. Unpleasant events that happened at the property, like rape, murder, suicide, home invasion, robbery, that are not physical conditions that affect the property. So the agent is not required to investigate or disclose them to potential buyers. However, if asked and the agent has knowledge about it, remember, we have to treat everybody fairly and honestly. We can't lie. Then we must disclose that. But an agent should not volunteer that information, because you got to remember, how can it affect your fiduciary duties to your client? You're not going to be selling many houses if you say, yeah, see this beautiful kitchen? Wow, isn't it excellent? This is where the intruder came in and gunned down the family. You can't even notice the bloodstains are all gone. Yeah, you're not going to be selling many houses like that, right? So it doesn't affect the physical condition of the property today, so we're not required to investigate or disclose things that do not affect the physical condition of the property. That's a stigmatizing factor, okay? If a house does not appraise for the purchase price, that's not a stigmatizing factor. It's unfortunate, but it's not a stigmatizing factor.
Victor.
Yes, sir.
So this might sound a little silly of a question, but what about like things like paranormal activity that might happen in a house or anything like that?
Not silly. It happens all the time, these questions. Okay. I don't know. I've seen ghost hunters on TV. Have they ever found one yet?
Good point.
Oh, did you feel that chill? Why are you looking in the dark only? Did you feel that? Did you hear that? Now, not to make light of anything, because this could also be a religious thing too, because the Holy Ghost and all. So not to make light of it, but in the eyes of the law, when we talk about paranormal activity and ghosts and haunted houses, it's considered a psychological condition and not a physical condition. So we're not required to investigate or disclose such things.
Gotcha. Thanks.
So, stigmatizing factor is an unpleasant event like rape, murder, suicide, home invasion that does not affect the property's physical condition, but it can affect its value and saleability. It is not considered a stigmatizing factor if a house does not appraise for the purchase price. That is just unfortunate. All right, how about this one? I'm going to go over a couple stigmatizing factor examples for you. Probably heard of this one before.
We're going to turn out of that major development involving the home we have reported on here before and the disturbing letters sent to the family who bought it. The family bought their dream home in New Jersey, never moving in. They're getting frightening letters from someone calling themselves the Watcher. Now the family has finally found someone. I got everyone's attention here. Someone's going to buy that house. Gio Benitez is here with more. Hey, Gio.
And before we get started in this, Netflix actually bought their story and created a series about it. Although the Netflix version of it is way twisted out of proportion. They took a small little idea from this story here and they twisted it into some warped devil-worshipping, child-eating, weird story. I don't know. So this is that story that it was based on, The Watcher. And interesting also that Netflix series that they made about it, they did not film it at this house or any house that even looks anything like it. That house was like a super mansion, and they actually filmed that on Long Island, I think.
Good morning. Yeah, for years, so many thought nobody would buy this house because of all that negative publicity with those threatening letters. But this morning, we know the family has finally gotten rid of it by taking a major financial loss. This morning, ABC News has learned the New Jersey family, allegedly terrorized by creepy letters from someone named The Watcher, has finally sold the house that started their nightmare. Derek and Maria Broadus bought this idyllic home in Westfield, New Jersey for $1.3 million back in 2014. But they say a stranger kept them from moving in by sending letters like this. I watch and wait for the day the young blood will be mine again. And I pass by many times a day. You know I will be watching.
I've lived here my whole life, so Yeah, it was a pretty big shocker. Now, 5 years later, the family's selling the property that they've never lived in, that has haunted them for years, taking a loss, selling it for $400,000 less than they paid for it. We spoke.
So, can a stigmatizing factor affect the value?
Yes.
$400,000 right there. Oh my gosh.
Paid for it. We spoke with their attorney in the midst of their ordeal.
That's a great house. This is a total tragedy and nightmare for my clients.
The Watchers' letters describing anger about renovations to the home and detailing the movements of the family and their kids. One letter saying, "All of the windows and doors allow me to watch you and track you as you move through the house."
From day one, they've been trying to solve this case. They hired a forensic linguist to take a look at the letters and see if there were any patterns. They scoured the internet looking for clues.
But despite years of investigations, and while authorities did discover some DNA evidence, they never found enough to charge a suspect.
You would think that somebody that buys a house like this can afford a Ring doorbell or a security system with some video cameras, maybe.
I was just about to say that.
You know?
The police department conducted an exhaustive investigation. Such efforts have not, however, yielded information leading to charges being filed.
In an interview with New York Magazine last year, Derek comparing the ordeal to cancer, saying, "We think about it every day."
Although this was in 2014. I'm not sure if they had those Ring doorbells and stuff back then, but they still had video security camera systems and stuff.
To get rid of the house because they knew it was going to be this burden. They knew they weren't going to move in. From there, the next thing they want more than anything is to know who did this.
And we're told the family still lives in Westfield after staying with family a few blocks away from the Watcher house. Now they've bought a new home and they hope this one brings them peace of mind. But what an ordeal.
We don't know anything about the new owners.
No, not yet.
Hopefully they're not watching.
Yeah.
You want to keep them in that home. Should have disclosed, at least I hope they did.
You guys just hear what he said? I'm sure they had full disclosure. At least I hope they did for the new buyers. Let's stop there for a second. Was a real estate agent required to disclose this? No, it's a stigmatizing factor. It doesn't affect the physical condition of the property. Unless the buyer asked, and I mean, how would you ask? Is there some creepy, weird thing going on with this house? Somebody putting threatening letters in the mailbox? I mean, how would you even ask that question? I guess you could ask it in a general way when shopping for a house. Is there anything abnormal, strange, or weird about this house that I should be aware of or know about? Is there anything going on with this house that is abnormal, doesn't affect the physical condition, but is there any stigmatizing factors about this house that I should know about? Okay, that's a way I guess you could ask.
Question, are we, let's say us as home buyers, are we able to find that information somewhere if a murder happened in the house that we're interested in or anything like that?
Well, if you ask the real estate agent, the real estate agent, if they're aware of it, they have to disclose it because they have to be truthful and honest to you. You know, they can't hide it. But what if they don't know? You know, you could contact the local police and say, I'm interested in buying a house over here and doing a little research. I was wondering if I could find out if there was ever any kind of weird thing, if anybody ever died or was killed or there was any kind of crime or anything filed at this house.
Okay.
Maybe you could find it. I think there's some websites too where you could maybe look that information up. I'm not sure what they are though. I know there was one like in my town. I know you could see there's a way that police, they get these things integrated into their computer systems in their cars. Different police departments are different though. Some have advanced systems, some not so advanced, where wherever they pull over or they do a stop or they pull somebody's information or they go to a house, they plug in an address. It pulls up incident reports that ever happened in the area and how long ago and backgrounds and stuff. and then you could see that way. I know in my town, Linden, and some other towns in the area, they use something called Pixel, and Pixel, I think it is, where you could look up your town and see if there was ever any incident reports or whatever, what the crime statistics are. There's plenty of websites for crime statistics and stuff, but to find specific reports and information about a particular house, maybe on Pixel, or put in an address into Google and look up crimes or deaths at a house or something like that. I really couldn't say. You contacted the police maybe, or looking up one of those websites. Yeah. It's the best I could do for you. Sorry about that.
That's fine.
But if the house looks beautiful right now and you like the area, buy it. You know, we get people all the time, especially an inordinate amount of Asian people ask the question all the time if anybody ever died in the house. I think that's a cultural thing, maybe. I don't know. But they want to know if somebody ever died in the house. Don't know. Couldn't tell you even where to get that info. You know, you can try contacting the local police and see, but sorry, I'm unaware. And well, can you look into it for us? I don't even know where to look for that, really, to tell you the truth. And that's kind of the scope of my job here, you know. I don't want to say it's not my job, you know, but it really isn't my job. I'm a salesperson. I don't want you to ask me to do something and I really don't know how to do it. And then if I don't find something later on, you find out something happened here, that you're now going to hold me culpable and liable for it. So I really can't get involved in that. Okay. And I guess that's a best way to try to answer it. That's like, are there any sex offenders around here? Well, I'm sure there are. You could go to the Megan's Law Registry and search on the state police website. All right. How about this one? Here's another stigmatizing factor. This one is weird. I'll play about half of this. I'm not playing the whole thing, but I'll play about half of this so you can just get the gist of it. This is something in California that happened, and wow, is this a stigmatizing factor. Just shows you the weirdness and the mental problems that are out there in this world.
It needed work, but don't we all? When a single-story house with a pool in San Diego's Carmel Valley came up for sale, a lot of families wanted it. Married couple Jerry Rice and Janice Reeder got it. This woman, Kathy Rowe, then a 50-year-old unassuming wife and mother, was among those who didn't get that house. That just didn't seem right. At least if you were Kathy Rowe, it didn't.
I had put so much hope into this house. I walked in, it was my house.
Yeah, but it wasn't yours.
No, but it felt like the house I always wanted to own. And when I found out we didn't get it, it was devastating. It was heartbreaking. It was almost like the loss of a loved one. It was that critical to me.
Kathy Rowe had a job with the county, had a very ill husband, she said, and had a Mother of the Year award, being the sole caregiver looking after their severely disabled daughter, Rachel. The house, though.
It had more significance than just a structure with four walls. When I lost it, I cried and cried.
Kathy Rowe also had enough bank to offer $100,000 more for Jerry and Janice's home. When they failed to respond to the note she sent them, she launched a harassment campaign, stopping their mail, relisting the house on Zillow, sending those phony Valentines. Oh, and at the outset, coming by the house with her daughter on Halloween. You wanted to see who was in the house, didn't you?
I had no interest in them. I was more curious what they had done to the house.
Who came to the door when you trick-or-treated?
The wife.
The wife, Janice, whose photo, Kathy Rowe, we later put on this Carmel Valley Freak Show online ad, inviting men to stop by anytime.
Jealous, destroyed, and devastated with pain and depression. And
why did that result in your lashing out at innocent people?
That's the form that it took.
You enjoyed this, didn't you?
No.
You enjoyed making these people suffer.
Well, I thought it was funny. I did not view it as suffering.
But when men responded to the ad, Kathy Rowe wrote them back, fueling the fire, providing specific and perverse encouragement to one 25-year-old male looking for fun with a totally unaware Janice.
I'm gonna leave out the dirty words here. This is someone pretending to be you and pretty much home all day, every day, bored and incredibly horny. I love to be surprised and have a man just show up at the door and force his way in the door and on me, totally taking me while I say no. Janice, what is the person who is spreading this trying to do to you?
She wanted me raped. This is my wife they're talking about. There's no mistaking the intent there.
Then, for the Rices, the ultimate nightmare. Another man did show up at the house, only Janice wasn't home. Jerry met him at the front door.
He thought he was going to walk in and have his way with your wife?
Yeah, I knew something was off with the guy.
Flummoxed, the man fled and emailed Kathy Rowe. A guy was there. Had to make up an excuse why I was there. But Kathy Rowe wouldn't let it go and urged him to return to the house with another sordid scenario.
I remember what you said. It's like, I hope it's okay with you. I see other guys.
Right.
And you ask about threesomes.
Well, he had no interest in being involved if there was any other man involved.
You're the luckiest person in the world because of that, aren't you?
It never even crossed my mind that a man could go to the house and hurt her.
Probably should have, shouldn't have.
Oh, absolutely. I normally am more concerned about other people's safety and welfare than my own.
Yeah, not so much this time.
Absolutely not this time. It's just how impaired my thinking was.
Kathy insisted we also...
All right, the rest goes on saying, oh, well, she had mental breakdowns and all that stuff, and that was the excuses behind why she did whatever she did now and whatever. But either way, this is it is a stigmatizing factor, definitely. Could you imagine? Would you want to buy a house where where this has gone down before? Now, say that these people, the current owners, want to sell it. You still got these posts online where on these adult entertainment sites where you got guys coming by thinking that whoever the woman is that's living there wants to be has this rape fantasy. You know, would you want to buy that house? This is crazy. This is craziness. You know, so I would definitely say it's a stigmatizing factor. Unfortunately, that would be one that if I was a buyer, I would definitely want to know about. But it doesn't affect the physical condition of the property, so we're not required to investigate or disclose it unless we have knowledge and we're asked. All right, so the next step, off-site conditions. Off-site conditions are any factors that are not on the property site that could affect the desirability of that property. This only deals with new construction. Off-site condition factors not on the subject property that affect its value and desirability. Some examples of this could be there's the city dump down the block, or you're near an airport, or next door to a cemetery, or across from a prison. The land of the property next door is contaminated. Okay. Well, some of these things there would be obvious. That's a little bit too obvious, but you wouldn't probably make the offer to begin with because you could see if there's a cemetery next door or a prison across the street. But let's just say that you want to buy a house, and you find out later on that down the block, if you bother to go down to the end of the block in that other direction, right at the end of the block is the city dump. If I had that knowledge, maybe I would not have wanted to buy that property like that. So if you find out about it later, you could back out of the contract if it's new construction. There is a 5-day right of rescission for the purchase of new construction for off-site conditions. If you guys remember that when we went over those rights of rescission. Now, existing properties do not have a similar right of rescission. Do your due diligence, buyers, before you ever make the offer. So contracts for the purchase of existing properties don't have that similar right of rescission. So buyers have to do their own due diligence before making the offer. And caveat emptor, that's not pronounced caveat emptor. It's a Latin term, caveat emptor. It means let the buyer beware. In other words, if you want to find out something, it's your responsibility to find it out. Do your own due diligence. Do your own research before you ever make the offer. So,
sorry, I have a question. Sorry, going back. For example, if I have a client and they're interested in buying a house, I can tell them, oh, you can just drive around the property, check around the neighborhood. It is okay for me to tell them that, or if they ask me?
No, that's perfectly fine. Drive around the neighborhood, see if it's a place that you like, see if you like the neighborhood.
Okay.
Absolutely. Look, I could come up with several instances of off-site conditions that I'm aware of. There was right now there in Rahway, there's an incinerator plant it's a garbage incinerator plant. It was originally supposed to be built in Linden. Linden turned it down because they were like, oh, all the pollution and then the additional traffic from all the garbage trucks. Rahway took it on. They didn't have a problem with it. They took it on, and they built it, and they moved routes 1 and 9 in Linden. They actually moved it over about 100 feet or so, or maybe a little bit more than that. They actually moved the highway so that they could build these off ramps and on ramps to entrances, so that the public doesn't really notice any additional traffic from the dump trucks and garbage trucks that are coming in off of the highway into the plant. And the argument that the plant was going to be, you're going to smell the garbage burning, and it's always going to be all this pollution. Well, it's actually one of the most efficient ways of disposing of garbage. It generates energy, and it's one of these next to zero emission incinerator plants. So all you see is like the mist coming out. It's not smoke coming out of those stacks. So there's that. I know of an instance in South Jersey where there was new construction of a developer bought land and made a whole condominium complex. And as they were constructing the complex, they were noticing a lot of gunfire coming from the property next door. Later on, they found out that the guy who owns this huge other property next door was also a licensed not only a firearms dealer, but he had a special permit to have like fully automatic machine guns and stuff. So he had these classic guns, like what's known as a Tommy gun, a Thompson machine gun. And he had a firing range and a permit to have a firing range in his backyard. And so therefore he liked to go out and squeeze off a couple 100 rounds every Sunday in his backyard. So now they're already building this condo complex. So the realtor and the owners of the complex that were building it, the developer, they said no showings on Sundays. They were intentionally hiding this fact from potential buyers. Now imagine you just bought a condo and now you find out every Sunday there's this machine gun fire next door. So the developer and the brokerage got sued over this. Now, I've scoured the internet. I just even did it again last week because this was years ago. I cannot find an instance anywhere that talks about this. I can't find it. It's like it was scrubbed off the internet. I can't find it. Maybe because that affected it. Maybe that guy moved and there's no more firearms dealer there. And they don't want to create any kind of stigmatizing factor around this place. I don't know. But I can't find a story anywhere online about it anymore. And I've looked because I wanted to use it in class as an example. That's a crazy example and definitely something that an agent and that builder can get sued for. Or off-site conditions like the city dump is down the street. Let's read this one here. In 1995, which actually compelled this law being passed. In 1990, here's another one, Raceway Park in Old Bridge. There was, they do drag races and all kinds of stuff, funny cars, very loud race cars. But there was nothing in the area. It was all wooded area. There wasn't a house for a mile from it. But then developers started buying up the land around Raceway Park and building up all these condo complexes and apartment complexes. And now they're starting to whine about the noise. Well, the race park was always there. You built it around the race park. So, but they ended up having a lot of residents now. I guess the politicians then started coming down on the race park. They said, well, times are changing and we got people living there now. And so you got to shut it down at 10 or 11 o'clock or whatever it is, and no more noise after that. And it's like, well, you're basically shutting down our business. This is a race park. We've been here way before anybody else, you know? So I think that pretty much put I think a Raceway Park is still there. I'm not sure, but they're very limited. I know that they weren't doing well because of all that. Now, in 1995, several families sued a developer and a broker, alleging that both had known that a development was located a half a mile away from a hazardous waste dumping site, and they failed to disclose that fact. It's a half a mile away. Did you have to? The trial court ruled in favor of the developer and the broker, stating that there was no duty to disclose to potential purchasers the condition of someone else's property, especially one that's a half a mile away. I mean, for crying out loud, what are we supposed to investigate what's for miles away and how far? And how would we even do that? However, on appeal, because there's judges out there that make wacky decisions, that decision was reversed. So the New Jersey Supreme Court ultimately held that conditions beyond the limits of a specific property may be considered material facts that must be disclosed to prospective purchasers. How would we even know? How far do we look? So as a result of this decision, 2 disclosures for off-site conditions are now included in all contracts. One refers to new construction, the other to the resale of existing properties. The new construction notice includes a 5-day period in which the purchaser may cancel the contract. The resale notice does not include a similar right of rescission. Okay, so right of rescission, once again, you need to know for exam right there, is that new construction for off-site conditions has a 5-day right of rescission. And the resale properties do not have any similar right of rescission. All right. Look at that. Putting a little humor to real estate. Quiet neighbors across the street. I've actually sold properties like this where there was actually a graveyard in the backyard, backing up or right behind the backyard of the houses. Not a graveyard, I'm sorry, a cemetery. Graveyard's different. Graveyard is attached to a church. It's on a church property, cemeteries are not. So, once again,
a lot of cemetery.
What's that?
In Connecticut, in Waterbury, Connecticut.
Yeah.
Oh my, that's a cemetery town. I used to live there. It was horrible. Everywhere you move is a cemetery.
A little cemetery, or hey, in some areas, you know, throughout the country you go to, you could find maybe a headstone in your backyard.
How does that work? It's a stone in the backyard. Are they the new owners able to take it out, or it's just something?
You want to dig up and remove that body from the backyard, is what you're saying? You want to disturb the gravesite? Haven't you ever seen Poltergeist? Oh my God, what's wrong with you?
My best friend, she buried her dog there, in her backyard last week.
Yeah.
And she's actually thinking of moving, like selling the house.
Yeah. Don't say that. Keep it to yourself. Don't say nothing. The dog's remains will To ashes, dust to dust. He will become part of the dirt. Leave him there. Let him rest in peace. Okay. Just hope that they don't make a garden there before that happens. Now, rescission is the right to cancel a contract within a given period of time. If you guys remember this slide, I've shown it to you in the last couple chapters. Has all the rescission periods for new construction for sales contracts, except for the last one here, which is a 3-day right of rescission for resale as well as new construction. That's the attorney review period. See, we have that 5-day new construction for the discovery of offsite conditions there as well. And then we got those 2 rescission periods for mortgage financing, 3-day rescission for refinancing, no right of rescission for purchase money mortgages used to buy real estate. Megan's Law, we've been speaking about this a bit already. What is Megan's Law? Megan's Law is the community. New Jersey passed a law, named it after a girl, Megan. I'm sure something unfortunate happened there that they named these laws after. So they came up with this law that the community has to be alerted to the presence of convicted sex offenders who live in the area. I guess what happened was you had a child here named Megan. She was raped and killed, and there was this wouldn't have happened. This tragedy could have been averted if the parents were aware of the sex offender, I guess, in the area. Possibly they could have averted it. I don't know. This is what sprouted this law here in New Jersey. One unfortunate thing is a lot of other states created similar laws, but then again, there's a lot of them that actually fought against it. And it's really weird. A lot of these northeastern states in Maine, Vermont, for some reason they fight against posting where convicted sex offenders are, and they fight against child protection laws. To me, that tells me there's a bunch of perverts out there, and I don't want to move there. So Megan's Law alerts the community to the presence of convicted sex offenders in the area. The county prosecutor, every time a convicted sex offender moves, they have to alert and check in with the local county prosecutor's office. And they maintain a list of where those convicted sex offenders live. And they update it every time they move. They're required to by law. And only people who live in the area can make inquiries about where those sex offenders live, and only after they close on the sale or lease. So what do you do for potential buyers or renters who are concerned about this before they move there? The prosecutor's not going to share that information with them. Well, real estate agents can refer concerned buyers or renters to the Megan's Law registry on the state police website. And here's the link to it. Licensees are not allowed to print out or search and give these lists to our clients. We're not allowed to share this information, but we can point them to where they could get that information from. So here's the state police website, Megan's Law Registry. Okay. It takes you to the state police website here. This is the Megan's Law Registry that gives you a big disclosure and talks about the New Jersey laws that actually state that it is a crime to misuse the information from the Megan's Law Registry. And you're not allowed to print, copy, or disseminate any of this information. You're not allowed to threaten or intimidate or harass any of these convicted sex offenders who served their time. And if you do a search on this website, they are logging your IP address. So if something should happen to one of these sex offenders, that all of a sudden flyers are going up in the neighborhood, they're being harassed or intimidated, or they come up with broken neck, the police may investigate and come to your house, because you're not going to be able to view this site or do a database search if you have blockers on there that block your IP address. That's why if you do a search on here, it shows you that the site is not secure because they are tracking you. That's why. So you can learn more about what happened in the situation with Megan here. The information is updated on a regular basis. Here's you could find the county prosecutors in all the counties here. Here's a list of all the county prosecutors' offices in the state of New Jersey. They tell you that it is a fine. Let's see, the law also makes it a crime punishable by imprisonment between 3 and 5 years and a fine of up to $15,000 to use registry information to commit a criminal offense, and makes it a disorderly person's offense punishable by a fine of $1,000 to use the registry information to commit any disorderly person or petty disorderly offense, yada, yada, yada. Okay, so you click here, I accept, takes you to the state police website here. You click on search for sex offenders in the area. You plug in your address, or you could look for the name of a sex offender, or plug in the city, or plug in the address where you live, and it'll show you all the sex offenders that live in your area. And it's kind of like a Google map, the way it displays it. If we click on how searches work. Come on. Come on, why can't I see this now? Maybe I gotta scroll up farther. It's not letting me see the full thing here. View details. Oh, wait, here we go. Links. Was it the previous page? I guess so. To learn more about this website. Okay, so here we go. So this is the information about the Megan's Law State Police website about the Megan Law Registry. It says 45% of sexual assault victims are under 12 years of age in this registry. 75% of the victims know their attacker. A lot of times you get people that say, oh, those Megan Law Registry, you know, you could be added there if you were peeing in public and somebody saw your privates. Or sometimes you find people that they were dating a girlfriend and the girlfriend was a year younger than them, but they were a minor, and now you're an adult. And so now it's statutory rape. So now you're branded a sex offender for your whole life. Well, yeah, sure, that may happen in rare instances. I'm sure there are a few of them here, but the majority of the people here are hardcore sex offenders that are in this registry. So that's not the case. And it will tell you, there will be a picture of the person. It'll show you their address, what car they drive, license plate numbers, what offense actually occurred, what happened with them. It tells you all the details so that you know if it's just something nonsense or something hardcore like that. So it's estimated that 80% of all the addresses have at least one sex offender living within 1 mile of them. There's a lot of sex offenders out there. More than half of them are rape or sexual assault incidents happened within 1 mile of the victim's home. And sex offenders cross socioeconomic boundaries, living in both the richest as well as the poorest of neighborhoods. So the state police sets provisions to the registry to register offenders and notify the public. Offenders' whereabouts are verified at regular intervals based on their risk level, and information collected for law enforcement purposes can also be used to enhance the community's awareness. The public notification process begins within 48 hours of an offender registration or changes of their address. So they show you here how to how to use the website, okay, our webpage. Now, this is basically the way it goes. You search somebody, it pulls up their information kind of on a map like that, looks like a Google map. You hover or click on one of these, it pulls up the person's picture, what level of offense they did, and has all the details about them. It shows them where they live exactly to the proximity of your home. And they just show you that there's at least one sex offender that lives within a mile range of everybody that's out there. And in summary, they try to keep tabs on where they're at. Okay, so revisit the website often. It is updated regularly, and you never know who's moving in next door to you, but you can if you search the registry. Okay, so here's that link once again. I'm going to send it to you in the chat window for the Megan's Law Registry. I'll put it back up here on the website. You see it? nj.gov/njsp/sex-offender-registry. And that takes you here to the main page. And you have to go through the main page. You can't skip to that last page. It won't let you do the search. You have to go through the links. As you saw when I backed it up, it wouldn't let me get back in unless I did that. Okay, so that's the Megan's Law Registry and how you search for the convicted sex offenders. So we basically don't do the search, but we could provide this information to our clients, okay? Because your luck if you do this, and next thing you know, a sex offender moves in next door, you prepared them a list of all the sex offenders, and they're not on that list. They're going to say that you conveniently left it off, and then something happens. Now they're going to try to hold you responsible for it. So let's do these highlights here about the Megan's Law Registry on page 53. Megan's Law is a law that alerts the community to the presence of convicted sex offenders. Buyers and lessees can obtain information from the county prosecutor after the sale or lease of the property has closed. And so that is the Megan's Law Registry.
Question.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes. Don't be sorry. What's the question?
So the people buying the house can contain this information after they close the lease, after they close the agreement that they have. They cannot have access to it before.
If they go to the website, they can. If they contact the county prosecutor, they will not give them that information unless they live in that area. They'll only release that information to people who live in the area.
Got it.
So that's why we say any concerned buyer or renter can go directly to the state police Megan's Law Registry to search for themselves. We cannot do the search for them, though. Okay? We're actually prohibited from doing that. You can't do it.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Puffing. No, we're not talking about Puff the Magic Dragon here. What is puffing? Puffing is exaggerated statements of opinion as part of salesmanship. Now, there's nothing wrong with puffing. You guys should be involved in puffing as long as it's done in a way that's not meant to deceive. So let's start. We're going to go over the different types of misrepresentation. Puffing is not and should not ever be misrepresentation. These are exaggerated statements of opinion. An opinion, everybody's got one, you know what it's good for. But these are exaggerated statements of opinion that are done as a part of salesmanship. You as a real estate licensee should be puffing to try to sell your properties, as long as you don't do it in a way to deceive or mislead somebody. Facts must be accurate, like square footage or values. But things like statements like, isn't this the most gorgeous kitchen you've ever seen in your life? Look at these beautiful hardwood floors. They're so clean you could practically eat off of them. I'm not eating off anybody's floor. It's an exaggerated statement of opinion as a part of salesmanship. Look at this gorgeous entryway, grand entryway. Look at this beautiful backyard. It's like your own private oasis back here. You know, these are statements of exaggeration. They're opinions. It's done as part of salesmanship. You guys should be trying to sell it, you know, talk it up, talk up that property. Just don't mislead or deceive or lie about anything. So there are 3 types of misrepresentation, which, let's start with fraud, is an intentional misrepresentation intended to harm or mislead or deceive somebody and take advantage of them. Negligence, these are also false or misleading statements, but they're done unintentionally by someone who should have known better, like you, the real estate licensee. Okay. Now, sometimes we rely on information that the property owner gives to us. Before you pass on any information, you should verify it that it is accurate. Go with that old Ronald Reagan adage, trust but verify. It's not that I don't trust you, but I don't know you. And before I pass on any information that other people are going to rely on, I need to verify it for myself before I put my name behind it. Okay. So you could get in trouble if you just pass along false or misleading information that was given to you by the owner, because the public is going to rely on that information being accurate, assuming you're the expert and you verified that any information that you put out there is going to be accurate, you know? So you would be guilty of negligence if you did put out any false or misleading information in that way. Now, innocent misrepresentation would be that false or misleading statement that's given to you by the property owner, which may have been done unintentionally. They're not expected to have expertise in the subject matter anyway, so therefore it would be unintentional misrepresentation. Let me give you one example. I was in for a listing one time, meeting with a couple looking to sell their house. The wife stepped out of the kitchen. I was talking to the husband, and he was talking to me about, we were going over the seller property condition disclosure. He was going over how the roof is only a year old, how he just replaced the roof not too long ago. The roof's only about a year old. And the wife walked in the kitchen and she was like, what was that you're saying? And he was like, oh, I was telling him how we replaced the roof and how it's, only about a year old. You know, and the wife actually, you could tell they were together for a long time. She slapped him in the back of the head. She's like, what the hell's wrong with you? That was when Jimmy got married. That was like 5 years ago, at least. He was like, oh, how time flies. You know, but if I just took that information that he gave me, which is very specific, 1 year is very specific. If I took that information and said 1 year old roof, and it turns out that it's much older than that, I could be held liable for passing along that false or misleading information. So trust but verify before you just pass along any information that was given to you. Now, I'm sure he wasn't trying to mislead me or lie to me, but these are unintentional. That was known as innocent misrepresentation. It wasn't intentional. So what is the best way for us as real estate agents to avoid misrepresentation? Well, trust but verify information before passing it along. Never present opinion as facts, and simply don't lie. Always refer questions to experts. I mean, the longer that you're in this business, you learn about laws, you learn about inspection issues, you learn about tax stuff, you know, but you're not the expert in these topics, so don't act like you are, and don't take on that liability of an expert giving advice. So if somebody got a legal question for you, say, well, we need to ask your attorney about that. Well, what about is this a dangerous condition here? Well, you know what? We should ask your New Jersey licensed home inspector, not your cousin Vito that knows some things about construction, Where's the property line? Well, that's a question for the surveyor when you order the survey. They're going to draw out the property lines. I can't tell you where the property line is simply by looking unless I'm lining up a couple of surveyor stakes that are sticking out of the ground. As far as quality of title or anything like that, title companies do the research, pest control companies, or maybe even a pool company, if they have a pool, will tell you about the status of a pool because they specialize in that. Your normal home inspector may not know how to inspect a pool, okay? Questions about taxes, we should refer to accountants, CPAs, or tax attorneys. Questions about safety, crime, sex offenders, things like that, we should refer to the local police or the Megan's Law Registry, right? Now, I have a link here for checking if somebody is a New Jersey licensed home inspector. It takes you to the New Jersey Division of Consumer Affairs. Here, I'll share this link with you, which is also in our Class Links Word document. This is where you could search most professions that require licensure. I'm going to look up the license type here, not the profession, but the license type. I'm going to look up home inspector. Here we go. And I'm just going to search that. Now, if you have an inspector's card or something, you could take their license number, plug it in, and verify that they're currently actively licensed. Now, this shows you all the licensed home inspectors in New Jersey. Look at all these pages which go on. There's more than 40 pages here, which goes on and on and on. But that's because it also shows people who have maybe expired, inactive, people may have died, pending. But you see, there's an inspector here from Brooklyn, New York, and from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. That may be where their company is based or where they live. I'm not sure exactly how they put that in here, based on where the inspector lives or where their company is based. I'm not sure. But you can see it's based on the person's name. It's probably where they live. You could have home inspectors that live in different states and different areas. This shows you where they live, what towns they live in, or registered to do business out of, their license number, and the status of their license: expired, active, inactive, expired, pending. Make sure that before you ever refer an inspector to anybody, you make sure that they check that they're licensed. Because during attorney review, we could only consider inspection reports that were performed by licensed New Jersey home inspectors. All right, puffing versus fraud. Exaggerated, so this is what we highlight now. Exaggerated statements of opinion are permissible. This is giving you the definition of puffing and the definition of fraud. We already went over it on the other slide. So over here on this slide, we just need to highlight it. Whoop. All right.
Yeah.
All right, everybody got these highlights down? This is the definition of puffing, where we would highlight it in a book. I had all these definitions and such, better definitions on the previous slide, but these are the definitions in the book where you should highlight them. This is page 53. There are 3 types of misrepresentation. Let's just do the highlights now on this one as well. We already went over these 3 types of misrepresentation on the previous slide. So misrepresentation covers more than a deliberate lie, which is obvious. We have fraud, which is intentional misrepresentation. Negligence, which is unintentional misrepresentation, but nonetheless, it's misrepresentation. And then we have innocent misrepresentation. So the liability for criteria to be found guilty of misrepresentation and to be held liable to somebody, first, there has to be a false or misleading statement or a concealment of a material fact by a person who knows or should have known that that information was false, with the intent to deceive or defraud, or if there was no such intent, the effect was still that somebody was deceived or defrauded. And then there were damages that were suffered by a party who relied on that information. So it's relatively easy for an agent to avoid intentional misrepresentation simply by sticking to the truth. But omissions and half-truths may misrepresent just as readily as actual misrepresentations. Right? You ever have somebody that told you only part of the story? It's just as bad as a lie, right? They intentionally left something out of the story. You ever date somebody and they told you something that happened, but they left out an important part of it? Right? It's just as bad as a lie. The buyers looking at a rural property may be told septic systems work well, when in fact that they don't. If the agent knew the true state of affairs, that the septic system had issues, well, that's intentional misrepresentation. If the agent did not know the condition of the system, the potential buyer was still being misled by negligent misrepresentation. A half-truth could be misleading with a statement like, septic systems are normal in this area and there's probably nothing for you to worry about. Now, while that statement is true in itself, it skirts the issue in a manner that may be misleading to an ignorant buyer. And no mention at all of septic systems may be misleading, particularly to an urban buyer who may assume that public sewers and water are available everywhere. Now, the fact that the broker knew nothing about the condition of the system will be of little defense if the broker should have known about such matters and that septic systems really need to be tested out and there's no way for you to know, even by checking just past inspection reports. So even if the intention is not to defraud, the buyer who purchases a property and then later discovers the septic system's faulty, they suffer damages, now they could sue you to get the money to pay for them. So in recent years, buyers and sellers could also become increasingly aware of possible dangers caused by radon gas or lead paint, asbestos building materials, and toxic pollutants. Things that urea formaldehyde, which is a gas that is released by UFFI, that spray foam insulation, and other environmental hazards. Licensees should be able to direct their clients and customers to websites and local agencies in order to gather information about these issues, or have them talk to their licensed home inspector to do an inspection for them. Now, among other problems that could arise from statements from you as a real estate agent is an agent that tells people, property values are sure to go up at least 10% in the next year. How the hell would you know that? Could you buy my next lottery ticket then? You got that kind of vision that you know? Don't make statements like that. There's no way for you to know that. Or telling people, the judgments have all been cleared up if you haven't checked. No problem looking, hooking up into the sewers, to the public sewers. Well, there may be. It may be far away. It may cost a lot of money to connect to them if the city allows you to. And how much will it cost? So there may be a little problem financially or physically. Or we talked about boundary and zoning sizes. In recent case in another state, the buyer of a house contained 100 square feet fewer than they stated in the MLS. That agent will get sued, and they're responsible now for paying for that value of square footage that they misrepresented. This is why you often do not see real estate agents here in New Jersey putting in the listing what the square footage of a house is, unless they have the architectural blueprints. You know, we don't even go by it if they put the square footage in the tax records, because tax records could be misleading or wrong. So what's the best way to avoid misrepresentation again? Refer to the experts. Absolute statements should be avoided, and requests for information should be met by referring the questioner directly to the experts. It's not that we're trying to blow you off or anything, but I'm not the expert. You want tax advice? I'm not the tax expert. You want legal advice? I can give you my opinion, but I'm not really an attorney. You want to rely on my advice? You know, I'm not a home inspector, but I know some stuff about real estate. You know, do you want to rely on my advice? You know, so try to avoid misrepresentation by referring people to the experts. Don't try to play like you are the expert in everything. Even if you maybe are an expert in something else, you're not representing them in that way now. So don't take on that liability. By the way, here's the cutout, a little look at how a septic system works. It's your own sewer system in your backyard, usually close to your house. So basically your main, where all the water and waste goes from your toilet, your sinks, your laundry, it all comes out to a waste pipe. If it's not going to a city sewer, it's going to go to a tank that's buried in your backyard close to your house, or it could be in the front yard close to your house. And here's an example, a cutaway of a tank, a 2-compartment tank. Basically, the way it goes is everything goes into this tank: solid waste, liquid waste. The solid waste drops to the bottom, the liquid waste is in the middle, and any sludge and grease float to the top. We should have bacteria that we flush down the toilet and add to this tank on a regular basis. Bacteria, there are certain bacteria you could buy for septic systems. You flush it down the toilet, it'll come into this tank. That's an easy way to get it there. And these bacteria eat up the solid waste. They break it down into liquid waste over time. This is why you shouldn't use any caustic cleaning materials or laundry detergents, because all that waste comes in here and it could kill the bacteria. And if it kills that bacteria that breaks down the solid wastes, well, this tank gets clogged up a lot quicker. And then you need to get a drain truck to come and suck all the stuff out. Now, the second compartment is separated by a wall with a tube in it. So the liquid waste should flow over. There should be very little, if any, solid waste that come into this next compartment. This tube, which goes out to a drain field of perforated pipes, should have a filter here that would prevent any solid waste or sludge from getting into it. Because if they get into here and clog up these pipes, that is tens of thousands of dollars of repairs to dig this all out and replace the septic drain field. So then all the liquids, they come out, they go into the gravel and the sand and the soil around it. The active bacteria that are naturally in the earth, as well as those that you flush down the toilet, continue eating away at those solid wastes slowly. So this is why you should not have plant any trees or park any cars or have any pet pens or anything above the ground over here that could compact the soil or further contaminate this ground here, because then the septic system won't work properly. Here's another cutaway of it. It's not just one pipe in the septic system like in here. It actually takes you out to a drain field with a lot of areas over a wide span. So the ground can, that liquid waste can get soaked into the ground and back to earth. It gets filtered through the natural soil and dirt. So here's some examples of the views of a septic tank from above ground. They have these caps that are the access holes to have these vacuum trucks that come in and periodically suck out all the solid waste and sludge and dookie. All right, that needs to get cleared out periodically. Now, how often? Eesh. That is bad. They waited way too long. How often should you have your septic tank pumped out? Well, it depends on the household size and the size of your tank. If you have a 1,000-gallon septic tank and you got 4 people living in the house, every 2.5 years. Now, if you also have a garbage disposal, add another person to the family size. If you have a dishwasher, add another. So if you have both of those, you got 6 people now in the family. Every 1.5 years, it should be pumped out, provided that you're maintaining it properly. All right, this is just a cutaway about water from the city, how it works, You get the water from reservoirs and other places. I'm going to have a video on this later. And you got pumping stations. They pump up water into water towers. You usually see water towers in areas, which could hold up to 10 million gallons of water. So that in peak demands, when everybody gets up in the morning to take a shower, or if the fire department's putting out a fire, how do they get that water on demand and under pressure so that these pumping stations don't need to be constantly running overtime? Well, these high water towers, you pump up the in off-peak hours, and based on their own pressure and the height of the tanks, will keep pressure in the pipes that go out through the city and into your home. You actually have to have pressure reduction valves in your house that reduce the pressure of the water coming into your house. Otherwise, this could damage your washer, your washing machine, your dishwasher, your water heater, etc. They come in at too high of a pressure, believe it or not. We have New Jersey Consumer Fraud Acts that prevent scams and such. They give fines of up to $10,000 for first violations. We also learned about the Sherman Antitrust Act. It makes price fixing illegal when agents from competing firms collude with each other, working with each other in an effort to try to set an industry standard on pricing for the services of the fees that we offer. It is illegal against federal law. The federal law is the Sherman Antitrust Act, which makes price fixing, allocation of markets, and bid rigging illegal. So allocation of markets is when customers agree to allocation of markets or customers is when brokerages agree to divide the market share amongst each other. Well, you're supposed to be competing against each other. You're not supposed to be in agreement working with each other on how you're going to divide the market share, because that doesn't help the public drive down your prices that you charge. So agents should immediately, this is the advice and probably the exam answer to a question here, that agents should immediately disassociate themselves from the slightest discussion with the competition about commission fees or rates that they charge the public. Okay, so you're going to get posed some kind of question on this on exams. And the answer option that you should select is, what should you do? Immediately disassociate yourself from that situation. Because here, to give you an example, you may get an exam question, something like this. 2 agents go out to lunch with each other. Both of them work for competing firms, but they're friends, right? One one starts asking about the fees they charge for the services they perform, what should the other agent do? Call the police? Report them to the real estate commission? Report them to their broker? Or walk away? Walk away. You walk away, no problem. Now, I'm not walking away if I just ordered myself a nice juicy steak. I'm going to be like, shut up, man. You know we can't talk about that. And I'm going to eat my steak. You know, but you get the gist of it for exams. Now, if you violate the Sherman Antitrust Act, penalties can be severe. It is considered a misdemeanor, but for an individual, the penalty can be up to $1 million fine and up to 10 years in prison. And if you're a trade group or a business, a corporation, it could be upwards of $100 million or more, plus 3 times the cost of any damages to somebody, plus legal costs. So don't do it. Now, if you want to brag that you offer low commission rates, trying to put it in your advertisements to the public, if in an ad you mention a specific commission rate or amount, the advertisement must state, in New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. This shows that you're not engaging in illegal price fixing. That's the purpose of that statement. So you guys probably have this already highlighted on page 55, but if you were not here during that, please highlight it now. Let me know when everybody's got it. Is anybody writing? Anybody highlighting? Anybody need more time? Okay, I'll take your silence as a no. All right. And on page 56, highlight this if you did not have it already highlighted. That violations occur only when competing firms agree to act together in these matters. And I'm going to further underline competing firms. Mm-hmm. There we go. All right. Ethics, liability, disciplinary offenses. We're going to be going over breach of fiduciary duties, failure to observe standards of care, conflicts of interest. We already went over the different types of misrepresentation, and other numerous offenses may result in fines or suspension or revocation of licenses. So, E&O insurance is one way for us to protect ourselves. We get that errors and omissions insurance because, hell, we're all human. We all make mistakes. Something happens, we get sued, at least we're covered, right? Now, there is no insurance that you could get that could protect you from intentionally robbing or misleading or harming somebody or taking advantage of them, okay? But this is for mistakes, errors and omissions insurance, okay? So stick to the truth, don't lie, don't try to take advantage of somebody and try to do your job appropriately, and you shouldn't have any insurance claims. Keep your policies costs down. It's the medical it's the equivalent of medical malpractice insurance like a doctor would carry. So E&O insurance is the real estate industry's equivalent to medical malpractice insurance that a doctor would carry. Once again, we're all humans. We all make mistakes. So you should have it. And you'll get it through your brokers. Avoid dual contracts. What are dual contracts? We get a buyer, we get a seller. They sign the contract. We send it off to attorneys to start the attorney review. The buyer's lender is going to want a copy of the contract as well for their underwriter. But the contract that we send them, so we send the attorneys the contract, which is for $300,000 to buy a house. But the one that we send to the buyer's lender is for $325,000. That's dual contracts. It's mortgage fraud. You're trying to get more money out of the lender. Okay. Don't do that. Ethics. Well, obviously, there's a good segue. If you're dealing in dual contracts, you have no clue as to what this word means. You have no ethics, or you have poor ethic. Ethics are the standards dictating the moral principles addressing two sides of a profession, how the industry's professionals should be treating each other, and how licensees should treat the public. So let's highlight, well, you don't need to highlight that, but it's a good definition. I got it highlighted here. It's similar to most professions have some sort of code of ethics. Doctors have the Hippocratic Oath to do no harm, even though these days you're seeing a lot of them with all this gender transition stuff for minors. That's a big question whether doing harm to minors or not. Children, they're not adults. They can't make competent decisions. So that'd be interesting in the coming years to see how many lawsuits are going to come of that. Or the attorneys, they have their code of professional responsibility. Well, realtors, we've adopted a code of ethics since 1913, way back then. Hey, let me get to this and highlight that slide. So realtors, we've had that, let's see, realtors adopted its code of ethics in 1913. You don't need to know the year or anything like that for exams, but we've had our code of ethics. The Realtors Code of Ethics has been around since before the licensing law was required to have a real estate license in New Jersey. If you violate the code of ethics, does it affect your licenses? No, it does not. Because the Realtors Organization is a trade group that has nothing to do with state licensing. Now, keep in mind, often some of the codes and a lot of the codes that we follow are in line with the law. So if you do violate them, you could also be violating the law. But if you violate any rules by a trade organization, it has nothing to do with the law per se. Okay? National Association of Realtors, they have a website, realtor.org, but they also have their own top-level domain now, which is nar.realtor. So let me type that in there too, www.nar.realtor. That's actually a website now. That's their top-level domain, nar.realtor. So realtor.com is the public's website. Realtor.org or nar.realtor is ours. It's for us. It has all kinds of resources and training materials and statistics and data. Once you become a member, you'll have access to it. Now, you could get access to some of the stuff that's on their website right now, but a lot of the juicy stuff, you need to be a member and log in to take advantage of that stuff. Now, code of ethics that has been around since 1913, and we need to take that training course every 3 years. And once you become a member, I think you need to take it within your first 45 days. Let me take a look-see. Let's go to their website and take a look-see. And it's updated every year. Look at this, 2024 Code of Ethics. We just turned 2024. And so you could download the documentation of the Realtors Code of Ethics, standards of practice. They got the different parts of it. So when they teach you the Code of Ethics, first they teach you how it works. They have the preamble, what the preamble is, the duties to clients and customers, duties to the public, duties to other realtors. And then they give a bunch of examples and such. It's about a 3-hour class, I believe. All right. So you guys can take your Realtor Code of Ethics training class right there online. You click right there, boom. You can take this training class for free online or for a small fee, $15, $20 in person locally. Okay, it's 2.5 hours. All right. Then Realtor Associate are members of NAR, a national, a private trade organization. You could see all, it's not necessarily all, see some Realtor designation courses here because this isn't all of them. It's not a comprehensive list. A designation class is a class, it's a training class that you take that teaches you something, and then you could put some initials behind your name on your business cards. It's kind of like you have an accountant. They take a course and an exam and they become a CPA. They become a certified public accountant, right? It's kind of like that, where you get a specialization. So here's a bunch of designation courses that I have. Some of these are through the Realtor organization, some are not. NAREB is another association of realtors. Then we have ARIA. I should add all those too if I'm going to be putting down associations of realtors. I just put the African-American one here. But we have the Asian Association. We got Women's Council. We have Hispanic Association as well. We have the New Jersey Realtors. Write that one down. That's one to know because you're going to be accessing that one a lot. njrealtor.com. That's the New Jersey Realtors Association. They dropped the word association. We just call them now New Jersey Realtors. They got a lot of good resources for us. So we're going to become members of a local Realtor Association who's going to sign us up for membership with New Jersey and NAR. Now, NAR gives us access to these tools once we get membership there. You get this one called NAR RPR. You may want to write this one down, narrpr.com. And there's an app that you could download called RPR Mobile. That RPR Mobile app, it's great. You could do research from your cell phone. If you're standing in front of a house that's listed for sale, you pull up that NAR RPR app. Oh, let me show you what this logo looks like. But if you pull up that NAR RPR app and you're standing in front of a house for sale, you don't have to even type anything into search. It automatically opens up that property's information. It's pretty cool. You could do research. You could do your CMAs or buyer CMAs for sellers or buyers or buyer tours. You could do research about property information through it. It's pretty neat. Okay, so let's see if I could pull this up and show you. Let's see the RPR. This is it right here. This one, if you can see it. I don't know when it comes up, maybe. Too much light in here. There you go. Kind of sort of see it. Here, I'll just pull up the website. Probably make it a lot easier. NAR RPR. So any MLS that you're a member of gives you access to, you pull up the NAR RPR website. Here, they got a tool. Let me show you this instead of me giving you the guided tour. Let them.
At Realtors Property Resource, we know that every realtor's goal is to be successful, maybe even wildly successful. To achieve that goal, you need to be closing deals, but it can be difficult to differentiate yourself from the competition, and that can lead to second guessing yourself. RPR can help you overcome that feeling and stand out as a realtor. That's why we built the nation's largest property database exclusively for realtors, with the ability to search both residential and commercial properties right from the homepage. RPR is a real estate data platform that was designed with you and your success in mind. Its user-friendly and inviting interface allows you to keep tabs on your market areas, conduct powerful, intuitive map searches, farm for prospects, and create a variety of professional-looking reports that you can send to your clients in an instant. RPR isn't a magic button that solves everything. You still have to put in the work and effort, but it is flexible, easy to learn, and provides realtors with access to data, tools, and reporting to help you find clients, impress them, and bring them to the closing table, because your hard work should lead to success. RPR can be accessed online at narrpr.com and by app on both iOS and Android. RPR Residential covers every corner of your real estate business, from working with buyers to listing presentations and open houses. Quickly access everything from school, tax, foreclosure, and mortgage information to demographics, mapping, flood zones, historical data, and so much more. RPR Commercial provides realtors with a central source of information to target locations and access consumer data for business sites. With one place to access properties, perform research, and conduct site selection analysis without any high premiums, commercial practitioners can stay at the forefront of trends to help attract and retain clients. RPR's Learning Center is where you can get started and learn more. Just go to blog.narrpr.com/learning and choose the specific topic you're interested in, and then narrow down your options. You can then choose your own way of learning, from comprehensive webinars to quick video tutorials, printable guides, and in-depth ebooks. While you're on the blog, don't miss our tips and strategy articles, realtor success stories, and decoding real estate, our podcast that breaks down topics and trends critical to your real estate business.
There is loads of educational videos and information that they have on that site, that blog. That's why I have that link on there, which is also in the class links work document.
Also, be sure to subscribe to the RPR YouTube channel. It's an easy way to learn more about RPR features and tools and stay current on updates and improvements. And for our new members, we have curated the best of the best under our RPR new member toolkit at blog.narrpr.com/new-member. RPR is a benefit of the National Association of Realtors and included in your member dues. Wow your clients and close more deals. Log in to RPR today.
There's no additional fee. It's included in your members' dues that you're paying anyway. Why not take advantage of it? You know what other cool tools that they have? Not just at RPR. If we go back to this, NJR Forms. This is the contract form system that we have access to. Now, this is a domain name that I bought, NJR Forms. For me, it's easier to remember. It actually takes us to njrealtor.com/ I don't even remember what it is, to tell you the truth, because I just use this link all the time. I buy domains and I point them domains that are easier to remember. So this is the New Jersey Realtors contract form system. So I just remember njrforms.com. And I have it forwarding to, oh, here it is. njrealtor.com/zipform is the address. where it's the contract form system through Zip Forms that is also included in our Realtor dues. Now, you could pay for upgrades and additional stuff that pulls in information from tax records and stuff into the contract, so you don't got to manually type things in. But it's free. It's included in your Realtor dues. So why not? So why not use these tools? This is the tool that most brokers use. Then they got a real cool resource here on NJ Realtor for the state. It's legal.njrealtor.com. This one is really cool because if you have any questions, you could ask me, you could ask your brokers, or you could ask New Jersey Realtors legal team. Any industry question that you may have, it takes you here. Their legal resource library, which I'm already logged in here, as you can see. So they got questions like buying in a 55 plus community if the buyer is under 55 years old. Actually, this is a question I think that I asked for a class. My last class, I think, was asking questions, and I knew the answers, but I typed it in, and I asked the question, submitted it, and it looks like they got a response. Let me make sure that this one is mine. It should say who asked it. Nope, they actually don't say who asked it. That's weird. But it's interesting. A question like this, do you have the, you're curious about, you want the answer to, and they'll give you those answers. And then it's basically a database about all kinds of stuff. Like here's one on the Opinion 26 notice. If a sales associate signs an Opinion 26 notice instead of the broker, is the signature legally binding on the broker? Well, yeah, because you're a representative. What about prepaid rents? Here's one. Can rent be prepaid by a tenant in New Jersey? What do you think?
No. Only the deposit.
Only the deposit. How much can the deposit be?
A month and a half, I believe.
Yes, that's the maximum security deposit allowed by law. What about pet security? Can they charge pet security?
I don't know, maybe yes.
As long as it does not exceed 1.5 times the monthly rent. Pet security, it's just a different label on security. It's still security. Security is in case of damages, right? So as long as it doesn't go over that. So what about the prepaid rent question here that was asked? Any prepaid funds held to secure future rents are considered to be part of the security deposit. This includes the last month's rent. It does not matter how prepaid funds are labeled. Courts have determined that advanced rents in excess of 1.5 times the monthly rental figure violate the security deposit law. The landlord may only require 1.5 times the tenant's monthly rent as security and the first month's rent at the inception of the lease. The landlord may not require more than 2.5 times the monthly rent at the inception of the lease. This includes the security deposit and the first month's rent. So you got questions, you forget, you guys can check this database. This is a pretty cool database. Most agents don't even know it exists. Some do, obviously, because they ask the questions here. So why not ask? Why not look? Check out this database. I actually looked up questions asked in class, and you see this? I bookmarked a lot of questions here from that NJ Realtor database. Let me see. I got to look it up and see which questions I asked and see what they had to say. Let's see. My asked questions. Did they answer any of them? Yes, answered. Security deposit return with no forwarding address. Oh, I never looked at the answer yet. How should a real estate licensee return the security deposit to a tenant after their lease term if there are no damages and they did not leave a forwarding address? You guys know the answer to that? So it says, while we're not aware of this provision in the security deposit law that addresses this situation generally, NJ statutes set forth the following instructions when the last known address is unknown or unavailable for the purposes of returning the security deposit. When a lease is terminated due to domestic violence, if the last known address for the tenant is at the property where the tenant no longer resides, the landlord shall post notices at each exterior entrance of the property. If the tenant does not collect the security deposit within 30 days, it shall be redeposited or reinvested by the landlord in the same bank from which it was withdrawn. And they just leave it there, waiting for the tenant? Oh. When a tenant is displaced due to fire, flood, or contamination or evacuation, if the last known address for a tenant is at a property that is no longer habitable, the landlord should post notices at each of the exterior entrances of the property. The landlord may make arrangements to have a municipal clerk hold the security deposit so that the tenant may collect it at the clerk's office. If the tenant does not collect the security deposit within 30 days, it shall be redeposited or reinvested by the landlord in the same bank from which it was drawn. What if they gave you cash?
You still have to deposit that, right? Even if it's a cash, you still have to put it in the bank, no?
Well, they give a bunch of different, yeah, but they're telling you to redeposit it in the bank that it was drawn, you know, like the person who gave it to you. That's actually interesting. But look, they say, please note that transferring the security deposit funds to NJ Treasury Department's unclaimed property is not addressed in the law, because that's what I asked, you know, do we just submit it to the New Jersey's unclaimed property? So it looks like it's actually not addressed. I actually thought I had the answer to that, but I didn't. Because I said, I was always told to mail it to the last known address to which the tenant was renting. You send it by certified mail that they need to sign for. And in the event they arranged for a forwarding address with the post office, they'll get it. And if the tenant does not did not arrange an additional address, a forwarding address, it gets the deposit gets returned. Can the landlord keep that deposit money, or does the deposit have to be turned over to New Jersey's Unclaimed Property Administration? See, I just asked this February 1st, and they got this answer here. It's kind of sort of an answer. They didn't really have the full answer, but they gave the best that they could there. But see how it's interesting how you could ask these kinds of questions? Even me, an instructor, I'm asking questions and I'm learning some stuff. There is actually nothing on it, but they post out the law. Listing agency passing along their fees to other agencies, listing signed by an incompetent party. How about that? What if you get a listing signed by somebody who has Alzheimer's or dementia, or they're insane? Let's see, because I didn't see what their answers were. I'm exploring this with you now. So if you get a listing that was signed by someone who you were unaware was not of sound mind, what steps or documents would typically be needed to cancel the listing with any MLS if you later become aware of it? They say, contact your own lawyer. That's their answer. Okay, I guess no answer for that one. Basically, the answer for this is, if you ever have somebody sign a document and you find out they're later not of sound mind, you got to represent your client still. But if they have a relative that steps forward and says, hey, that's my mom, she's got dementia, I'm her legal guardian, you should have some sort of a legal documentation from the courts showing that you are appointed as her legal representative. So come on down to our office with a copy of that document, and I'm going to need you to sign documents to cancel the listing. I've actually done this before. They gave me no answer. The required documents and possible proofs will depend on the situation and the MLS's policy. So I guess that's kind of theirs, that you should question. It's beyond their scope. You should seek legal advice. Legal counsel should be consulted to determine if a person had capacity to enter an agreement when it was executed, and if not, whether the agreement is valid and enforceable to begin with. So the required documents and possibly the proofs will depend on the situation. That's basically their answer there. Here's one that comes up a lot when we get to our contracts. Can a child be considered an adult in 18, under the age of 18, and married in New Jersey? See, we've had some laws that were passed in New Jersey. A lot of people may be unaware of this. A minor can be considered an adult if they're married. Now, during the Trump administration, he went full on and did a lot of stuff about human trafficking and put a lot of stuff in place to protect minors. This is why you see a lot of websites out there that took down sections of their classified ads, like Craigslist took down their classified ad sections about dating and such, because a lot of it was about prostitution. And a lot of it was underage human trafficking. And he basically put rules and laws into effect that basically made it so that not only will the human trafficker get in trouble, but anybody who's complicit or enables them to do this will also be held liable. So there's when that happened, there was a group in New Jersey of people who were child advocates looking out for children, and they passed a law. They fought the laws, and they passed a law in New Jersey that made it so that under no circumstances in New Jersey can a child under the age of 18 be considered an adult anymore. Because in some foreign countries and cultures, you could have a man who's 60 years old that marries a 6-year-old child. You know, that's disgusting. That's sick. It's child abuse. Now, in New Jersey, you could never do it at that young of an age, but I think they could have gotten married as young as 16 with parental consent. And this is a way for the parent to sell off their children, basically. And so these advocacy groups fought against this, and they changed the law now. We're going to learn about this in chapter 10 or 11. So let's see what they have to say here, because I posted that resource here in my question. Can a child be considered an adult if younger than 18 and married? Married. To protect children, advocacy groups were, okay, so I basically went over all of that. But PSI on the state exam and the Real Estate Commission, I've brought this up to both of them before. I like to see they got my name on there still. They kept my name on that one. And neither one of them they were both kind of clueless on it. You know, I guess the person I spoke to doesn't know what questions are on their exam, on their own exams. And the Real Estate Commission said we leave the questions up to them. But the law changed, and there's quite a few topics like this that I'm aware of and I bring up. So once again, they say the questions fall outside the scope. That's unfortunate. So they just didn't address it at all. All right. Let's move on. Either way, that's a great resource right there for you guys. Legal, NJReal.com. Yeah.
Like a quick question. I wanted to know the answer for that 55 plus community.
Okay.
What was the response to that?
Well, let me give you the answer first, and then we can go back and we can read it, what they had to say. It depends.
As usual, okay.
What does it depend on? It depends on the local code. See, I always thought that if you're buying in a 55 plus community or senior community, which is 62 and older, you cannot purchase unless you're of that age. But actually, it was left on local governments in your town. Do they allow it in their zoning, in their laws? Now, it turns out that a lot of towns had made it so that they're starting to change their own rules. Like I know, just like 2 years ago, Matawan changed theirs. They had tons of senior and 55 plus communities, and I heard on 101.5 they said that Matawan just changed the laws that you need to be 55 or older in order to buy in a 55 and older community. Because you're getting a lot of investors that were younger and purchasing in these communities, and then just jacking up the rents to rent out to seniors. It kind of defeats the purpose of having senior housing, doesn't it? So I found out that it depends on the local ordinance. So let's go back and we'll take a look and see. So here's the answer. So the Housing for Older Persons Act of 1995, communities limit the occupancy of homes with age restriction communities to individuals who have attained age of 55 or 62. Similarly, a New Jersey law requires that all purchasers or grantees of homes in an age-restricted community certify that homes will be occupied by individuals who meet age restriction, that will be occupied. They're not talking about the ownership. That will be occupied by age-restricted communities. Certified homes will be occupied by individuals who meet those requirements. Neither the federal or state laws require non-occupant owner or grantee to meet the age restriction as a prerequisite for purchasing or obtaining title to the property within the age-restricted community. That being said, New Jersey Realtors is aware of some homeowners associations and municipalities that have enacted governing documents and ordinances that require the owner to meet those requirements, like I was talking about, even if the owner would not be occupying the home. That's because they've been renting them, they've been buying them, and then jacking up the rents on the seniors. So it is the New Jersey Realtors' position that HOA regulations and municipal ordinances which prohibit non-occupying individuals of those age-restricted communities, even when they certify that the occupant will meet the age requirements, violate federal and state laws. So they're fighting against it. So for this reason, New Jersey Realtors is currently challenging the legality of one such ordinance. This matter is currently before the New Jersey Appellate Court, and we anticipate a decision in the coming months.
Interesting. So it might get overturned. We don't know yet.
Yeah. So, you know, I think that they should be restricted, because the whole purpose of getting these tax breaks and such is so that you can have more affordable housing, and the breaks for builders to build them is so that you have more affordable housing for the seniors, right? I think it's wrong for investors to be buying them and then jacking up rents on them. I think that's wrong.
I totally agree with you, Victor. Yes.
All right, that's disappointing. Okay. So there's other training classes we could take, like SFR, that's short sale foreclosure resource. That's one of NAR's designation courses to learn all about short sales and foreclosures. You have the CDPE, which is a certified distressed property expert that was created by this guy called Alex Charfen of the Charfen Institute years ago. Now, he shut that down a couple of years ago, and now he sold it to somebody else who bought this course. I don't know if it's as good as it used to be. I used to have my CDPE certification. I don't know if the new course is as good, but either way, I put it up here because I know the old one used to be. And it carried a lot of weight behind it when dealing with banks doing short sales and foreclosures. That the banks could be sure that the agent that they're dealing with isn't just trying to wing it and figure it out, that they actually have experience and know what the hell they're doing. So they don't over scrutinize your paperwork. So this is the one done by the Realtors Association. I'm not sure how great it is because I never took it, but this one used to be really good. Then you have ePro, which teaches you about all kinds of how to integrate technology in the real estate business, into your real estate business. CRS is a great one that you should look forward to as you start getting some closings done. The CRS agents, certified residential specialists, they actually have their own referral network that they only refer business to other CRS agents all over the world. Okay. So you want to send out a referral to an agent because you got a client that's moving in Minnesota. Do you know any good agents in Minnesota? I don't. What are you going to do? You look them up in Google and maybe or realtor.com and try to send it and hope that call that agent. Hopefully they'll be halfway decent and hopefully they're not going to flush that lead down the toilet and they'll convert it into a sale. Or you could contact a CRS agent who has an established experience in the business and a record of being able to close. They have higher closing rates than most agents. And then you have the SRES. This is the Senior Real Estate Specialist. That's actually a good designation to take, under $100 or about $100. It's a one-day class. It teaches you about the ins and outs of helping seniors pack up, sell their property, obtain financing, and maybe now it's time to downsize because they're empty nesters, you know? Kids have all grown up and moved out. But they have their own unique needs. So you can make a lot of money off of that one too, because you're helping them sell the house and buy another. CCIM is a great one for commercial real estate if you want to get involved. And this one, I'm going to play a video on. We're going to actually have the next slide is going to be about this one. Certified New Home Specialist and Certified Residential Construction Specialist. Those are actually great ones. I actually got the books here with DVDs from when they had it on DVDs way back when they first came out, when I was part of the GMAC franchise. I took both of those years ago. Yeah, and they were much more expensive than they are now. And then the CMA workshop that teaches you how to do CMAs by that Ottawa, like I told you guys earlier. But if you go to NAR's website, you could see a bunch of designation courses that they have. ABRs, Accredited Buyers Representative. They could teach you a lot of good stuff with working with buyers. The part I don't like about this designation course is they teach you that you could try to market yourself as a niche thing, that you only work with buyers, that there's never a conflict of interest because you're above everybody else, because you never deal with working as a dual agent. You never have conflicts. That's a gimmick, okay? To me, that's stupid because I have integrity. I'm not going to place one party's interest above the others and let the cat out of the bag. I could work with two clients on the same transaction and not take advantage of somebody. And if you could get a listing and a buyer on the same transaction, twice the commission, work smarter, not harder. You know, I think that one's kind of dopey. But
I have a question.
Yeah.
All these courses that you are showing us, when we are able to take them, after we take the test and pass it and have the license and we have a broker, or we can start taking it after, I don't know when are we able
you
to
can start taking them now. You don't need to be a licensed in order to take these classes, but in order to get CE credits for them, you do.
So it says it's better to wait.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Have the credit.
Yeah, because when you take these courses, especially if they're online, you got to plug in your license number so that they can give you the credit for the CE.
Got it. All right.
You got one here about accredited land consultant. You want to deal with land sales? They teach you the ins and outs of that. CCIM, the commercial investment member. This is one that very few commercial agents have throughout the world, but when you do have it, you're like the lead agent on these big commercial deals, these $100 million plus deals. But they have a performance requirement that you have to do so many sales and so many leases and different types of properties. You want to learn about international property sales? So become a certified international property specialist. I could have used that years ago. I was doing just a referral. I wasn't doing international property sales myself, but I just gave referral business out to a country in South America. Damn, I forget which country it was. I sent a referral out. I had a cash buyer buying a vacation property. They knew what they wanted to buy. So I contacted agents down there and sent the referral. I negotiated a higher commission because, you know, it was an easy deal. But one thing I didn't think about, which actually was a big argument in a couple presidential elections ago. Remember President Trump? He started arguing about there was a big issue in the news all the time about free trade. You guys remember that? It was a big deal when he got elected president. There was a lot of arguments. Some people were saying, oh, he's going to ruin our relationships with other countries and everything, the free trade. And he was like, it's not about free trade. There's nothing free in it for us. It's free for them, but it's not for us. They kill us in taxes. Go try to buy a Harley Davidson motorcycle in China. They tax it 300%. There's not a whole lot of Harley Davidsons being sold in China, you know? So he was, I agree with that man 1,000% on this stuff, because I found out when I sent that referral and my commission got paid out to me, before they sent that money out of their country, they took 15% of it. They took 15% of my money. That was an excise tax. So when they deal with the United States, they tax us 15% for services and goods. Now, when we let them do business in our country, we don't tax them at all. That's not free. That's not fair trade. That's free for them, not for us, right? So I believe in fair trade, like he was saying, not free trade. CPM is a good course to take. So anyway, this course teaches you about all those kinds of things, plus in different countries, how do you get financing to buy real estate and stuff. Real estate works different in different countries. So this course teaches you about all that issues, as well as those taxing issues. CPM, that's that Certified Property Manager. If you guys want to become property managers, that's a course that was created by IREM in cooperation with BOMA, the Building Owner Managers Association. Certified Real Estate Brokers. If you want to become a broker manager, you can learn about broker management, taking that course. That CRS, you could use their logo and the CRS designation once you take their course, and you complete so many sales and leases. That's the one that had a performance requirement. Counselors of Real Estate, no, that's not for us. General Accredited Appraiser, that's not for us. Here's one, you could take the green designation. All that green stuff becoming popular these days, right? Here's one that could be a substitute for taking a broker's class, the Graduate Realtor Institute. Performance management, no. Associate, no. Residential, okay. Here's one, seller representative. You guys can become a seller representative specialist. It's a good class you could take and learn some good stuff from there. I took that course. I also took one, they have a negotiation specialist. I took that one as well. SIOR, this is for Society of Industrial and Office Realtors. This is another commercial designation. The one for Senior Real Estate Specialist. At Home with Diversity. Learn how to do BPOs, make some money on the side doing those. Well, not on the side. You got to get paid through your broker still, unless you have an agreement written with them that they allow you to get paid directly. Certified Real Estate Team Specialist. If you want to start a real estate team, take a course like this that could teach you the ins and outs of that. Learn about social media marketing for real estate. Get that designation. Or ePro, which teaches you about all kinds of tools and technology and websites and software that you could use to integrate in your business. Learn about different financial resources and financial strategies by taking the Home Finance Resource course. Become an inside sales rep for bigger companies, I guess. What about learning about luxury housing? Get the luxury home certification. Now, these days we call everything luxury, luxury housing, you know, but true luxury housing like mansions and very expensive homes and such like that, you don't market them in the same place. You don't put them in that magazine rack that goes in ShopRite, you know. People have got that money, probably aren't shopping for their own food in ShopRite anyway. You put ads on those magazines that they put on private jets and, you know, the DuPont Registry and other websites and magazines like that. Here, become military relocation professional. We have a lot of people in the military and they get these benefits, and you could help those military families when they need to relocate as well. Learn the ins and outs about that. Pricing strategy advisor. I guess this is kind of like the CMA course that they have. Yeah, it is. Learn about real estate investing. Here's that one I was talking about, the real estate negotiation expert. This one is actually a 2-day course that I took. Or learn about resorts and vacation property sales. Short sale foreclosures. You guys know what a short sale is? Ever hear that term? Anybody know?
When the bank is selling.
Yeah, but what exactly is a short sale? A short sale is when a property owner, maybe property values dropped, and your house is only worth half of what you owe on it on the mortgage loan. You can't sell it because there's no way to pay back the lender, right? Well, that's what a lot of people think. You actually can sell it. If you hire a real estate agent who knows what they're doing, I can market your property for sale. We find you a buyer at whatever the going property market prices are. And then I negotiate with your lender to accept that price, which is far less than what you owe them. And they're not going to chase after you for the difference. You're basically shortchanging the bank, but they're agreeing to it. Because what is their other option? Foreclose on you? Foreclosure is expensive. It's a long, costly process. And then when they eventually get the property back, how much are they going to sell it for? Whatever the current market value is. So they see it's going to save them money in the long run, but you can't do this on your own as a property owner. You need to hire a real estate agent who knows what they're doing with these short sales. And I like them. I know how to do a lot of them. They're a pain in the butt, but you could charge a higher commission rates on them all day because the property owner's not paying it. I'm going to get your bank to pay it. Here, if I'm going to do a short sale, I'm going to say this to you. Here, this is how I'd sell it to you. Do you know I could help you out of this jam? I could help you negotiate with your bank to sell your property for less than what you owe, and they're not going to chase after you for the balance. Would you find that useful, Mr. or Mrs. Buyer? What do you think?
Yep.
Now, what if I told you that I could negotiate with your bank, because you're going to need an attorney to do the transaction to sell your house? What if I told you that I could negotiate with your bank and get them to pay your attorney fee? Would you find that useful?
Yes.
100%.
What if I told you that the fee, my commission, I can negotiate with the bank and get them to pay my commission? Would you find that useful?
Yeah.
Then don't complain when I charge you 6% all day. Because you're not paying it. It's not coming out of your pocket. Okay. I got one more question for you. What if I were to tell you that depending on where the funding from your loan came from, I may be able to negotiate to get your lender to give you $3,000 or maybe even more to cooperate with the sale to get the sale done. They'll give you $3,000 to relocate and get the hell out of the house. Would you find that useful?
Of course.
Yeah. Otherwise, they would be foreclosing and kicking you out, and you're with nothing. So this is basically, all these things are not false promises. I could do all these things with with these banks, but that's basically the basics of a short sale. When the markets start diving and prices start diving, this often becomes the thing. And a lot of agents don't know how to handle it, so they just drop out of the business. But agents that could handle this and do this, you make more money in this time than you do during regular times. See, you just need to change your market strategies and how you do your business, guys, and you could survive and thrive. Okay.
Victor,
yeah.
A quick question on that. Was a good discussion on the SFR. So when you engage a potential homeowner on day one, because you have to negotiate with the bank, right? So what kind of agency agreement you put in place?
Well, same thing. I'm representing the seller. You know, so I'm going to become a seller's agent and disclose dual agent if the opportunity arises. They're just signing a document giving me permission to communicate with their bank on their behalf. Okay, I am representing the homeowner still, not their bank.
Okay, so the seller, and then you would work with the bank, and once the bank agrees with whatever proposal is, then you would put in the MLS and do a formal listing.
No. We put it in the MLS first. The bank's not going to talk to you unless you have an offer on the table. You cannot pre-negotiate how much they're willing to accept. They're not going to get into that nonsense.
Oh, I see. So you have to, you do a listing and you get a buyer.
And then you submit an offer. I don't care if it's a ridiculously low offer. I just want to get the talks started with the bank. And now I could find out. They'll give me a number. If they don't like the number, they'll counter it with an acceptable number. So now I'll have that number. That's how it works. But they won't talk to you and they won't give you a number up front. Not until you have an offer on the table. Even if it's a ridiculous offer, I like to send it in. And if the person backed out because the bank never gave a reply because it takes a while, I still keep it with the bank and I don't let the bank know that because I want them to give me a reply. And then I'll say, oh, they dropped out. You know, but now I got a response from them. I know what they'll accept.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then you have the smart home certification. Here's another one. So these are not all the courses that they have, but there are a lot of them. So let's go back to this slideshow and let's take a look at the next one, this new certified new home specialist. You know, I'm even going to share this link with you because I think, by the way, all of these links are also in that class links Word document. So you can just go there to get it. Let me play this video here. We're almost done with this chapter, by the way. So let me play this video for you about the new certified new home specialist and let her sell her product that they sell. It's actually a good course. It's actually 2 courses in one. And if you go to their website, you can see they even have a 3rd class now for this. Check it out.
Hi, I'm Teresa Walsh, and I want to thank you for taking a few minutes with me to learn about our national designation training, residential construction certified and certified new home specialist. Now, I know you're here because you want to learn about new home sales, new home opportunities out there. Well, I'm excited to tell you that our training is going to not only open your eyes to the opportunities in your market area, we're going to teach you how to do the business right. Because you know what? You don't get a second chance to make that first impression. One way you could get into the new homes arena is builder representation. We're going to teach you how to identify these small, medium-sized builders, how to sell your services to the builders, most importantly, be a success. So for example, if you find one of these small, medium-sized builders, they have 25, 35 home sites, you know you have 25, 35 paychecks coming your way. You can't do that in resale. Another massive opportunity in new homes is new home buyer representation. It's interesting. I talk to a lot of real estate professionals. We attend these national real estate conventions, and it doesn't occur to the majority of real estate professionals to market themselves as a new home buyer representative. Let's capture these buyers before they go to the builders. Be known as the go-to agent in new home sales. You can't sell a buyer what you're comfortable selling. You have to sell that buyer what's right for them.
By the way, if you have a client that you're working with as a buyer and they're considering buying new homes, new construction, if they go to any new home builder sites and look at model homes and such, you better make sure you give them a couple extra business cards and tell them that if they sign in on that sign-in sheet to make sure they put your name down, that you are the realtor that is representing them. Because if they do not, that builder will not pay you a commission.
Okay.
It's important.
So many agents steer buyers to resale because they're not comfortable talking new homes. They don't want to wait for their commission. But again, it's all about building that pipeline, creating your referral business. Because when you can demonstrate value to your buyers, you're going to get loyalty. They're going to tell their friends, and where you go, building a name for yourself and your market as the go-to agent for new homes. And one last massive opportunity is infill construction. This is tear down, rebuild opportunities. Investors are looking to invest their money in these projects. We're going to teach you how to identify the opportunities, how to package these deals, and participate in the success of these projects. So I've shared a few things with you today. I'm super excited to tell you that our training is all online. So it's available whenever you are. You create a username and password, log in whenever you want. If it's 20 minutes today, an hour next week. But when you're done with those full 22 hours of training, you've earned 2 national designations, residential construction certified, which teach you all the parts and pieces of a home from the ground up. We're in an HGTV world. You need to understand the product that you're selling. Certified New Home Specialist is going to share some of the ideas I shared with you today and then some. We had a national organization do an independent study, and they found that agents that have our national certified new home specialist designation on average earn $53,000 more per year. You have nothing to lose. We have a full 90-day money-back guarantee. That means go through the full 22 hours of training. If you are not thrilled, if you don't feel you're going to be able to go out there, make it happen, give us a call. We will give you a full refund. So I want to thank you again for spending a few minutes with me today. And I hope that you're going to look at investing in your future and taking new home sales and making it a part of your real estate career. Thank you again so much, and I wish you all the best.
And the course is CRS certified. Okay, good class to take. All right, and that's it for this chapter. Let's do the key terms to review. There are 3 of them, and then we're done with this chapter. All right, are you ready?
Yes.
All righty, let's get started. Key terms 1, we'll start with on page 60. Regulations prohibiting price fixing.
Two, antitrust laws.
2, antitrust laws. That is correct. 2 is A. Principal who engages an agent.
Would that be 6, client?
That is a client. 6 is B. An agent who takes a buyer as the principal.
5, buyer's broker.
Buyer's broker. 5 is C. Person authorized to by another to act as under a power of attorney. Sorry, tongue-tied. Person authorized by another to act under a power of attorney.
Okay,
They are an attorney in fact, when in fact they are not an attorney. Correct. 3 is D. Third person in a transaction, not the principal. Customer. 9 is E. Written explanation of business relationships.
Consumer information statement.
8 is F, the CIS. Correct. 8 is F. Broker's usual compensation.
Commission.
7 is G. Now, these last 2 seem a little bit, could be confused, and I could understand why. So, but I'll still throw them out there and we'll do them. One who's authorized to act for another in a real estate transaction and receive compensation.
Broker.
Who's only a broker. Wait. The answer they're looking for here is actually an agent. An agent is somebody who's authorized to act for another in a real estate transaction and receive compensation.
Okay.
And then lastly, 4 is I. One authorized to act for another is a broker.
Yep.
See, those 2, I could see them easily being mixed up and confused. I actually even have an arrow on there because I think that the better answer is one who's authorized to act for another should be an agent. And one who's authorized to act for another in a real estate transaction and receive compensation would be a broker. I agree with you on that. So I just put a little arrow there switching those two, H and I. Okay, key terms to review. 2, revealing to another any pertinent information.
Disclosure.
That's called disclosure. 2 is A. 2 is A. Salesperson whose broker pays their Social Security and regulates their hours.
Employee.
B. 4 is B. Correct. 4 is B. A person who enjoys the trust of another to act in the person's best interests. That's weirdly worded, but makes sense. What's that?
Fit number 6.
Nope.
No.
A person who enjoys the trust of another to act in the person's best interest. It's kind of worded backwards in a backward way.
Disclose dual agent.
None of them makes sense. I don't know why, except for principle.
It is. It is the principle.
The rest of them don't make any sense. So.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it's kind of worded backwards. Look, who is a principal? That's basically your client, right? They're the person who's enjoying the trust of another, you. They're enjoying your trust. It's so weirdly worded. I don't like the way that's worded at all. So I'm with you on that one. 9 is C, though. Agency representing both the seller and the buyer.
Dual agency.
Disclosed.
Disclosed dual agency. 1 is D.
That 1B?
Yeah, 1 is D. Disclosed dual agency or disclosed dual agent. A party who represents another in a fiduciary relationship.
You sure?
Yeah, they're a fiduciary. 5 is E. Intentional misleading of another who is harmed thereby.
Fraud.
Fraud. 7 is F. Fraud. Yeah. A special relationship of trust and confidence between a principal and an agent.
Fiduciary relationship.
Yep, a fiduciary relationship. 6 is G. One who's empowered to act for a wide range of actions.
General agent.
General agent.
A general agent. 8 is H. They can legally bind their clients to a contract as well, right? Brokers taking both parties as the principal.
Dual agency.
Dual agency. 3 is I. So what do we have? Those 2 that sounded familiar. Let's see, and let's examine if they should be backwards or not. 1, let's see, D and I. So 1 and 3. Agency representing both the seller and the buyer.
That should be dual agency because.
Or broker taking both parties as the principal. Yeah, I would think that. I would think that 1 would be D instead of 3, right?
We said 1 as a D before.
I'm sorry.
3 should be D.
Wait. I'm sorry. This agency representing both the seller and the buyer. Yeah, would be dual agency.
That's
And
what I
brokers taking both parties as the principal. Wait, hold on. Agency representing both the seller and the buyer. Yeah, you know what? It is worded weird, but they are right. If you have an agency that's representing both the seller and the buyer, that is disclosed dual. That's a disclosed dual agent. But if you have a broker that's taking both parties as the principal, that's known as dual agency when they're working with both parties. That's simply dual agency. And if you have an agency that's representing both the seller and the buyer, that's disclosed dual agency because it needs to be disclosed. The difference there is so minute. It's so technical that they're getting. don't sweat it if you didn't get it right, okay? Because you're getting the gist of it, and however they'll word it on exam, they're not going to do it like this, okay? So if you could, if you just got the basic understanding of it, the way that you guys are answering me now, it sounds like you'll get it. So don't sweat it, all right? Okay, so let's see. We did that. Let's do the key terms 3 now. Actually, there's 4 key terms on this chapter, not 3. I'm sorry. There's another one on the other page. One who facilitates a transaction without functioning as an agent.
Transaction broker.
Correct. 16 is A, transaction broker. One authorized to act for another in a specific transaction.
Special agent.
Special agent. 14 is B. Illegal sharing of a commission with a seller.
Kickback.
Kickback. Remember, a kickback is giving money back to a seller or any unlicensed person, right? 2 is C. Rules governing conduct of agents.
Law of agency.
The laws of agency. 4 is D. Agreement between a buyer and a seller on major points. What do we call that agreement between the buyer and the sellers on all the major points?
Meeting of the
minds.
They've come to a meeting of the minds. 6 is E, as in Edward. Written authorization allowing one person to act on behalf of another.
Power of attorney.
Yes, it is F, power of attorney. The one employing an agent, the client. What do we also call them?
Principal.
The principal. Yeah, 9 is G. The one who brings about the sale is known as?
Procuring cause.
The procuring cause, and therefore they're the one that's owed the commission, right? 10 is H. An agent of an agent is a
Subagent.
Correct. 15 is I, subagent. Contract by which the owner retains a broker to find a buyer. What do we call this contract where an owner retains an
agreement?
The listing agreement.
It's a listing agreement. 5 is J.
Ariella, 5 more minutes.
Harmless exaggeration as salesmanship. Puffing. 11 is K, correct. Salesperson who sets their own hours, pays their own estimated income taxes, etc.
Independent contractor.
1 is L, they're an independent contractor. Problem not discoverable by a normal, prudent inspection.
Latent defects.
3 is M, yeah, because it's hidden. 3 is M, latent means hidden. M as in Mary. Person licensed to assist a real estate broker.
Salesperson.
Oh, you better get this one. Yeah, salesperson. 13 is N. Legislation requiring that communities be alerted to the presence of convicted sex offenders.
Megan's Law.
Megan's Law. 7 is O. And one qualified and prepared to purchase.
Well,
Ready, willing, and able buyer.
12 is P. They are a ready, willing, and able buyer. Okay, turn the page. Before we do this one, we have some modifications to make. After C, at the end of the line, write NAR, N-A-R. After the letter C, at the end of the line, write N-A-R. After the letter, okay, where the letter G is, cross out the word fraud and write above it, if you could squeeze it in there in your smallest handwriting, unintentional misrepresentation.
Can you repeat that, please?
Next to letter G, you're going to cross out the word fraud and you're going to write unintentional misrepresentation above it to squeeze it in there. And then next to letter H, cross out the word fraud and write misrepresentation again. The reason why I'm doing this is you cannot define a word with itself. It makes no sense. That's like me asking you, what is a pen? And you say, a pen. Yeah. It's quite clear now. Okay. That's it for the modifications. Let's do the last key terms and we're done. We're out. Unintentional deception committed in ignorance. Ooh, that don't sound good. Ignorance.
Innocent misrepresentation.
6 is A, innocent misrepresentation, but it don't sound too innocent when they put it like that, do it?
Yeah.
6 is A. You're ignorant. Real estate equivalent of malpractice coverage.
3.
Errors and omissions insurance.
3 is B, E&O insurance, correct. Member of a private national organization, NAR. What do we call its member?
Realtor.
Realtor is the member, 10 is C. Statewide group of real estate licensees who choose to join. Not that you have much.
New Jersey Realtors.
New Jersey Realtors. Yeah.
Correct. 9 is D. Designation awarded for advanced study. It replaces the broker's course, or it could replace the broker's course if you take it.
Graduate Realtor Institute.
Yeah, the GRI, the Graduate Realtor Institute. 5 is E.
5 is E.
Problem when serving best interest of both the client and oneself.
Conflict of interest.
That is definitely a conflict of interest. 2 is F. Unintentional misrepresentation committed by someone who should have known better.
Negligent misrepresentation.
Negligent misrepresentation.
8 is G. That is negligent misrepresentation. 8 is G. Intentional misrepresentation. Yeah, fraudulent misrepresentation. 4 is H. Competence normally expected.
Standard of care.
That's your standard of care. 11 is I. Standards of conduct adopted by realtors.
Code of ethics.
1 is J. And private nationwide organization of brokers and salespersons.
National Association of Realtors.
NAR, National Association of Realtors. Not a whole lot of rocket science in that one, but sometimes the way they word things, they make it a little confusing, right? But that's okay. It keeps you on the ball, right? So when exams come up, you got this stuff. Boom, boom, boom. All right, so let me throw out there, we're done with this.